you'd have to integrate those with whatever the industry decides quantum resistant cryptography is. But it's the entire world deciding what quantum resistant cryptography algorithms to replace SHA-256.
Well, have you seen the BIP 360 by Bitcoin Core Team?
Yes.
It doesn't mention anything about any sort of timelines on getting a quantum resistant cryptography.
Yeah, because the world needs to decide what they're going to replace SHA-256 is, and then you'd need all the miners to update their equipment.
Yeah,
It's the miners that has to do it.
It's not just the miners; it's the network itself.
Yeah, but
it is the miners.
It is the miners that eventually.
The miners.
Eventually, yeah, but who's developing the cryptography? Who's developing the PQC, the post quantum cryptography? It's not the miners. That's what
Yeah, but
worries me.
it doesn't need to be the developers. The SHA-256 as a concept of cryptography is the current standard that the entire internet and financial system and Bitcoin is using. And now, once there is the existence of a quantum computer, the entire internet needs to decide what the new standard for cryptography will be.
Yeah, not just Bitcoin.
Yeah, and then
Banking,
Bitcoin,
everyone.
and then Bitcoin and the miners implement it.
Yeah, there's already like 5 algorithms, 5 post quantum algorithms by NIST. But so you got Falcon, Crystal, Dilithiums, a few others as well, which I can't think off the top of my head. But they're already being implemented by companies like Google, Meta, all these at the back end, right? So web and the banks. I've already heard, like I've seen. Is it Merrill Lynch, J.P. Morgan? They're all actually upgrading their internals to be post quantum resilient. So
Bitcoin has already adjusted the wallet addresses. Now they need to adjust the actual cryptography, but you've got to pick the timing of that disruption.
Long.
Can I just jump in really quickly, guys, with some news, please, and then I'll give the mic right back to you. Firstly, we've had to set up a new YouTube channel. A new YouTube stream for this space. So if you were on the previous YouTube, which was buffering, if you go to Suleiman's YouTube profile, Suleiman Ahmed X, you'll see that the live is going on now. Please go to that stream, like it, comment on it, and you can hear the space over there as well. So we're back up, we're back live on YouTube. Trump's actually speaking at the moment. He's been speaking a lot today, and he's going to be speaking in about an hour and 50 minutes with his official speech. But right now, he's saying some mental stuff. I did say earlier, he said, tonight I'm making a little speech at 9 o'clock, and basically I'm going to tell everybody how great I am. He said that he delivered a special Passover message from the Oval Office, and he said, with true faith, eternal hope, and the power of prayer, nothing can stop the people of God. Okay. He says, if the Iran deal doesn't happen, I'm blaming JD Vance. If it does happen, I'm taking credit. I'm taking full credit. Really That's what he says. Yeah, he did. He's saying that. I've got the clips of it, but I'm just not playing them. I'm just reading it. He says, we have regime change in Iran. We got it by accident. I never liked the idea of regime change because it's too complex to put it down on a wish list, but we got it. So I'm telling you, killing Supreme Leader Khamenei was no accident. But anyway, he says he got it by accident. He says, China gets 90% of its oil from the Strait of Hormuz. They should be policing their own strait. He's literally calling it their own strait, as in it's China's strait. He said, we're getting ready to get out of there. He said that on camera in the last 15 minutes. He said, China gets 90% of its oil from the Strait of Hormuz. They should be policing their own strait. We're getting ready to get out of there. Let me just finish everything and I'll give the mic right back to you guys and then you can talk. He said, Bloomberg is it Bloomberg who's reporting this? Let me just check. Yeah, Bloomberg is also reporting that Trump is going to use his primetime address to argue that the US has met or exceeded its military goals, including eliminating Iran's ballistic missiles and production sites, severely weakening its navy, Well, I thought the Navy was gone. It's all at the bottom of the sea, he told us. Every ship's at the bottom of the sea, he told us. Anyway, he's contained Tehran's regional proxies. I would argue Hezbollah's never been as strong as it is, like, over the last year as it is today. Blocking any path to a nuclear weapon. And the speech will also signal operations could wrap up within 2 to 3 weeks. This is what Bloomberg is reporting. Trump speaking now, he's been speaking for the last half an hour. He said, NATO won't be there if we ever have the big one. You know what I mean by the big one? If we ever have the big one. Hopefully we won't. Relationships very good with the big one, better than with NATO. I think he means Russia, right? So NATO won't be there. He decided to mock Macron, right? He's literally been going after France and the UK recently, but he just said, and this is now live, he's still speaking, I think. He said, I called up France, Macron, whose wife treats him extremely badly, and he's still recovering from the right to the jaw. Like, what? He said that. He said he's still recovering from the right to the jaw. His wife treats him really badly. Yeah, that's it. That's what he said. And I'll keep telling you what he says. He's absolutely mental. We have the lunatics running the asylum in America and the UK, I'd say. But Simon, sorry, back to you guys.
Just before you go to Simon, guys, as Beatrix said, we're live on YouTube. So you can watch that. Also, some more breaking news. Breaking news. I was thinking, why am I jumping in with such enthusiasm? Well, the enthusiasm is because another missile has struck Tel Aviv. And guess what? Tel Aviv is underwater. Tel Aviv is underwater. Iranian missile attack damages water in Tel Aviv. Let me put Tel Aviv flooded. Okay, so that tweet's gone out. So yeah, Tel Aviv is being hit hard. We're back on the YouTube. Hopefully, it should be sorted now.
Bish bash bosh Tel Aviv, guys. Bish bash bosh Tel Aviv.
We don't know what that is, but yeah, it is. Tel Aviv is being destroyed right now for sure. Okay, and yeah, that's the latest news. Let me just see if there's any more news.
Could I jump in here now? I think I kind of understand what's going on based off of the conversation. And actually, Suleiman, I wanted to continue our conversation this morning that we had on InfoWars because obviously we didn't get enough time, but you were saying something really important about the fact of Iran needing to take a harder stance. And I just wanted to maybe talk about that with everybody else chiming in and what their thoughts are.
Yeah, of course, go ahead.
Yeah, so what your argument was that Iran hasn't been taking enough of a harder stance on the West, and that you wanted to see them kind of take it to an extreme in which, and clarify me on the points, but you were saying that you would like them to push on having the bases removed, also targeting the salinization plants, if I'm not mistaken, and kind of have those as like the staple for, you either comply or we will do this. And then I kind of pushed back and I said, well, doing something like that would almost immediately trigger an equivalent response from the Gulf states, in which they would probably attack, Carg Island and a couple of other civilian installations, and that would lead to instability within Iran itself. So I said I couldn't see that being an option for escalation, but that's kind of where I wanted to go with the conversation and understand if that's what you were talking about.
Yeah, that was what I was talking about. So yeah, give us your thoughts. Do you want me to add to that, or do you want me to
Yeah,
clarify?
you can add to that. It just so that we can kind of get back to where we were talking about it.
Yeah, sure. So look, I had the stance up until a few days ago when I really thought about things and reflected on them. But I had the stance that basically Iran was carrying out a excellent game plan, a game plan that I myself would apply. Everything I said that I would do in the war, Iran did that exact same thing. The issue is that when I think about it, I think that I wouldn't be the correct leader in this war because I feel like sometimes I'm too soft natured. And I know, guys, but sometimes you need, in certain situations, you need a leader who's willing to go beyond the line, be willing to be cutthroat, and willing to go above and beyond. And when I look at what's going on, I look at, for example, the United States of America hitting and Israel hitting Iran's energy infrastructure, and then in Iran responding and hitting maybe one in Dubai, one in Israel, and that's it. They'll hit Iran's steel manufacturing, which basically applies for jobs, literally the sole form of income within the country during sanctions. And they'll hit one in Dubai, I believe. They hit one in Abu Dhabi, they hit one in Bahrain, and they hit one in Israel. They're dealing with like 7 or 8 different countries at the moment. And so in reality, what's happening is so imagine you're fighting 7 guys. One guy, each one of them 7 guys are throwing punches at you, and then you get off one punch at each 3 of the 7 each single time. You're going to be pounded down by the end. And so from my perspective, it is that you need to be a bit more, and they've already hit Iran's energy infrastructure. They've already hit their desalination plant already. So it's not like they're not doing it. But when they do it, Iran responds with just one. And I'm saying rather than be in the defensive position and just respond, and the reason most people claim is you do that because of the narrative, because the world will be on your side. But I'm saying who cares about the world being on your side? The world was on the side of the Palestinians and they lost everything. The world was on the side of the Lebanese and they lost everything. The world was on the side of everyone and they never received anything. So who cares about the world? What matters is you make sure that your country succeeds and you keep the autonomy of your nation. So what's the best way to do that? I think you need to be, like I said, cutthroat. So the best cutthroat method would be Dubai. You guys are part of this war. You guys fired weapons and helped blow up Karg Island. You guys are complicit in the genocide in Sudan and Yemen. You're not good guys at all. So you got 3 days. Remove all support of this war. Don't let them use your land, your country, your airspace. Don't let them use your bases. Do not let them use anything in terms of infrastructure. And tell us that you're going to be removing American embassies from your country. And you've got 3 days to confirm this. And if they don't respond, that's when you basically obliterate them. Because at the moment, Dubai continues to help and support. You hit one place in Dubai, they know they've got the money to rebuild, they don't really care. You're just getting hit and hit and hit and hit, which they're willing to soak up the punishment, but it's like over time, that's not a great idea to do from a war perspective. So I think that's the aspect I'm saying. You need to be a lot more brute. And then once you do that to Dubai, either they'll fold and you don't have to do that, or they don't fold and you do it, and then the other 6 countries get in line, and then they basically also fall in line. And then in terms of what Dubai can do, what else can they do? They are an incompetent country, an incompetent nation. They don't have the ability to offensively fly any planes to attack you. You saw the Kuwaitis allegedly just shooting off their own people. Apparently, they according to Americans, I don't know if it's true, but I doubt it's true, but they were saying that the Kuwaitis are so incompetent they took out 3 fighter jets accidentally. So these Arabs are not good fighters. They import their fighting class from the subcontinent like Pakistan. So who are they going to fight with? It's like these collegians are not going to fight. So what they can do, they're already at the maximum of. And so that's my kind of position on
Okay,
that.
so definitely understood what you were saying. This was my counter argument, and this was where my pushback was coming from. Yes, if the United States and Israel were not involved, you would have a perfect scenario where maybe something like that would work, right? Because United States is the big brother, the bodyguard of the Gulf states because we have a lot of interest there, and there's a lot of business people, American companies that have a vested interest. Problem is we're not taking the ego of the current president Trump into mind here. Okay, for him, he's not going to kind of conform to anybody's ultimatums because of that. Now, if it was Biden, maybe we're in a different era and it would have worked there. But if you're talking about Trump, he's like, how it would be like, how dare you do something like that? And this isn't me being pro Trump or, hey, I'm just saying the reality is they would punch back. They would rather punch back harder than to just take it, right? You know, and my whole standpoint was, if you're looking for a way to destabilize Iran even quicker. And, you know, Israel would love this scenario because there's a perfect example for the regime change to actually happen. Because let's play your scenario out. Iran gives these demands, 3 days happen, let's say they act on it. Next thing that's going to happen, like we were talking about, is the United States' response is probably going to be 10 times more of that, because for some reason that's the game we play. You hit hard, we try to obliterate you into the ground so you don't think about it again. And then you're talking about the civilian population going through an experience in which they were already dealing with a lot of circumstances prior to. And of course, you can talk about the sanctions; those were big contributors, of course. But the citizens are dealing with the scenarios as they stand. So that's my thing, is like, okay, how do you? I know they're in a position of power, but they're not in that much of a position of power that they could make those demands, and that's where my pushback was coming from.
So just to clarify, your point is that if they were to do that, not the GCC, but Donald Trump would go harder.
Yeah, that is my case, because
Okay.
the Gulf states in the United States are almost like hand in hand married, and it's because of
I
all of
agree.
the interest of the financial industrial complex plus,
I agree.
yeah. So
I agree. I
that's
agree.
where the difference is.
Okay. So you agree that the Gulf countries won't do anything. It'll be the United States of America who does something.
Yes.
So what the United States of America will do and Israel will do is they'll hit Iran's desalination plants, they'll hit Iran's energy infrastructure. They're already doing that. They're just doing it in a slow cooked method. They've already hit a number of desalination plants already. They've hit a number of energy infrastructures. They took out the top three steel manufacturing industries. So they're doing it, but they're doing it in a slow burn method. And let me tell you how it normally works. When you go through a slow burn method, what happens is right now the whole Iranian populace is behind the current government. They're ready to fight the enemy. They're with the Iranians. But you know what happens after a year, once you start starving a very long time, when you don't have any jobs, when you don't have any income, when you continue to have no access to water, energy, anything, then slowly, those people will start turning. People, especially women, won't have the temperament to last long in this situation. And therefore, what will happen is what you're doing is a slow burn of something that's already happening. So when you know the slow burn's happening and it's all, if it wasn't happening, I think then you'd have a fair question. Then it would be, look, they're not hitting that hard. They're not murdering children. They've killed children in at least 4 or 5 different schools now. They've hit what 50 or 60 health centers. They've hit destroyed civilian buildings, civilian parks. So they're murdering actual civilians. So any concern one would have in terms of, guess what, US may not follow the rules of war in Israel, those were let go on day one. These guys have been breaking all conventions. They've been targeting all those things. And there's no parameters on what they can or can't do. So essentially, the argument is whether you allow slow burn or not. And I'm saying allowing slow burn actually probably gives a chance for a color revolution more than anything else, and essentially weakens your country over a long period of time. You need to be, and this is why my point is, you need to be a lot more aggressive, put your finger on the pulse, and start letting people know in the Gulf states there are consequences. And as soon as that happens, what do you think the Saudis, all of them will be going running to Trump, begging him to stop basically acting in the manner he is or to fold. But right now, the slow cook method is problematic. What happens when there's a ground invasion? It's going to be too late. And I'm a big believer that actually, if the initial ground invasion fails, there is a chance it could end up being a bigger ground invasion. So it's now or never. And once a ground invasion occurs, millions will die from a lot of Americans, but a lot of Iranians will die as well.
Yeah. No. Okay.
And
So
actually,
you and
billions in the
I.
world will die as well. But sorry to continue.
Okay, so I get where you're going with that. I think we can agree on the slow burn is something that is going to degrade not even just Iran, but all sides. Um, the thing is what is the level that you turn up the heat? I'm like, hey, let's go to maybe 350 degrees Fahrenheit. You're like, let's crank it up as high as the oven can go. And then when we have those situations, there's just too many unpredictable factors that cause a butterfly effect. And a perfect example is what we did in the United States, killing off the entire top chain of the regime and thinking that that was going to be done over 24 to 48 hours. Unpredictable behavior. Because what I see is, let's say we go through your scenario, the attack happens. I don't even think it's just Israel and uh, the US. I think this causes like some of the NATO countries to get involved, even though our relationship with them is a bit shaky right now because Trump has pretty much ruined those relationships.
I think NATO, personally, I think the NATO, they're doing again whatever the maximum they can do. They're already involved. They're just trying to say to the populace that they're not involved. This is I guess what I'm trying to say is, in terms of Trump and Israel's perspective, this is the maximum they can go, and they keep going to the maximum that they have the ability. And so what you're doing is almost working from their rules and requirements and parameters. And I'm just saying you simply can't do that anymore. You need to be more harsher and aggressive. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying your point is illogical. It's the point I held up until a few days ago. It's just I had a time while I was flying from the US, I had a bit of time to contemplate and work out like where this war was going and the different parameters in it. And I started realizing that actually there is a huge risk in terms of the way the war is going. In terms of, you have to remember, it's not going to, imagine you're in Iran, it's not going to be easy to live there right now because it's new, because it's day 33. People are still so entrenched with the government. They are so much against what's happening. The fact that they murdered children has helped Iran a lot. The fact that they've killed and hit health workers and civilian instructors has helped Iran a lot, because what they've realized is for them it's good v evil, and it actually is good v evil. If this goes on for a year, people's minds are human mind is very temporary. They don't remember things long term. They don't really think about actual consequences. Like Syria, I said right from the beginning what the consequences were going to be, and I end up being right because I really do plan out things in a detailed manner in terms of long term, and it's what happened. And so similarly here, it's like, would you take a harsh decision now to save more people in the long term and save your people in the long term? I think you do. They're dominating in the war now. You just need to crank it up, and take out the Gulf states out of the equation. Because once the Gulf states are out of the equation, America's dead. They have no means. As you know, you need. So, according to most military experts, if you look at and military briefings, if you look at Iran, you need a minimum of 3 launch stations to attack Iran. Um, Minimum 3. Most said you should have up to about 8 or 9, maybe 10, but minimum 3. So right now, they had the Abraham Lincoln, and then they needed 2 GCC countries, or 2 launches from the GCC countries. The Abraham Lincoln got taken out. The Gerald Ford got taken out. They're completely relying on the GCC. You take the GCC out, it's over. Where are they going to refuel from? Where are they going to get their launch pads from? Where are they going? The war is over.
No, I agree with that. I mean, the GCC is a necessary requirement here. Now, the only thing is the United States has so much leverage over the GCC itself. And that is, they don't really have a backbone to push against America in the operation. Now, you were talking about the ground invasion on the show, and, Rex and I were thinking about it, and we talked about it after the show. We were like, the probability that we go all out onto the actual mainland makes no sense because if you look at Trump's, well, I can't even rely on what Trump says anymore. I just had a moment there, but he's the
Exactly.
one that he's the one that pulled us out of Afghanistan, right? So it's like he knows the consequences of doing the same thing that Bush did and the Obama administration did. Like he knows better, right? So I think the island they're the only options right now that are even on the table. So I'm very curious what he's going to say tonight. Probably more nothing burgers. I'm tired of the nothing burgers with a side of fries. That's all I've been getting as an American, and it's just sad. But we'll see how this plays out. We can open this up to the wider group to chime in on this.
Yeah, let's do it. And great conversation. And guys, I was on InfoWars earlier today, so do check it out. Tim's doing a great show on InfoWars American Journal. I know Simon was on there yesterday, I think.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, Simon was on there yesterday. I was on there today. I believe possibly Gary could be on there in a few days as well. So check it out. I like it because these guys have a totally different position than maybe others on info. Actually, no, they've got similar position to Harrison, but yeah, yeah, they've got like so it's really good. Check out Infowars. Check out these guys' show on Infowars. It is awesome.
Yeah.
And when's let me actually text you that one. But yeah, that's fine. That's awesome. But yeah, I appreciate having me on that one. Everyone loves
Yeah, no,
the
very
feedback.
much so. The audience loved you. We talked to the producers afterwards. They were like, he's great. So, and Simon, you as well. I got to give you your flowers as well. You were the two guys that we definitely wanted to come on. So, hopefully, Gary, we can get you on next week. Our producer will be reaching out.
Exactly, bro. Our space is infiltrating InfoWars. We're taking over. We're like Israel. We're like Israel. We're gonna be owning InfoWars soon.
Oh,
Joking.
there's a group of people that were not happy. I mean, there's always going to be people who are not people who are watchers, but we don't really care. We don't cater to each person. So
Yeah, I just saw Rex replying to one of them and smashing him. It's funny. Okay, appreciate you. Let's get some thoughts from the panel. What do you guys think? Let's go to I don't know because I know resistance is going to be on my side. I think Andrew maybe. I think Simon. Simon's got a totally different opinion on this anyway. Um, resistance. What do you think?
Sorry, I wasn't here. What was it about?
Just the whether you should go harder or not. You know my position on
Oh
that.
yeah. I heard that, but yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm with you. I'll be a terrible leader like you in that sense because I'll be just too soft. And my own mum and sisters, they're much more harder than me. So and Iran, I think Iran are playing a really good, smart game. I do think that they do need to hit harder. I'm in agreement with you in the sense they do need to press on a little bit more now and actually start escalating a bit further just to cause a bit more disarray in the US Israel ranks and the GCC. So that's my opinion on it. And I can sense the frustration in some of the panelists the other day, Andy in particular, and Andrew as well. So I do get that, but not to go so hard that, we break we break war crime, or we make war crimes and break the laws of war, the moral laws of war. So yeah, I think that I think Iran needs to go in a bit harder now, and maybe increase it, double the amount of missiles per day, and just go in a bit harder. So yeah, I'm in agreement.
Yeah, Andy, jump in.
Yeah, Gunther,
Hey,
go.
if I could just,
I agree.
Andy,
Iran
go
does
ahead.
need to go a bit harder.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Andy, sorry about that, Sully. Andy, I didn't mean, go ahead. Sully called you, buddy. I would just want to make a quick comment if you're done, Andy.
Okay, yeah. So I do agree. Iran does need to jump in harder. They got that strike in Tel Aviv, and maybe they got that strike in Tel Aviv and damaged the water infrastructure. So that's a great hit with that flood. And I think there's definitely going to be a ground invasion. There was just a post evangelist is comparing Trump to Jesus. You were betrayed and arrested. It's a familiar pattern that our Lord and Savior showed us. Thanks for allowing me to serve you. So that's them stoking Trump's ego in preparation for an invasion. And then with Easter this weekend, they're going to completely bastardize the Bible and use that as an excuse to invade in this crap. So they're stoking, because that's all you have to do with Trump. One of my friends has been saying this the entire time. All you have to do is say something nice to him and stoke his ego, and then he'll do whatever stupid thing you tell him, and it's just really disappointing. And they're going to completely bastardize the Bible this weekend and turn it into some holy war, even though Jesus was the Prince of Peace, and they're going to completely corrupt Easter to do this ground invasion. That's my fear. It's completely disgusting. And Gunther Eagleman posted, Trump's dropped his no filter loyalty code. If someone's nice to me, even if they're a bad person, I will fight to them for the end. And yeah, Bibi's nice to Trump and gives him the Israel award, and now Trump's gonna fight for him to the end, no matter how many tax dollars we spend, how many lives we lose, or even if it tanks the global economy. Because all you have to do is be nice to Trump and say how great he is, give him some shiny award that is won with the lives of dead Palestinians, and then Trump will love you. It's completely ridiculous. Trump doesn't have a moral code. It's you just have to say something nice to him, and then he'll literally murder people for you. It's completely demonic.
So you're saying that that Trump is going to say, well, Jesus sacrificed himself in this period in Easter, and so will our troops to fight for Christianity, just like they're fighting here for America and for
Yeah,
Christianity. Is
because
that
you
how they?
haven't. Yeah, I just posted it. An evangelical literally is comparing Trump to Jesus. So they're basically stoking Trump's ego, and then Trump's going to literally think he's Jesus in his own demented mind, and that he's Jesus leading troops into battle or something, which is not what the Bible's about. Because in Trump's age-riddled mind, he'll literally think he's Jesus, and he's going to lead his followers into battle or something. It's completely demented, but that's what they're putting into his mind in preparation to tip him over to do this ground invasion. Tonight, he's probably going to say, we won, we won, we won, as Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar said, but then he's going to turn around and do the ground invasion with the markets closed. But if he does that, Iran has already said anywhere where it's launched from, we're going to destroy oil infrastructure. So 3 days of the markets being closed is not going to paper it over, but the market's oil prices will drop, and then his buddies will be able to buy the oil lower, and then they'll short the stock market when it goes up. His friends will make extra money on insider trading. Our troops will die. It's going to be absolutely horrific, but I just think a ground invasion's coming. I just don't see Trump bringing another carrier in, bringing all these forces in, these warthogs, these Marine units, only for him to just make a deal with Iran and say, you know what, we're going to bring all our forces out of the region. We're going to lift the sanctions. You know what, Iran, you get what you asked for. We're beaten. And Israel's not going to agree to that. Trump's going to have to do this ground invasion, and then when it fails, they're going to have to mass more troops to do an even bigger invasion. And I just feel like this is going to spiral into some really, really ugly conflict. And
Yeah. Yeah, Andy, I agree with everything except I think it will be a feint, especially with the amphibious force. We saw the feint that General Schwarzkopf used in Kuwait during the Iraqi War. But still, only a fool would argue with the panel and say, no, there will be no invasion or even an incursion. I know that I'm standing way out on a limb here, but again, maybe it's because I can't process the unthinkable, the unfathomable. But any military officer, I'm a retired, like I said, a Navy commander, and I could not lawfully follow an order that I knew that would be a 90% suicide mission. I wouldn't put my men in that. But I know it's easy for me to armchair quarterback. But here's the thing: is how powerful is this feint? He could come on and it really, I know people think, a lot of people think this is a massive show of force, but it really isn't compared to what we've seen and what we could muster. And if anything at all happens, I'm with Sully. It'll be Cargo Island, because of the oil, there'll be a little bit of it. We've got your oil distribution here, big deal. But again, it's a dead end. So I think it will not happen. He'll say we won, and he'll slowly moonwalk back out through the minefield, and only the idiots will believe that he actually won. But the United States has already lost. We've already repositioned ourselves and restructured ourselves in a new world order. It's already done, past tense.
yeah, I was reading an article the other day. They said if Trump backs out and then Iran is integrated more into the global economy with sanctions lifted on Iran and all the oil's on the global market, and then Venezuelan oil increases through the years, then we're going to have oil prices down at the $40 a barrel range, or it's going to, or this can escalate and oil is going to be 150 plus for years. There isn't a middle ground. And I do kind of see that analysis. I don't see a middle ground in this. Oil's either going to end up cheaper than it was pre-war because Iran's going to get their sanctions lifted, and then that's going to be more oil on the market, and we're going to get the oil production up in Venezuela over the years, and we're going to have historically cheap oil, energy abundance, or this is going to drag on. We're going to do something stupid. Iran's going to take out the oil in the Gulf, and there's going to be a global recession. I don't see this middle ground where oil goes back and settles around 80 or something.
But I think when we've heard it several times, I think we're going to get a no burger speech tonight. Honestly, I won. Look how great I am, and then flip on NATO. I think it was Darkside said that, but I think we're looking at no burger. But yeah, we'll see here. But all of your input's really valuable. I'm taking all in, processing it.
Well, Trump needs to get out of NATO because because he can't be in NATO if Israel ever wants to attack Turkey, even though Israel has no chance in a fight against Turkey. So, but if Israel ever has designs on Turkey, he can't be in NATO, and that puts us in an awkward situation. So, if Israel ever wants to, I mean, first of all, Israel is in no position to attack Turkey. They'd get freaking wiped. But let's say 10, 20 years down the line, I mean, I just don't ever see that happening. Israel can't even defeat Iran, and Turkey is even stronger than Iran is. So good luck with that.
Yeah, well, David Z's here. He'll tell you that NATO's basically dead on arrival anyway. I think, right, David?
Hello, Andrew. How are you?
Hey, they're doing great.
Good, good. I just want to come into Suleiman in relation to I just give the viewpoint of what has been said from our neck of the woods, aka in Russia. If you remember, about 2 days after this all kicked off, I reported on a video that General Abdiladnov did on the Chechen forces, where it only came to the front here, 2 days ago, yesterday even, or even today, in relation to that the Chechen army volunteers that if needed, they would go to Iran and fight with the Iranians against the Epstein Satan army of Israel and the United States. You know, he said it 2 days after the beginning, where he voiced an opinion, which I said at the time was most unusual for a Russian general to state this publicly, that they would, he wanted to send as much munitions as possible to Iran, send troops if possible, and also himself. And that was, 5 weeks ago. And we're seeing it manifest now in the news just today and yesterday. The opinion from Russia is that Trump is going to double down, that he's going to go to SMO status, which is a special military operation against Iran, that he is going to bring the draft up and to go full bore. That's the Russian opinion. And that has been there for several weeks. That is not just now today. I think I voiced it before that America has no exit mechanism on this, only failure, if indeed they do retract out of the Middle East and the petrodollar collapses to become the petro-Chinese. So that's just a Russian opinion. And from what news, I think I've been vindicated on everything I've said for weeks. You see Lavrov yesterday, voicing an opinion very, very strongly. Not only did he say 3 days ago that why should we be supplying, he said it wryly, of course, with a smirk, why should we be supplying surveillance and intelligence when they already have it? They already have it because Russia launched several satellites, 2 of them belong to Iran, and several others that we're in partnership with. And they're also dealing and upgrading the radar and indeed satellite surveillance with China. So this, I believe, was said around the table when General Abdi voiced that opinion 5 weeks ago. I did state on that night that he must have had approval to say that. It was most unique. We have never, the only time ever that we heard such a voice coming out, and I believe it was Kadyrov, which is his boss, the president of Chechnya, when they were involved in the Mariupol, and then it went to Avdiivka and Bakhmut, where the real core, the battles of the war began with, thousands of men dying a day, and not on the Russian side, but on the Ukrainian side. And when Zelensky was starting to rant about nuclear, the first time he was going about give us a nuclear missile, and we'll teach these Russians a thing or two. And they were throwing the first of the Atakans and HIMARS across into Russian territory. It was his boss Kadyrov, that said twice, well, let's forget about Kiev, let's take Kiev and let's go to Warsaw and let's go to Berlin. Now, this was the Chechen leader saying it, everyone going, yeah, you little dwarf of an army. But he got suspended. Kadyrov was Putin made a visit, and everything shut down. So that's why it was really amazing, let's just use that word, that General Lodnov said that. And now we can see why. Because the Russian army, or the Russian, let's just call it elite in the Kremlin, were of the empirical position that Trump was going to extend this war into a full-fledged campaign. 100%. Iraq and Afghanistan will be minnows in comparison. We're looking at a Vietnam-style engagement. Now, for whatever reason we ultimately believe he's doing it, maybe it's to try and preserve the petrodollar, or trying to generate another $5 to $10 trillion in a printing press frenzy to keep Wall Street going, and they're his friends in the military-industrial complex. But that's what they believe, that this is going to go down to over the trenches, fields of Flanders, army against army engagement. And Russia is delivering. Go ahead, Arthur.
Yeah, brother. I'll tell you what. If you're correct, and it's very possible. I know. I understand. If you are correct, I will be out there picketing. I will be out there protesting, like I saw the college kids back in the '60s and '70s. This is insane, insane. I can't say enough how utterly ridiculous this is for America. America is in shame for this.
Well, in the last couple of hours, I have spoke to some of the guys, including two PMC guys who are involved in intelligence operations for the Russian side in Iran, and they are of the opinion. One is actually an American who was ex-military, and he actually went over to Wagner. He's a special technician. He's not on X, he is on Telegram. And he said to me earlier today, I asked him, I said, what do you think? And he said, 100%. He said, what we are seeing, what we are being advised, what we are creating here and supplementing the Iranians is that they are preparing for a war with a full-fledged war with America. Now, they may be overcompensating, but the fact that they are actually voicing this opinion is alarming, is very much so. But this was something that, I've been saying for quite some time. I posted a thread June of last year, and in that thread, got several million views. In that thread, I stated that ultimately the objective here, I think Simon did something recently, whereby, America needs a war to keep its debt profile up, and it needs to spend another couple of $1 trillion in doing so. So let's hit the printing press, let's keep Wall Street bouncing, and let's keep the billionaires happy. Let's keep Warren Buffett flowing with cash, so that when it does pop, they all have enough to buy up, the proceeds of their endeavors, and to do a 1929 all over again, and to restabilize their economy. I mean, we may see a continental superpower rather than a hegemony, but at this point in time, they're empirically weak. They can't do anything. To say that, oh yeah, we choose to run out of Afghanistan, or we choose to cause a mire in Iraq. The belief is that these wars were probably planned for just one reason only: print money, which is between Lehman's Brothers going bust in September 2008, when you had a $9.2 trillion debt, and now you have what, 39. So you printed $30 trillion in the last 18 years, and nothing to show for it except a bloated war machine that is functionally not workable. And Russia has proven that in the last 4 years, where it's like, without doubt, and I'm not being biased, but I just look at the statistics of armaments and army and masses and quantity over quality. You're looking at the Russian army has superseded America in all points. It's neutralized the American Navy completely with just one missile, which is called the Zircon, which is a sea-skimming missile at Mach 6. It has neutralized the entire American Navy. Every ship can be hit at a distance of thousands of kilometers to precise meter precision at a speed that nobody can see or hit. There's no deterrence on it. And that one missile has completely, destroyed the invincibility perception of the American Navy. Now, thank God it has not been used yet, but the Chinese have something that is equivalent to about 85% of it. It's a bit slower. It doesn't have the trajectory pies that the Zircon has. But if indeed the Chinese were to, maybe they are, who knows, maybe they have a factory, the Russians have given them the drones or they've upgraded it. Because believe it or not, the Chinese have upgraded 2 of the top tier armaments that the Russians have, and one of them being the Orenchik. The Chinese university augmented the materials used in the Orenchik warhead, which brought the heat signature up by 500 degrees and therefore a greater explosion on end termination. And they did it. It wasn't the Russians, so it was something that was posted about last year. So there obviously is an exchange of information between Russia and China that we simply are not being told of. And this integration was done in Iran, and we're seeing it now, with the rumors. And I just air quote this as rumors, but Andrew, it is joining up everything that has been said in the 5 weeks. Again, I refer back, I'll leave it at this. When Alodnov came out and stated that, it was shocking because there was a general, loose lips sink ships within the Russian Ministry of Defense that no general was allowed to speak out. But what he said was quite inflammatory when you think of it. Here was our partner within BRICS who was quintessentially at war with their adversary, like America's superpower, what they did in Ukraine. And he's basically calling for what is Russian troops to go to Ukraine and fight with their, as he called them, their brothers. And I just want to say one thing. In the last couple of days, and I think I said it to Suleiman before, you know that the Akhmat Special Forces, which are basically from Chechnya, which is an Islamic country, and they used to fly under one singular flag, which is of their own faith. That was integrated into the Russian army with a mutual 50-50 of their flag showing the cross of the Russian Orthodoxy. And in recent days, we have seen major players currently serving in the Russian army calling Iranians their brothers. And Putin only 2 weeks ago, who was at what was it? He was pinning medals on chess. He stood to one side and he made a paragraph in his speech of actually precisely stating that this term of brothers, is the most unique thing that he is seeing within Russia because it's unified the state like no other. We haven't actually seen it since the Great Patriotic War, but to see it currently at the moment, and I believe that when this was stated by Yar-Garin, who himself is a hero of Russia, with Alodnov in the Akhmat headquarters, they stated this, that as far as they're concerned, Iran is their brothers. Now, it's something that has been used in North Korean forces as well, when you saw Putin go to North Korea and the memorial. But it's most unique at the moment, and it's really is centralizing the belief that if you have this being said by senior military personnel in the army, and we do know that there's 2,000 advisor technicians currently of Russia in Iran, and they are supplying munitions to them. And I don't mean artillery shells and bullets, but we do know that they have supplied Su-34s, Su-35, Ka-52s, and the munitions to go with them. They've also augmented the missile capability systems that Iran has. So this is no longer, we can say, conjecture or speculation. This is actually empirical fact that Russia is standing with Iran. They're calling them brothers, and they see Iran as an existential risk to their own sovereign borders. So this is what we need to look at. So
David, I really appreciate it. We need to hear this laid out. The only thing I push back on, I'm going to come in with the submarine option. The United States Navy submarine force will go toe to toe with Russia any day on that. That I will back up 150%. Now, ultimately, it could come down to let's have the shootout with the ICBMs, and I'm not at liberty to discuss let's say Russian FBM submarine ops. They don't really operate off the Atlantic coast, if you know what I'm saying. I know exactly how they operate, and we know it. The United States Navy knows it, and we're not, we don't talk about it, but we have every single submarine that deploys where it's at. We know its depth, we know its movement. And if it ever came to that, I think the submarine force of the United States Navy is the last bastion. That's the only thing we have to really combat Russia and China. But there again, and I'm going to say this, David, I'm not trying to be too ethnocentric on this. Russia's closed the gap. I saw it close back in the 90s, and I did stay in contact as a consultant up to 2000, and recently talked to naval engineers at the Navy station, the laboratory down from where I live. So I know the gap's closed, but don't underestimate, folks, the United States Navy submarine force, and that's the only thing really we've got going for us as far as our Navy goes.
Well, Andrew, I didn't say anything about the submarines. They are comparable. They are 50-50. There's no doubt about it. Like military analysts have even stated that, they are 50-50. But there's one caveat there in that I'm only talking about above water level ships. I'm only talking about aircraft carrier destroyers, etc., etc.
Oh yeah, no, dead meat. Yeah, Russians got it dead meat there. Absolutely, only a fool would argue with that, bro. Yeah.
I mean, we've just seen $13 billion worth of an aircraft carrier limp back with a so-called fire in the laundry room. I mean, that
it was a laundry fire, David.
Yeah, sorry, I'm an idiot. But in relation to, I mean, look, if everything was sunk and every say silo was hit on land, the submarine fleet on both sides has enough to cause nuclear winter to the entire world. We need to understand that the amount of missiles in them. These are all multi-warhead. Each one of those warheads is a magnitude bigger than Hiroshima. We're gone. So if every silo was taken out, if every mobile launcher was taken out, and if every other asset, bar the submarines, we're all nuclear winter anyhow. So it's over for us. But they don't have anything for that except the Poseidon 200 megaton, tsunami generating bomb that they have off the east and west coast. We're all toast. But anyway, let's not go into that. I'm only here to talk about the conventional and this mutual partnership warfare that is now between Russia and Iran. I won't say much about the Chinese. I have heard whispers, but it's not for somebody from China to actually come in here and talk about that. We do know that they have integrated, and China has said on many occasions, including from the podium of their ministry, that what's going on in Iran, and they're saying on one tongue, we would want to see peace, but on the other one, we want to see peace favorable to Iran. And what does that mean? When you're, like as Johnny Mearsheimer said today, I think he was being interviewed, by Daniel Davis, actually. It was the first time I've seen Mearsheimer in 12 years, and I have followed him. He was the first to voice against the coup in Kiev and saying that this was a war that was going to be extended. It was the first time I ever saw Johnny Mearsheimer today without words. He said about 8 times, I have no words for this. And Davis asked him some questions, and he was literally shrugging his shoulders. He said, this is just ridiculous. It's incomprehensible. We have never seen anything as stupid as this ever. And he was sitting there in, I believe, his desk at university, and he couldn't understand it. And for someone like him, look, who can talk 10 times better than I can, or 100 times better than I can, he was simply lost for words. And he actually has a belief that this war is going to be extended as well, for other reasons. Like I have it for one, and that the military, look at it this way: the US has lost Africa, all bar say 2 countries, lost. The US, Britain, France, Italy, Germany controlled Africa up to 10 years ago. They now don't. It's completely gone. And if you look at the continent of Asia, they're down now to a handful. And even those handful are looking at each other going, what the hell are we doing here? We should not be with the United States. I mean, look at Japan, look at South Korea. They came in the middle of the night and they ran away with their THAAD systems. And you should see the stuff that North Korea is now saying about South Korea. All your best armament is gone. You have nothing. So maybe we'll take a trip down to Seoul. I mean, I know it's only a joke, but you can see like what America has done. It's emasculated South Korea. And I think the Philippines now feel the same. And look what's happening to them. Their economy is gone. Look at Australia. I have 2 brothers in Australia. And like when 14 days, they're saying it's critical levels of fuel in Australia. I mean, and we have to, as Mearsheimer said today, I'll leave it with this. He said one parting point. This war is not even started. If we think that we have to have in 5 weeks and this is at a crescendo, it hasn't even started. And this is a history buff. So listen to what a guy who I think we all respect and understands, and sovereign entities actually listen to his voice along with Jeffrey Sachs. I mean, let's not go into what Jeffrey Sachs thinks in relation to what's going on there. I mean, he's completely gone sideways. I mean, Mearsheimer, as we saw in that post today, called for Trump and Netanyahu to be put into a Nuremberg style trial. And Jeffrey Sachs has actually said that for months. So the two most eminent, political analysts, geopolitical analysts, are saying this is a complete failure by America and Israel. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you,
David,
Suleiman.
I'm hearing the opposite. I'm hearing the Ukrainians are winning so badly from this. Even
stop.
I'm hearing they're winning so badly, even the Emiratis are asking for their advice.
I can't say anything. I'll just curse.
David, be nice.
No, he knows where to poke. He knows where to poke. That's just too much. Sorry. I'll go now. I'll retreat back into my cave.
Almost like how the Russians are retreating against Zelensky's army. Jokes.
There's now some sites posting that apparently, according to Fox News, Trump's going to address the nation, saying that ground troops may be necessary to retrieve the enriched uranium. So, yep.
Andy, where are you hearing that from?
That Verum Navarum site and that OSINT Defender.
Interesting.
And they're saying sources tell Fox News. Onset Defender, during tonight's address to the nation from the Oval Office, President Donald J. Trump will inform the American public that the deployment of ground troops may be necessary to end the ongoing war and round up highly enriched uranium in Iran, sources tell Fox News. So this is going to be interesting. And this is where it gets dangerous. It might start with something like that, which is an impossible mission, and then it might spiral, and then they're going to say, oh, this mission was a disaster, it's hundreds dead, now we need to do a full invasion to avenge those, and this is how it spirals into a 10-plus year war. This started with a 4-day operation, and then it's now month 2, and then they're going to say, oh, this is going to be a 1-week ground operation, and then it's going to be 2036, and you're going to have someone, and then someone's going to be running for president 2036 on ending this. This is how it spirals into a full-blown war. And I was actually talking with a friend, and my friend, I was like, why has Russia not gone harder in Ukraine? And my friend suggested that Russia might be saving their troops in a lot of their weaponry for a possible war with America, but he thought that stuff might be if we fought China, but maybe Russia was anticipating something. But I guess Russia now has all of their stuff to fight. Like if we go full blown into Iran, they could turn Iran into what Ukraine has been, and how us and NATO were funding Ukraine. BRICS can fund Russia and China can give weapons to the Iranians.
Let me just give some news, guys, really quickly. So that little presser that Trump's doing, not the one he's going to start in an hour, but the one he was just doing, in that he said, I think Christians like Israel more than Jewish people like Israel. He's literally gaslighting all Americans here. He thinks Christians like Israel more than Jewish people like Israel. He says, he says, we could just take Iran's oil. But, I'm not sure that the people in our country have the patience to do that, which is unfortunate. They want to see it end. People in the country sort of say, just win. You're winning so big. Just win. Come home. And I'm okay with that too, because we have a lot of oil. Also, Iran and Hezbollah have launched attacks targeted at Israel in coordination. Trump also speaking said, when somebody's nice to me, I love that person. Even if they're bad people, I couldn't care less. I'll fight to the end for them. And I felt as though he was talking about Netanyahu when he was saying that. When someone's nice to me, I love that person. Even if they're bad people, I couldn't care less. I'll fight to the end for them. And he's literally fighting to the end for Netanyahu here. Let's have a look what else. Yeah, that's it for now. And then, guys, there was a brilliant interview today. Brilliant. If you missed it, you shouldn't have done. It was between the Simon Dixon and the Suleiman Ahmed. And I see a lot of chat on YouTube about how bad are things going to get financially, what do we need to think about, what's going to happen. That's where all the questions are answered. I really enjoyed it. I've learned a lot from it. I'm going to go back and watch it. So please do share that. Please retweet it. Suleiman, is it in the nest?
We were gonna put it in a few minutes. It's coming out in 9 minutes time. You kind of jumped into.
Oh, is it? Okay, well, we'll remind you again in 9 minutes time, guys. We'll remind you again in 9 minutes time. But in the meantime, if you missed that, and the reason you'll have missed that is because you were not subscribed to Bridge the Gap X. So if you can go to Bridge the Gap X and make sure Suleiman's got 2 YouTube channels. One is Suleiman Ahmed X. Make sure you subscribe to that. It's free to subscribe. You just make sure that you press the bell icon and then go to Bridge the Gap X and press the bell icon there. And that way you'll get, because there's going to be times now going forward where if there's not a space, we go straight on YouTube. So it's really important that you've got your notifications on there, because otherwise you're not going to know about it. So please make sure you do that. And I'll give you a little reminder when Simon's interview comes out with Suleiman. Back to you.
Yeah, guys, follow
Suleiman.
that channel. Don't be dorks. I pinned it in the YouTube. I can see there's new people on the YouTube, so make sure you're following the new YouTube channel. That's where all the interviews are going to be, and I think I've got the setup almost right in my place now. So I've got that one running the stream, that one running the other stream. So we should be getting to go. But yeah, this is some alternative information. We thought this is so annoying as well. All the websites are just down, bro. What is going on? Why is it? Anyway, I don't know why I'm talking about drama, but anyway, yeah. Lots to speak about, lots to get through. Let's bring some people up, actually. Trump's announcement. We've been thinking all this time it's a retreat. Now Fox News are claiming it is that ground invasion is going to be announced. Sorry, Resistance, were you going to say something?
Yeah, so it's about this operation to retrieve the enriched uranium, the 400 kilograms. There's just some things that people need to be aware of, depending on the nature of how enriched it is. So it's not advisable to store 400 kilograms in one container, because it's so reactive and it poses a huge risk, right? And so you're better off, like, if it's say 20% or 50% enriched uranium, then obviously it'll be a silvery white metal, but you store them in as billets in small containers, maybe around about 3 to 5 kilogram quantities in small containers. And you'd have typically, that would be about, you'd have 100 of those or 120 of those, but then you wouldn't keep them in one place either, because that's another potential risk. Now, given the nature of how Iran decentralizes its defense, its mosaic defense mechanism, and the missile cities all across Iran, across the 31 provinces, it's reasonable to suggest that they would also decentralize the storage capabilities of their enriched uranium, so that way, if one is taken, or one province is actually is attacked, and one site is actually exposed, and the uranium is retrieved, not all of Iran's uranium, enriched uranium, will be taken. So it's reasonable to suggest that they would put it in multiple sites, and you can contain them pretty well in sort of in stainless steel, inert gas contained sort of containers, pretty well. And depending on the nature, if it's low enriched uranium, it could be in the form of an oxide, or it could be powders or cast billets, in which case you could store them for quite a long time, reasonable amount of time, safely and securely. But you'd want to keep.
Are you aware that there's already been a bunch of experts that came out with satellite photos and said that it's very likely, and this is like international experts, that Iran transferred it all to Isfahan, and there's satellite photos of a truck with a bunch of containers on the back of it. These are large containers, and that's where the uranium likely was.
Yeah, probably decoys. And also, you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't store everything in one container, one
Well,
truck.
just because you might not do that, you're not the one in charge over there. They might
No,
do
no,
that because that's the most protected site, so it's the safest
no,
place to put it.
no. I don't want to say. All I just say that's not good practice. It's not good OPSEC.
Yeah, that's not what they've done anyway. I know this is a matter of fact. That what happened was, so what we said during the 12-day war ended up being right. A resistance, I think you were saying the same thing. I remember you being on the 12-day war as well and saying the same thing as me. That what had happened was the Iranians had taken out their nuclear capability, their nuclear enrichment, well before the B-2 bombed the sites. We're also, I'm aware, which is opposite of what you're saying, Manko, which is that the nuclear enriched uranium was dispersed to a range of locations. So I know this as intel myself, but separate to that, you have me saying it, but okay, let's not trust for me saying it, that's fine, because I could just be blagging it, it's not possible. What you also have is you look at the actions of the Iranians in terms of when it comes to military warfare, and their actions have been consistently a mode of dispersion. So, for example, where they could have a large collection of missiles in one location, they've dispersed them out into 200 different locations. Where they could have underground bunkers in smaller locations and try and defend them with the basically the defense systems in the country, they've dispersed them in a large number of places where some of them may not have the defense. And so where they may have launch pads in a few locations, they've actually got them in a significant number of locations. Same with troops, same with everything. So this has been the military tactic on everything. So what you're basically saying is that on this one most important issue that Trump and everybody else wants to bomb them over, they've failed to do that. So I just based on that, as well as what I said, it's not in one place.
Yeah, absolutely no way it will be in one place. No way on earth.
Simon, if you're there, can you just check your messages, your WhatsApp, please?
On top of that, I just want to say, Iran has got something like 900, and this you could check with the IAEA, 950 tons of yellow cake, so triuranium octoxide, which is the feedstock of making uranium and enriched uranium. So Iran, if they've got 950 tons, I think they can make per ton is 16, 17 kilos. So 950 times, in theory, 950 times 17 kilos. So yeah, you're talking about 16,000 kilos potentially from its stock. I again, even if they were to take all that 400 kilograms, it'll take to replenish that. Given that they've got the nuclear facilities, they can recommission those.
And resistance, you remember at that time, I think it was just me and you who kept on saying, look, guys, the uranium wasn't there. Everyone was like, no, it was there. We end up being right because now they're admitting they never destroyed the uranium, which is kind of hilarious.
Yeah, they would have decommissioned it from the beginning. There's a rapid decommission protocol. I think I mentioned it during
You did. And just before you explain it, because I think it is worth explaining, I think I want to get into this. Beatrix, you were really desperate to explain and announce this. Beatrix, are you there? Oh, typical.
I am, yeah. I am. I'm here. I'm just
You're
back.
Okay.
Yeah.
The tweet is in the nest, the one you were really desperate to announce.
Yeah, guys, there was a brilliant interview between Suleiman and Simon today. It was really good. So a lot of people on YouTube are always asking, what's the impact of this? How does it affect us, like on a global basis? You know, this war, we're seeing things like Keir Starmer, for example, is starting to make statements about there's going to be ramifications, we're going to have to struggle, we're going to get through it. What does that look like? So Simon takes out the time, Suleiman takes out the time, and they sit together, and Suleiman asks him all of these questions so that it's really informative for us. That was on Bridge the Gap today. If you haven't subscribed to Bridge the Gap X on YouTube, I can see our YouTube mods are constantly putting out the link for the new channel. So please go and subscribe to that. Just press the bell icon. It's free, and then you'll get notifications. But specifically, that interview was done today. It is in the nest of the X space. So please make sure that on the X space, where you can see Suleiman, Simon, and myself, just above there, you'll see some pinned posts. Simon's interview is there. So please do click on that YouTube link and go to it. Go and watch it. Go and put a comment in it. Go and make sure you give it a thumbs up, like it, because when you do that, the algorithm helps spread it to more people, and that's how we build a movement. Every single like, every single comment makes a difference to get it out there to more people, and we need more people to be aware of what's coming. There are people that are going to be caught completely blindsided by this, who have no idea that they're going to be. I was looking at like air heat pumps today, thinking, oh my god, what if we got one of those for one of our houses and have an air heat pump? But even that uses goddamn electricity. I'm just thinking, what if we don't have gas? What if we don't have electricity in the future? How are we going to survive? And I'm not joking, I think it might get to that. So these are really important interviews that Simon and Suleiman do. Please like it, please share it. Go to the YouTube link, and on X, if you're on Twitter now, we've got over 2,300 people here. Please go to that tweet on the space right here above where you see Simon and Suleiman. Go and share that, retweet it, quote tweet it, put a comment underneath it, and make sure that it gets out there and more people see it. Appreciate you. Thank you so much to everybody who's doing it. Simon, back to you. Or Suleiman, back
Yes,
to you.
back to
I think
me.
Simon's
Yes, indeed. You were
yeah.
so excited to announce that,
Simon's
and
back as
what?
well.
I mean, I would give that. Where's that crypto guy on the chat? I'd give that like a 1 out of 10, maybe a 0.9 out of 10 in terms of announcement. Guys, the tweet is in the nest. It's Simon Dixon. He's trying to save your lives. He's telling you what you need to buy, how to buy it, where to buy it, what to do, how to save yourself. It's very important. So click on the tweet in the nest, watch that video. If you've already watched it, if you saw the interview before, put it on a separate tab and just put it on mute. Help support the channel. Listen, what's going to be announced today is going to be huge. It could be Trump capitulating and retreating. It could be a ground invasion, or it could be just him getting people to listen to him because he loves to talk. But the other two options are huge. So it's important that you saw it. Elon Musk fears us. We're the only space on the whole of X whose purple ticker has been removed. So people can't see it at the top. Obviously, we're the biggest, so why would Elon do that? No other platform do you have it where the biggest content creator is literally shadow banned in the sense of you can't even see that they've gone live. Now, such is the level of our support and following, and because we're a movement like no other, there's 2,500 people on this space. But if he hadn't taken the purple ticker off, there would probably be 3,500. This is huge news, of 4,000 people on this space. So the goal is to censor. The goal is to let you not know about what's going on. That's fine. That's his goal. He fears us, just like the IDF feed us and start doing spaces. That's fine. But we need to do is fight through it. This is why I created the second channel with the interviews. I thought if they shadow ban one, we've got the other one. I was thinking it's best to put all the energy into one. And this is why I didn't do it 33 days earlier. I actually thought about it on the first day and thought, shall I do it or not? Shall I do it or not? And I thought, no. But 33 days in, we've been forced to do it because of what Trump's done. Because Marco Rubio gave a direct instruction to Elon Musk to take out our channel. So we require your support and your help to push it out. Nellen says that was a 10 out of 10 announcement, Beatrix. I don't know, Nellen. I think that just moves me from 0.9 out of 10 to 1.1 out of 10. At best. You need to convince me a lot more than that, Nellen. But anyway, coming back to it. So, look, I do need everyone to go there. I am chatting to everybody on there. Do retweet it, share it, let everybody know about it. That's the only way we can get people aware of this. We've got 62 legends who've done it. How have we got 500 people on YouTube, 2,500 people here, 3,000 people, and only 68 people decided to open the chat? That is kind of tight. And kind of makes my decision like I guess we are putting too much effort in. Because like, you know, you do need to people to pump it as well. So it is what it is. Anyway.
Suleiman, I just want to give a shout out to a few people. So guys, where you see Suleiman and Simon here, on the X space, just above them, if you look above them on the screen, you'll see there's a tweet there, and it says, why the market underestimates the Iran war. Simon Dixon explains all. This will shock you. That's what I'd like you to retweet. That's what I'd like you to quote tweet. That's the YouTube link I'd like you to press and go to as well. Really important. And I just want to read out a couple of the quote tweets, and I really appreciate this. So Kelvon says, be prepared. I agree. Kelvon, thank you. Syed Zaham Heather says, this is actually crazy. Why is this not viral? Completely agree with you, Syed, and I appreciate you quote tweeting it. It's really important that it gets out there. I think a lot more people would be against what's happening if they knew that it was going to impact them. They probably just don't even know about it. Unacceptable Jatel says, Simon Dixon with Suleiman giving us yet more deep financial analysis. Thank you both so much. And thank you to you, Unacceptable Jatel. Really appreciate it. Young says, Israel on some weird F shit. Yeah, a Young, very articulately put. Yeah, they are on some weird F. Yeah, that. Thank you, guys. I want you to keep quote tweeting it. I'm going to come back and read some more of these out, and keep retweeting it. I really appreciate everybody who has retweeted it. Tons and tons of you. There's some of our regulars there who have retweeted it. There's some new people. Dark Raider, appreciate you. At the very least, people on this panel. Avi, always. Avi's on the panel. But Lucy, long-time listener, appreciate you doing it. But everybody on our panel right now, especially those that I send the mic request to, need to retweet this at the very least. Kelvon, appreciate you. You've retweeted it and quote tweeted it. I see that. So please do share that, guys. It's really important. Yeah. Suleiman, back to you. I'm gonna check everybody on our panel, right? I'm gonna see who shared it, and if you ain't shared it, you're in bother. So Andy, you not shared it. Why have you not shared it,
I just
Andy?
shared it.
You just shared it. Very good. Very, very good. Let me see who else.
Check
Let me go to
Mankos.
people.
Check Mankos. I doubt he's done it. I doubt he shared it for sure.
It's like the head teacher
Let's
telling everybody
see.
else.
He might.
No, I'm a reply guy. Nobody comes
Yeah,
to me for posts.
Yeah, and plus, you know what? Mankos' audience is probably one that we don't want to let them know this anyway, to be honest, really. You know what I mean? Let's see
Then
if
we're gonna have to
Katie
start a
shared
third
it.
channel.
Katie, you always come up and yeah, Katie, you need to share this. And I really appreciate that you have. Do you know what? You hardly ever have to tell chicks. Like, chicks are on it, literally. She's on it. She shared it. She didn't even need to be told. Appreciate it, Katie. Thank you very much. Let me see, Brother Resistance has shared it. Oh my God, Brother Resistance, why have you not shared it? I'm just going to big you up. What a letdown you've been.
I was just about to give compliments to Resistance. I'm going to hold back now.
Which one was that? Sorry.
Oh my God, you didn't even hear it. That's even worse than not sharing
Simon,
it.
the Simon interview. Simon interview, bro.
I'm watching Sully's space on InfoWars on my TV. Sorry, I can't do two things at once.
Come on, Resistance.
No, that I believe you can't do two things at once. It's a Simon
Resistance,
interview. It's
you're
in the
letting the
nest.
men down, Resistance. You're supposed to multitask. What are you doing?
I can't. I'm terrible at that anyways.
Hey, Beatrix, I got to go to dinner. Can I say one quick thing before I leave?
I'll give you 1 second, Manco. Dark Raider, you're not a chick. You did it, and you got a shout out from me. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Dark Raider. Go ahead, and thank you. Appreciate all of those who have shared it and quote tweeted it. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Marcus.
so just wanted to point out something real clear. If Trump does end up talking about stuff about like commando raids and trying to get the uranium, so the uranium is stored as a gas. It's uranium hexafluoride, but because I've seen big accounts on the timeline say like, oh, they could just go in and blow the canisters up and then the gas just floats away. That's not true. This is a very, very heavy gas. So if you think you can go in and blow it up, the gas would just pool down in the tunnels, and Iran could just vacuum it back up again, and it wouldn't go anywhere. The other thing is the containers it's stored in are extremely strong, very, very heavy. You would not be able to move them. They weigh multiple tons each, and you're not going to be able to get into them either, very likely. You're definitely not going to try to use explosives to blow your way into a bunch of enriched uranium. So it would be very, very difficult to do any kind of operation like that.
Yeah, so uranium is not UF6. Uranium hexafluoride is not stored as a gas. It actually solidifies it, so it's safely stored as a solid, right? And a crystalline solid. It's a white crystalline solid, and this is the most safest state for it to be stored in. In a reaction, because it actually sublimes from solid to gas straight away without melting into a liquid. That's why it's got unique properties for enrichment. But to store it, especially for medium to long term, absolutely not. You store it as solids, and you store it in encased containers in inert gas and put it in small quantities, really. So you do not do that, and that's part of the decommissioning process. You evacuate it as gas, and then you cool it down into solid, and then you store it as solid, and it's easily stored and transportable that way. So I'm just making that point.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'll see you guys later.
And also as part of the safe storage protocol, SAFTSOR, right? So you got like several different types of, and I think I've already explained it in the 12-day war, but it's part of this decommissioning process, where you don't want to, it's a deferred sort of decommissioning. It involves a decontamination process of all the various types of equipment, machinery. So you've got obviously the centrifuges. You've got all the waste, the pressure waste management, the heavy water containers. You've got the shears. You've got the dissolvers, denitrators, the evaporators, precipitators. You've got to do all the fluidizers as well. The columns, all of these have to be decontaminated and then dismantled, right? But this process will take anywhere between 2 to 3 weeks to a month. But the Iranians would have known in advance, just because of the buildup of all the warships and of talk of war, etc. All of that, they would have done that already, and that's part of a deferred decontamination SAFTSOR process. So all of this is pretty easy to do, and you dismantle it, you store it, and then you decentralize the equipment, the storage of the equipment, into multiple places. So that way, if one is damaged, one is hit, then you've got all the others. But they would have redundant centrifuges, redundant fluidizer beds, redundant heavy water containers, loads of redundant systems that would be used as spares, right? So it's not an issue for them, especially because their manufacturing base in Iran has been built over 35, 40 years. So they would have had all of the supply chains already done that in advance, and then they would have contained them in these missile cities as storage. Their storage facilities in these missile cities where they keep things like this in those storage areas in those missile cities. So that's not an issue for them. And so rebuilding them doesn't really take that much time. It'll probably take a few months, but they'll be back operational. It depends the extent of if there's any damage to the area, which I don't believe there was any damage during Midnight Hammer, just from the satellite images that we've seen. So I'd imagine that they would have had a decontamination process, but it will be a sort of a deferred SAFTSOR sort of process, and so that you can actually be up and running in at the earliest it's probably about a month and a half. Latest will probably about 6 months.
Yeah, guys, just some more, just to let you know, guys, few things. We've got Trump's big announcement in 30 minutes. Fox News are claiming there is going to be a ground invasion, that Trump is going to announce in the press conference that there is going to be a ground invasion. We know UK came out and said we're not going to be involved. Australia said the same. Was this an indicator that there's going to be a ground invasion? Andrew doesn't think so. Simon doesn't think so. I think so. But I don't know if this.
Hold on, no, silly. I think there's a final act, so it's not. I think this is part of a negotiation, but I reckon there's going to be he needs to go out with a
Oh, you
bang.
think there's gonna be something big?
He needs a Hollywood movie.
A Hollywood movie that gets hundreds of Americans killed, though. I mean, come on. Like, that's what a ground invasion. There's no way you can do a ground invasion without getting hundreds of Americans killed. This
Well,
is,
that's happened. They did 9/11.
Yeah,
CIA
true.
didn't care about that.
3,000, Andy. 3,000 Americans were sacrificed,
I,
as Andy would
yes,
say.
except people bought that was a legitimate terrorist attack, and there were no bombs inside the towers and all of that. Versus this is we're going to do an
Well, they're going
invasion.
to blame it on Iran, aren't they?
Yes, except they'll know that this was an invasion that we chose to do. People were against this war before it even started, from the very beginning. So they don't versus they staged a terrorist attack, and going into Afghanistan had near universal support.
Yeah, I think the thought that America wouldn't kill Americans, I think, is drinking the Kool-Aid.
I saw a poll where where limited special forces had about 34% support, and a larger ground invasion had a 7% support.
That's crazy. There is.
I mean, think about COVID. Like, do you believe that wasn't like an op
Oh no, that was definitely released
that
intentionally.
killed a lot of Americans by
Yeah,
America?
yeah. No, definitely. If the argument is that they wouldn't do an op to kill Americans, obviously that's not true. Guys, there is a tweet in the nest. It is. Oh no, which one is it now? It is the YouTube channel. We've got just today. We've got 750 people who decided to follow the channel. Let's hope we can get that to 1,000 human beings, especially before we do the Ryan Dawson interview. If we get 5,000 followers before the Morandi interview, I'll stream the Morandi interview on X as well. I'll keep the space open all the way till then. But we need 5,000 followers on that channel by the Professor Morandi interview, which is at 3:30 a.m. Eastern. If we do that, I'll stream it on the X. If not, you're gonna have to watch it solely on YouTube, which is the tweet in the nest as well. So make sure you're following that.
More followers.
Yeah.
How many more do you slowly get to that? How many followers?
I've got 752. It's a new one we just started today, Abby. It's a new one we just started today.
Sully, you look so sharp in your navy suit.
Bro, I upgraded, bro. They were telling me they were hating on my grey suit. So
even your beard is trimmed.
Oh,
as
but
well.
my brother, I'll be honest, my brother does that. Like I don't pay for a haircut in America. In America, I have to pay
what's
for
gas
it.
costing in the UK? What does gas cost there?
In America, I had to pay for my trim, but in the UK, I just get it free.
No, I said what does gas cost in
That's
the UK?
cost cutting. I'm not sure. I haven't been to gas station since I've been back. What is the resistance?
It's 195 for a diesel.
Litre.
That's probably the most expensive. A litre, yeah. Sorry, a litre. So how much is that? A gallon at 195 times 4.4. It's so 7.8 pounds times 1.32 is like $10 a gallon.
So double than it is in the US.
And that's diesel. Diesel's cheaper.
Yeah, it's diesel. Well, diesel in UK is more expensive. In the UK,
Is it?
Yeah,
I thought it was always cheaper.
Simon's getting his driver to put diesel in for him. Listen, for us plebs, you know what I mean. So diesel's more expensive, Simon.
Really? I thought back in my day, it used to be more expensive for diesel. Sorry, it was cheaper for diesel. That's crazy.
I don't know when your day was.
What is your day, Simon? Like what
does
you're about
regular gas in the UK cost? Like just regular gas, non-diesel.
Okay, so petrol is what right now it's around about 160 for petrol, and so that's let me just count 160 times 4.4, £7 times 1.32 is $9.30 per gallon.
Yeah. In my area, it's about $4.49 a gallon, and then California, the average is like 580s, which is the most expensive state average.
Yeah, cool. Okay, so just to let you know, guys, there is a high possibility in 24 minutes there will be a ground invasion. Huge news. Is it going to be the case? We had reports earlier saying Trump's going to pull out. Recent report is saying ground invasion. Is Trump just trying to play everybody just to get everybody there because he likes to do that? We're going to find out. Katie, jump in. Give us your thoughts.
Thank you, Suleiman. I did watch the interview earlier from the YouTube, the new YouTube channel, Bridge the Gap. It was a sharp suit you were wearing, so definitely subscribe to that channel. I subscribed. You can find me on there, Katie Kazoo, as a subscriber. But
Tie or
I
no
did
tie,
want to.
Katie? Did he have a tie on? Because I'm going to
He
go
had a
watch it
tie
after
on.
this.
Yeah, I don't know. Actually, I'm not trying to, but for some reason, the suit did, it was very clear. I don't know. The suit was very sharp. The clarity, I don't know if it was, I was watching it on my treadmill, but I don't know. Everything was really, really clear. So, it all looked very sharp. So anyway, but I do want to talk about the speech tonight because, I am on the side that I do think that there's going to be an imminent ground invasion. And I think that there's some key messaging right now that we need to be paying attention to. There's a lot of focus on the uranium, there's a lot of focus on that. And there's this sudden shift away from the Hormuz Strait. And I think that's really important because I just want to remind everyone in the immediate run up to the Venezuela raid on January 3rd, Trump stopped making dramatic public statements about Venezuela. He focused on the small little ships that we were going after. And one of the things that came out after the Venezuela thing was that they knew for a while they were going in. They were just looking for the perfect conditions. And if you also recall, he gave a speech 2 weeks prior, maybe about 2.5 weeks prior, on December 17th. And there was a lot of talk on X that night on, oh, is he going to announce we're going into Venezuela and blah blah. And it was a very big nothing burger. So I think Trump wants to be very unpredictable, and what they say we're pulling away from, or what they say we're moving away from, or we don't care about. Let's say we don't care about the Hormuz Strait. We're going to leave it to the countries that rely on that to go in there and secure it. I think that's actually where the ground invasion is most likely to happen. I think Lyric Island and Keshem. I think, and then when we go in there, if it goes well, not saying that it will go well, Trump wants to say, well, oil is flowing, the world should thank us. So I do think that they're framing this in a way. If you look at what was tweeted on the 47, what did they call it? Like Rapid 47 thing. There was this huge thread. You can see it on the White House page. You can see Marco Rubio put out this interview. They're really focused on going away from the Hormuz Strait, maybe a little bit on the uranium. I think that's very deceptive. So what are they waiting for? The forces are there, right? They're waiting for ideal weather and lunar conditions. Lunar conditions aren't as important, but they do prefer low lunar illumination. So right now, lunar conditions aren't the best, but they're waiting for clear to partly skies with good visibility, winds under 20 miles per hour, calm seas. They don't want dust storms. I don't think they have a lot of dust storms this time of year out there, but they don't want that. They want limited haze. So they're waiting. They're waiting for the perfect night to do it, or it's most likely going to happen during the night. If it turns out that they have a really great night, but they have some lunar illumination and some clouds, they might go in and do it. I really think that when we hear Trump speak, we need to pay attention to what is he saying that we're not going to go after. If they're focusing on the uranium and they're saying nope, we're not dealing with Hormuz Strait, we're not dealing with Karg Island, that might be an indication of where we might be, the ground invasion might be happening. So just some thoughts I wanted to give ahead of the speech tonight. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Always great conversation on here.
Appreciate that, Katie. Yeah, I'm in agreement with a lot of what you said there. What's going to be interesting is, guys, if the ground invasion happens, Anthony Aguilar, Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar, if you remember the conversation we had with him, which you can also watch in the second channel, Segue. But one of the things we discussed was what the station area for the ground invasion would be. And it's something I said that if it's Karg Island, it's likely going to be Kuwait. If it's well, he didn't mention this as much, but if it's the 3 smaller islands, then it's going to be the UAE. If it's Hormuz Islands, I don't think he mentioned this either as well, but it'll likely be UAE as well. So this is going to be interesting in terms of what's going to happen, what's going on. The fact that the UAE is talking so much smack, is it going to be those 3 smaller islands? Is it going to be the 3 Hormuz Islands? This is going to be very, very interesting. Also, if Trump's going to do it, why would he announce it beforehand? That doesn't make sense as well. So, I mean, those are just things worth considering. But Abby, jump in, give us your thoughts. His announcement is in 19 minutes.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate everyone. Guys, come on, retweet the space. Let's get it up. I just want to say, first of all, appreciation. Resistance, I'm relatively new to you. I don't know, Sully, where do you find these gems? You've got Resistance, you've got Andrew, you've got David Z, Andy's been incredible. Katie, you're fantastic. And I'm loving Invincible China. Man, I really want to talk to that guy. He's got so much insight. Really appreciate you bringing all of these incredible people up on the spaces. Just a couple of things. Number one, just on Australia, as spoken about quite a lot. And one of the things I picked up on just recently over the last 24 hours, and I don't know how active these operations are going on, is we're hearing reports about all these A-10 military aircrafts coming into the region. I believe 18. Jackson Hinkle just did a post about 18 coming through. But one of the things I'm starting to read is that there are small light operations actually being conducted in the Strait of Hormuz right now, which includes not just Apache helicopters, but also these A-10 that are basically trying to, I guess, take on some of these Navy, these speedboats that Iran has deployed in the Strait of Hormuz. And I just want to hear your commentary on that, because to me that's very interesting, knowing that these really slow, old planes are operating. I know that this plane is kind of built for ground invasions and the, like titanium steel armor and whatnot. Like they can actually take a lot of hits. But I found it very interesting that they are actually operating very slow moving air vehicles in Hormuz as of right now. And my understanding is that the way they kind of conduct these operations, they're very limited in scale, that F-22s or F-35s do mass bombing campaigns in the coastal areas. And then following these big attacks, then following that, what they would do is they'll bring in the jamming systems, and then maybe some of these lighter, smaller operations are being conducted on the Strait of Hormuz. And I want to know if you've got insight on that, and what that might mean, and how significant that is, or if I'm just reading false reports. I just want clarity on it.
Yeah, you're talking about the Warthogs, which are indeed slow in relevance to the Su-35. Just in the Russians, the 34 BM and the S-35S. Look, what the Russians have noticed that if you look at the difference between And let's just say what it is. The Russians' jet fighters have been wholly integrated into Iranian methodology. But in the last 4 years, what the Russians have done, they've only just brought out what's called the Su-57, which Algeria have bought some of them, and they have more going, was that instead of upgrading, say, to what the Americans have done with the F-35, which is, a master, it has many traits, but master of none, except what looks like total failure. What they have done is they've upgraded their missile systems. So you can have a slower, more maneuverable plane like what is the Su-57 with what they have, the best number one by far air-to-air missiles on the planet, the R-37M, which is a 420 kilometer kill range, maximum safe distance about 340 to 350. The Americans don't even have 220. Not even close, and their rate of success is low. So one of the opinions has been that the Russians who have delivered S-300, S-400 systems they have not been used yet. Everything is waiting for the large assault. I said this several weeks ago. That's exactly what they're waiting on. They have not pulled the pin on it. They're waiting for the bombers to come over. They're waiting for closer air-to-air, attacks, and they let rip. The Russians have, if you look at what they are using in Ukraine, the Panzer system, the Tor system, of course, they have the S-300 and S-400 upgrades at a fraction of the price, literally 1/3 the price of what a Patriot is. They're roughly about 1 to 1.3 million, depending on the spec of it, against what a Patriots can be, 4 to 7.8 million, and the TAD's 12 million. So the Russians have more quantity, better quality at less price, and that's why their cost load is a quarter that of the American defense spending budget. Yet they are providing better munitions. So instead of spending a fortune upgrading, the super fast, Mach whatever on their jet fighters, they spent their money wisely on the missile systems. And guess what? Who done it as well? The Iranians. That's exactly what they've done. So they both learned off of each other. So they're basically waiting for the attack to begin, and then you'll see them dropping out of the sky. I mean, this should be well known to America.
David, would you be saying, let's just assume some of these A-10s are hovering over the Strait of Hormuz right now, and Apache helicopters themselves are hovering over the Strait of Hormuz in very light windows, let's just say. Would you say that Iran is strategically allowing them to kind of do these small operations? Would you say that's the strategy?
Yeah, I mean, it's 2,000-year-old Sun Tzu, appear weak, and then when your enemy least expects it, you slam them with a sledgehammer. That has been the modus operandi of Russia for the last 3.5 years, going back to September 22, when they created the Surovikin line, and that's why they've slaughtered so many of the Ukrainian forces, 2 million of them. They advance, and then they appear weak. I mean, it's ridiculous how they're still falling for it, but they are even still tonight around Kupiansk and Liman. They appear weak, so the Ukrainians rush forward. Just visualize, the Iranians are looking weak. Your enemy comes upon you because they believe you are weak, and then you surround them and you slap them. In Russia's case, they'd wait for a cauldron, a pre-designated, pre-targeted cauldron to occur, and then they'd launch the Katyusha flamethrower and also artillery, and just simply wipe out everybody. So this is the same methodology that is now going to be carried over to air defense over Iran. But I just want to say that the Russians have already done this technique in Ukraine in the air. That is why 675 aircraft, including helicopters, the Russians have taken down of the Ukrainian Air Force, let's call it NATO Air Force, with mostly Poles, Germans, Italians, and even British pilots that have also gone down with them. The Russians lost, I think, 37. So 37 against 678, I believe, is the figure. And they did exactly the same. They draw your enemy in, they line up your missile systems, and you knock them out of the sky like flies. And that is exactly what Iran has. Iran probably has more, actually. Air defense systems for short-range flight to take down fighters. And they're very, very, very well capable. As I said, the Russians have provided technology that has augmented the Iranian systems. And it's Sun Tzu. Appear weak, draw your enemy in, and take them out. I mean, how many of these fighters have we seen over Iran? What?
Thanks, David. I just want to jump in really quickly, guys, because we're only 10 minutes away from Trump's speech. And I did say, for the people that weren't here at the beginning of the space, this is important because the president of Iran, Pezeshkian, wrote a letter to the American people. And some of you will not have heard me reading it out earlier. I know some of the people, Dynamic, for example, on YouTube, were asking for it to be read out again. And I think it's an important one because it might frame or give an understanding or see what Iran is preparing the American people for in terms of Trump's speech. So I just want to read it out quickly and then I'll give the mic right back to you and then we'll wait for Trump's speech to start. So he says, "In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, to the people of the United States of America and to all those who, amid a flood of distortions and manufactured narratives, continue to seek the truth and aspire to a better life," which is pretty much all of us here, right? We're in the manufactured narratives, flood of distortions, and we continue to seek the truth and aspire to a better life. And this is his message. Iran, by this very name, character, and identity, is one of the oldest continuous civilizations in human history. Despite its historical and geographical advantages at various times, Iran has never, in its modern history, chosen the path of aggression, expansion, colonialism, or domination. Even after enduring occupation, invasion, and sustained pressure from global powers, and despite possessing military superiority over many of its neighbors, Iran has never initiated a war. Yet it has resolutely and bravely repelled those who have attacked it. The Iranian people harbor no enmity towards other nations, including the people of America, Europe, or neighboring countries. Even in the face of repeated foreign interventions and pressures throughout their proud history, Iranians have consistently drawn a clear distinction between governments and the people they govern. This is a deeply rooted principle in Iranian culture and collective consciousness, not a temporary political stance. For this reason, portraying Iran as a threat is neither consistent with historical reality nor with present-day observable facts. Such a perception is the product of political and economic whims of the powerful, the need to manufacture an enemy in order to justify pressure, maintain military dominance, sustain the arms industry, and control strategic markets. In such an environment, if a threat does not exist, it is invented. Within this framework, the United States has concentrated the largest number of its forces, bases, and military capabilities around Iran, a country that, at least since the founding of the United States, has never initiated a war. Recent American aggressions launched from these very bases have demonstrated how threatening such a military presence truly is. Naturally, no country confronted with such conditions would forego strengthening its defense capabilities. What Iran has done and continues to do is a measured response grounded in legitimate self-defense and by no means an initiation of war or aggression. Relations between Iran and the United States were not originally hostile, and early interactions between the Iranian and American people were not marred with hostility or coup d'etat, an illegal American 1953 intervention. The turning point, however, was the intervention aimed at preventing the nationalization of Iran's own resources. That coup disrupted Iran's democratic process, reinstated dictatorship, and sowed deep distrust among Iranians towards US policies. This distrust deepened further with America's support for the Shah's regime, its backing of Saddam Hussein during the imposed war of the 1980s, the imposition of the longest and most comprehensive sanctions in modern history, and ultimately unprovoked military aggression twice in the midst of negotiations against Iran. Yet all these pressures have failed to weaken Iran. On the contrary, the country has grown stronger in many areas. Literacy rates have tripled. Higher education has expanded dramatically. Significant advances have been made in achieving advancement in modern technology. Healthcare services have improved, and infrastructure has developed at a pace and scale incomparable to the past. These are measurable, observable realities that stand independent of fabricated narratives. At the same time, the destructive and inhumane impact of sanctions, war, and aggression on the lives of the resilient Iranian people must not be underestimated. The continuation of military aggression and recent bombings profoundly affect people's lives, attitudes, and perspectives. This reflects a fundamental human truth. When war inflicts irreparable harm on lives, homes, cities, and futures, people will not remain indifferent towards those responsible. This raises a fundamental question. Exactly which of the American people's interests are truly being served by this war? Was there any objective threat from Iran to justify such behavior? Does the massacre of innocent children, the destruction of cancer treatment pharmaceutical facilities, or boasting about bombing a country back to the Stone Ages serve any purpose other than furthering damaging the United States' global standing? Iran pursued negotiations, reached an agreement, and fulfilled all its commitments. The decision to withdraw from that agreement escalated towards confrontation and launched 2 acts of aggression in the midst of negotiations were destructive choices made by the United States government, choices that served the delusions of a foreign aggressor. Attacking Iran's vital infrastructure, including energy and industrial facilities, directly targets the Iranian people. Beyond constitution a war crime, such actions carry consequences that extend far beyond Iran's borders. They generate instability, increased human and economic costs, and perpetuate cycles of tension, planting seeds of resentment that will endure for years. This is not a demonstration of strength. It is a sign of strategic bewilderment and an inability to achieve a sustainable solution. Is it not also the case that America has entered this aggression as a proxy for Israel, influenced and manipulated by that regime? Is it not true that Israel, by manufacturing an Iranian threat, seeks to divert global attention away from its crimes towards the Palestinians? Is it not evident that Israel now aims to fight Iran to the last American soldier and the last American taxpayer dollar, shifting the burden of its delusions onto Iran, the region, and the United States itself in pursuit of illegitimate interests? Is America First truly among the priorities of the US government today? I invite you to look beyond the machinery of misinformation, an integral part of this aggression, and speak instead with those who have visited Iran. Observe the many accomplished Iranian immigrants educated in Iran who now teach and conduct research at the world's most prestigious universities or contribute to the most advanced technology firms in the West. Do these realities align with the distortions you're being told about Iran and its people? Today, the world stands at a crossroads. Continuing along the path of confrontation is more costly and futile than ever before. The choice between confrontation and engagement is both real and consequential. Its outcome will shape the future for generations to come. Throughout its millennia of proud history, Iran has outlasted many aggressors. All that remains of them are tarnished names in history, while Iran endures, resilient, dignified, and proud. That was a letter, guys, from the Iranian president to the people of America. I'll pass it back to you, Suleiman.
Thanks for that. Appreciate it. Guys, the Professor Morandi interview has been delayed by 1 hour. So it's going to be 4:30 a.m. Eastern now, as opposed to 3:30 a.m. Eastern. This is why you need to follow the channel and have your notifications on the channel, because as you can see, these interviews can be delayed here and there. You don't want to miss Professor Morandi. It's going to be, I believe it'll probably be the first interview he reacts to the White House statement to Donald Trump's statement. So you're going to hear it right from him. Like, I always want to see it. Whenever something major happens, I want to see Professor Morandi's statement and see what the Iranian perspective is on it. Well, you're going to get it live on our space. Sorry, on the, well, space is if you get me 5,000 followers, which is highly unlikely. But you're going to see it on the YouTube channel. So make sure you're following the YouTube channel. It's the Tweet in the Nest. Make sure you're following it. Big news, big information. We're going to be streaming it soon. I am watching it. It's not live at the moment, but it will be live at some point. He's always a bit late. He's never on time, is Donald Trump. Also, currently right now, there are missiles heading towards Israel. While the Trump announcement is about to be announced, which is kind of hilarious, I think. In addition to that, the Americans are bombing the ports on the Strait of Hormuz. I thought wasn't Manco on here telling us that they don't care about the Strait of Hormuz anymore? But they're bombing the ports in it, so quite clearly they're trying to soften the area before any possible escalation in that situation. So we have a joint Hezbollah Iranian missile attack on Israel, explosions heard in Israel right now. So explosions heard in Israel. So that's their gift to the Israelis while the Trump speech goes on. Quite ominous, one would argue. Yeah, make sure you retweet the space. Make sure you re-share the space. We're live.
Thank you very much.
We're going to be... Okay.
My fellow Americans, good evening. Let me begin by congratulating the team at NASA and our brave astronauts on the successful launch of Artemis 2. It was quite something. It will be traveling further than any manned rocket has ever flown and will very substantially pass the moon, go around it, and come back home from a distance that has never been done before. It's amazing. They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. The one that God bless those four unbelievable astronauts. As we speak this evening, it's been just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left. Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing, in America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger than ever before. Before discussing this current situation, I also want to thank our troops for the...
Sorry, Simon, I think Beatrice accidentally muted it. Accidentally the co-host, flipping on. Sorry guys, 2 seconds, is about to come back on again.
We have by far the strongest military anywhere in the world, and now we're working along with Venezuela and are in a true sense joint venture partners. We're getting along incredibly well in the production and sale of massive amounts of oil and gas, the second largest reserves on earth after the United States of America. We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have, but we're there to help our allies. Tonight, I want to provide an update on the tremendous progress our warriors have made in Iran and discuss why Operation Epic Fury is necessary for the safety of America and the security of the free world. From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. This fanatical regime has been chanting death to America, death to Israel for 47 years. Their proxies were behind the murder of 241 Americans in the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut, the slaughter of hundreds of our service members with roadside bombs. They were involved in the attack on the USS Cole, and they carried out the countless other heinous acts, including the just horrible, bloody atrocities of October 7th in Israel, something that most people have never seen anything like it. This murderous regime also recently killed 45,000 of their own people who were protesting in Iran. 45,000 dead. For these terrorists to have nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat. The most violent and thuggish regime on earth would be free to carry out their campaigns of terror, coercion, conquest, and mass murder from behind a nuclear shield. I will never let that happen, and neither should any of our past presidents. This situation has been going on for 47 years and should have been handled long before I arrived in office. I did many things during my 2 terms in office to stop the quest for nuclear weapons by Iran first. And perhaps most importantly, I killed General Qasem Soleimani in my first term. He was an evil genius, brilliant person, a horrible human being, however, the father of the roadside bomb. And he lived just horrible what he did. Iran would have been perhaps in far better, stronger position. He lived, we would have had probably a different conversation tonight. But you know what? We'd still be winning and winning big. And then, very importantly, I terminated Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, a disaster. Obama gave them $1.7 billion in cash, green cash, took it out of banks from Virginia, D.C., and Maryland, all the cash they had, flew it by airplanes in an attempt to buy their respect and loyalty, but it didn't work. They laughed at our president and went on with their mission to have a nuclear bomb. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear weapons for Iran. And they would have had them years ago, and they would have used them. Would have been a different world. There would have been no Middle East and no Israel right now, in my opinion, the opinion of a lot of great experts. Had I not terminated that terrible deal, I was so honored to do it. I was so proud to do it. It was so bad right from the beginning. Essentially, I did what no other president was willing to do. They made mistakes, and I am correcting them. My first preference was always the path of diplomacy, yet the regime continued their relentless quest for nuclear weapons and rejected every attempt at an agreement. For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities, an Operation Midnight Hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Those beautiful B-2 bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites. Wanted to produce as many missiles as possible, and they did, with the longest range possible. And they had some weapons that nobody believed they had. We just learned that out. We took them out. We took them all out so that no one would really dare stop them. And their race for a nuclear bomb, a nuclear weapon like nobody's ever seen before. They were right at the doorstep. For years, everyone has said that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons, but in the end, those are just words if you're not willing to take action when the time comes. As I stated in my announcement of Operation Epic Fury, our objectives are very simple and clear. We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America or project power outside of their borders. That means eliminating Iran's navy, which is now absolutely destroyed, hurting their air force and their missile program at levels never seen before, and annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their navy is gone, their air force is gone, their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it, and tonight I'm pleased to say that these core strategic objectives are nearing completion. As we celebrate this progress, we think especially of the 13 American warriors who have laid down their lives in this fight to prevent our children from ever having to face a nuclear Iran. Twice this past month, I've traveled to Dover Air Force Base, and it's been something. I wanted to be with those heroes as they return to American soil, and I was with them and their families, their parents, their wives, their husbands. We salute them, and now we must honor them by completing the mission for which they gave their lives. And every single one of the people, their loved ones said, "Please, sir, please finish the job," every one of them. And we are going to finish the job, and we're going to finish it very fast. We're getting very close. I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. They've been great, and we will not let them get hurt or fail in any way, shape, or form. Many Americans have been concerned to see the recent rise in gasoline prices here at home. This short-term increase has been entirely the result of the Iranian regime launching deranged terror attacks against commercial oil tankers in neighboring countries that have nothing to do with the conflict. This is yet more proof that Iran can never be trusted with nuclear weapons. They will use them, and they will use them quickly. It would lead to decades of extortion, economic pain, and instability worse than we can ever imagine. The United States has never been better prepared economically to confront this threat. You all know that. We built the strongest economy in history. We're going through it right now, the strongest in history. In 1 year, we've taken a dead and crippled country. I hate to say that, but we were a dead and crippled country after the last administration and made it the hottest country anywhere in the world by far, with no inflation, record-setting investments coming into the United States, over $18 trillion, and the highest stock market ever, with 53 all-time record highs in just 1 year. It all positioned us to get rid of a cancer that has long simmered. It's known as the nuclear Iran, and they didn't know what was coming. They've never imagined it. Remember, because of our drill baby drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we are #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet, without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela. Because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. Think of that, Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. And that number will soon be substantially higher than that. There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated, both militarily and economically and in every other way. And the countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. They must cherish it. They must grab it and cherish it. They can do it easily. We will be helpful, but they should take the lead in protecting the oil that they so desperately depend on. So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. Number one, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. We have so much. And number two, build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before. Should have done it with us, as we asked. Go to the strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy. And in any event, when this conflict is over, the strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because that's all they have to try and rebuild. It will resume the flowing, and the gas prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up. They haven't come down very much, frankly. They came down a little bit, but they've had some very good days over the last couple of days. We've done actually much better than I thought, but we had to take that little journey to Iran to get rid of this horrible threat. With our historic tax cuts, where people are just now talking about receiving larger refunds than they ever thought possible, they are getting so much more money than they thought. That's from the great big beautiful bill. Our economy is strong and improving by the day, and it will soon be roaring back like never before. It will top the levels that it was a month ago. I've made clear from the beginning of Operation Epic Fury that we will continue until our objectives are fully achieved. Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead. The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. The nuclear sites that we obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust, and we have it under intense satellite surveillance and control. If we see them make a move, even a move for it, we'll hit them with missiles very hard again. We have all the cards, they have none. It's very important that we keep this conflict in perspective. American involvement in World War I lasted 1 year, 7 months, and 5 days. World War II lasted for 3 years, 8 months, and 25 days. The Korean War lasted for 3 years, 1 month, and 2 days. The Vietnam War lasted for 19 years, 5 months, and 29 days. Iraq went on for 8 years, 8 months, and 28 days. We are in this military operation so powerful, so brilliant, against one of the most powerful countries for 32 days. And the country has been eviscerated and essentially is really no longer a threat. They were the bully of the Middle East, but they're the bully no longer. This is a true investment in your children and your grandchildren's future. The whole world is watching, and they can't leave the power, strength, and brilliance. They just can't believe what they're seeing. They leave it to your imagination, but they can't believe what they're seeing, the brilliance of the United States military. Tonight, every American can look forward to a day when we are finally free from the wickedness of Iranian aggression and the specter of nuclear blackmail. Because of the actions we have taken, we are on the cusp of ending Iran's sinister threat to America and the world. And I'll tell you, the world is watching. And when we do, when it's all over, the United States will be safer, stronger, more prosperous, and greater than it has ever been before. May God bless the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much and good night.
We are on the trend because Andrew, you're right. It's a nothing burger.
Wait, I'm the one who said it was going to be a nothing burger.
Oil is up $3 since the speech began.
He said everything I said. Andrew, did he or did he not? Did I not say
Yeah,
he's going
he
to say the
nailed.
Strait
Yep.
of
Wait, I
Hormuz?
thought
He
you and
just
Andrew said he's going to pull out. We told you guys he's not going to pull out.
No,
no.
I didn't say he was going to pull out.
Oil's up a few
I said he was
bucks.
going to talk about all his achievements.
No, he
I said he was going to talk about all his achievements. Sorry, Andy, just 1 second. I said he's going to talk about all his achievements and he's going to say the Strait of Hormuz, it's not our problem. We got loads of oil. The countries it impacts, they can go after it. Did I or did I not say that, Andrew, verbatim?
Verbatim, and I'm not a simp, but no, seriously, Beatrice, you did say that precisely. We have recording, we have witnesses.
Yeah, that's not how I recall it.
Because I'm a chick. Of course you
Oh,
can't.
Sully.
But you know, he can't give me credit for it. But one thing I will say, Suleiman,
Joe has
what
come
a
up to correct the record,
community
by the way,
on
Beatrix. But go
YouTube.
ahead, continue.
Because I was
Yeah,
right.
well, I'll come to Joe in a second. I'm going to come to you in 1 second, Joe, because I've got something to say to you as well. But what a community on YouTube. What a community. They were like, this is so, look at that. Now you've decided I'm right, huh, Jabba? Jabba, you were posting for Suleiman yesterday. Now you're saying I'm right. But I've got to give a shout out to the YouTube community. Every single one of them.
Can I reply now? First, it wasn't because of crypto.
Oh my God, they're literally saying I crashed the. I listen, guys, I did not crash the YouTube. And Simon, if you're still here, thank you so much for streaming that. Really appreciate it. Oh, there's Simon's back. Simon, thank you so much for streaming that.
Wait, why are you even on here? You was like,
I
I'm going to sleep. Can Simon stream it? So you met Simon stream it, then you didn't even go sleep.
No, I was downstairs. I had to just take care of some stuff. You know, I had to take care of some stuff. Otherwise, I would have done. But also, Simon, in honesty, I did say earlier that if it ends up being a State of Union address, we will stop the stream. I said that earlier on this stream. I wouldn't have put you through that, Simon. You know that.
I don't know.
So
You
yeah.
sound like you're very
Anyway,
much like Trump. It's all about me, me, me. maybe listening to so much made you become like him.
I was talking about the YouTube community, guys. I was giving you. Oh my God, I did not mess up the audio. I was saying you guys were brilliant. I was giving you praise on YouTube. And guys, you might have missed it. I was saying that you were brilliant. You saw through his speech. Your comments were on fire. Every single one of you is so like you're alive on the politics. And I think it's a community to be proud of. And then I also said that, because you missed this bit and it's really important. You're right. It was the dumbest speech ever. I also said that about 4 or 5 years ago, Joe had a 2-hour conversation with me about how Trump was a lying, cheating scumbag and he could not be believed on anything. And then guess what? Jonah went and voted for him. And it's because of people like Jonah that he's in power. And it's because of people like Jonah that now the Iran war's going on. So that's what I
YouTube,
wanted
can you
to
let me know
say.
if the sound is okay? Because some people are saying it's fine and some people aren't, so I can't tell if these are just new people trying to troll the space YouTube or not. Because I did refresh it a couple of times.
Let me check 1 sec. I'll check. I'll
I
check for you
appreciate
now,
it, brother.
Sully. 1 sec.
Can I reply now? Can you hear me?
Iran war's working fine. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, it's working fine.
Because of people like Jonah that
Can anyone hear me or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
First off, I didn't vote for Trump because of crypto. I voted for Trump because out of the two people, it was because of CBDCs, which is very different than crypto, because I always saw that as a huge threat. And then number two is the Democrats were not listening to the populace at all. Trump backtracks, right, constantly, a lot of times because he gets.
backtrack.
Hold on,
You mean
can I finish?
live? You mean live,
Can I finish?
Joa?
He's always been a liar. I've always said that. But he backtracks. Like he'll do, oh, we're gonna do tariffs 100%. Oh wait, the American people didn't like my base didn't like that. Let me go back and change the tariffs. Like he constantly does that. And that's why another reason why I thought he might be better. And I've always said he's not going to be any better when it comes to Palestine at all. There is no good choice for Palestine, right? And many people up here would believe that Kamala would be even worse than Trump when it comes to this subject. But today's speech is exactly what I said. I said he was going to test to poll the public. And what did he do? He did typical sales tactic, which is comparison, right? You compare it with stuff that took a long time, cost Americans a lot. Vietnam War, Iraq War, Afghan War, World War I, World War II. That's what you do in sales. You compare it to something. Look, you can get this cheaper. This will be done in a month. But look, it used to take us years to defeat countries, right? That's basically what he did. He just sale pitched the American people and he's waiting to see what kind of feedback he gets. Exactly what I said yesterday. That's the phase he's in. And depending on what the market does, which doesn't seem to be going his way, he will backtrack again if it doesn't go, if that pressure keeps mounting. Because that's what Trump
Oil
does.
future. Oil went up and S&P futures went down.
Yeah, I know. And
while he was
Bitcoin
talking.
dropped like a brick.
Yeah, no, the market will hate it. That's USW, oil above 100 again. Like that was just pure market manipulation. So he
I
gave.
don't think that was market manipulation. I think that really was a test to the American people to see what kind of feedback. That was a sales pitch. Everyone just watched the sales pitch.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
he said in there it's going to last 2 to 3 more weeks, right?
yeah, he framed 2 to 3 weeks.
But
So he's
Vietnam
prepping
took
people for 2 to
14.
3 weeks.
But Vietnam took 14 years.
Well, and he
So
also gave himself an
Exactly.
opening to have it escalate again. So he said if Iran doesn't do certain things, then we are going to, blow up all their power plants and stuff like that.
Yeah, he said that.
That
He
was
said that many times
literally
on
like
speech.
one of those. What was that old TV chat? I'm going to show my age here. Like QTV was it, where you used to shop on TV, and then they'd add all the scarcity, and
it's
they'd
an
add the knife.
infomercial.
Yeah, the
Isn't that like
infomercials.
HGTV or
Price
something?
is right. Price is right.
But that's what I said yesterday. This was going to be a polling expedition to see how the people react to it, and we just got his sales pitch.
I agree. And what was interesting
But when he
about
says,
it was...
Suleiman, I want to ask you a question. When he says, he said in that they told me every single person when I went to Dover 13, he claims only 13 Americans have died. We know that's not true. He says, every single member of their family said to me, finish the job, and I'm going to finish the job. What do you think that means? Do you think, Suleiman, it
Yeah,
means boots on the
I've
ground?
always thought it was going to be boots on the ground. Basically, 2 to 3 more weeks. What does that mean? So there's a couple of important points he said in there. He said 2 to 3 more weeks, but then more than that, something I think Joe just mentioned it. But he said the World War One took a year and a few months. He said World War Two took 5 years. He said Iraq took 8 years. He said, what else did he mention? He mentioned
Vietnam took
Vietnam,
14
19
or
years.
whatever.
yeah, exactly. So why would he try and frame that into people's minds to say years are wars, so months are not wars? So he's obviously gearing everybody up for this understanding that what he's going to do isn't as bad as what everyone else has done, but it's going to be long. Now, that's one point. The second point is he's already told you the minimum is 2 to 3 weeks. So 2 to 3 weeks to years. Now, just looking at the situation, there's no way they can continue going along what they're doing in the exact same manner for another 3 weeks. There's gonna have to be some form of escalation. So yeah, I'm still sticking to my point. I think it just even more adds to it. I think boots in the ground are coming.
Simon, the YouTube chat is saying it was QVC.
QVC, I remember, yeah. You know where they do the pitch, right? They build up the pitch, they add like the knives, and then they go to the scarcity, and then they make you think like it's the best thing ever. So he was like framing it down from like 18 years. But all you got to do is do another 2 to 3 weeks, and then we'll get the knife set. The economy will be great. You'll get the additional free bonus. And if you don't sign up in the next hour, it was just it's like every technique. I wonder who wrote that. Do you reckon Lockheed Martin? Lockheed Martin wrote the
I
thing.
had it with
Simon,
Joy.
look, he used a
Somebody on
tactic.
somebody on YouTube said that Manco probably
No,
wrote the script
he
for
used
him.
he
But yeah,
used
sorry,
two
Joe, go ahead.
tactics. One is the comparison tactic, right? Which is what he did with the comparison with the wars. And two, this isn't for you, this is for your children. So we can provide your children with a bright future. Do you understand? So he used those two tactics. They're known sales tactics.
It's just,
You know
but anyone
what?
that knows, like anyone that's been on these spaces and understands the history, like compare it to the letter that was released when you understand, 1953 Q, the coup, the removal of the democracy and replace it with a dictatorship, the installation of the Shah in order to prevent the nationalization of oil, like the entire history, the negotiations, the tearing up of JCPOA, and then compare it to Trump. And you just realize, like, like every politician is a complete scumbag. Like their job is just simply to gaslight and lie to the American people while they're raping you blind of your money, while you're paying the tab, while effectively you're paying for the largest state-sponsored terrorist organization in the world, while they just make weapon sales, and then they say it's
Wait,
for your
Simon,
children. Like that. I'm sorry,
there.
Manco. I'm sorry, Manco. Our countries are a disgrace. Our
No, but I'm going to
politicians
add
are
to what you're
disgusting.
saying is that the weapon sales that are going to come out of the way that he's resolving this are going to be massive because he's leaving Iran in place and saying the United States is not going to be dealing with them anymore, meaning that all of the Gulf countries are going to have to massively, massively increase their military sales purchases from the United States to be able to continue to deal with Iran because the United States is not going to be dealing with Iran on their behalf. And the biggest thing I think in the entire speech tonight was he just said to the world, the Strait of Hormuz is your problem. I wash my hands of it. Maybe you guys should look into taking care of that for your own sake. We don't need it.
But those are just words, and again, I keep saying that he keeps saying it because he keeps losing. So it's like corp. Like, I don't really want that street. I really don't want it. I don't want to win this game. Like, I don't want to win. I don't care if I win, but he really cares about if he wins. So today he bombed the port areas on the Strait of Hormuz. If we don't care about the Strait of Hormuz, why does he continue to bomb it? Why does he continue to bomb the ports? Why does he continue to bomb the area of the Strait of Hormuz? Why does he continue talking about it like he's obsessed with it? It's the opposite. He's
Well, I
saying that
mean,
because of frustration, because he's realizing that no matter what he says, what he does, what he wants, he just hasn't got the ability to open it. And this is like a frustration where, you know, when a kid knows he can't get what he wants. So he's like, I don't want it, I don't want it, but like he wants it.
well, they're all
Sully, just to
military
add,
targets. It's not like the United States is going to give like a no attack zone around the Strait of Hormuz to allow Iran to like bring as much power as it can to bear. If they see military targets anywhere, they're going to attack them.
It's not about seeing it.
But he's not talking about.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Manko, he's not talking about military targets, right? What Suleiman's saying to you is that, like, from week one, he kind of said he was going to go after the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran said, "Come then, bring it on, come on, bring it on." And then after that, all he does is beat up UK, Europe, and the GCC, saying, "You guys should go there. You guys should do it. Why aren't you guys doing it? I'm going to pull out of NATO. You guys are paper tiger. You guys need to go get it. Why aren't you going to the Strait of Hormuz?" Like, he's a man obsessed about the Strait of freaking Hormuz. And what? Iran today said, we're going to start charging now. It's our strait and we're charging. Notice how he didn't mention that in that little
Oh,
speech he did.
And by
So
the
it's not
way,
about military targets. You know
didn't
what I
you
mean?
notice all today I saw multiple like reports, like media reports saying that Trump was going to talk about ground troops today, and he didn't do that. And there was one other thing that I think you mentioned, Beatrix, that reminded me of this, that they said he was going to talk about today, and he didn't talk about that either. So there were like two big things,
No,
and
that's
they
not
What
weren't
did I
actually in his
mention?
speech.
Everything I mentioned. No, you're mixing up two things. Everything I mentioned, he talked about. What Bloomberg said he was going to talk about, he didn't. And I reported that from Bloomberg, not from me. I said he's going to big himself up. He's going to say, I've achieved this, that, and the other, and we're going to continue. I said he's not going to announce boots on the ground, but he's going to talk about the Strait of Hormuz, and he's going to say, I'm not bothered about the Strait of Hormuz. The European Union and the Gulf countries could go deal with it. They need the oil. We've got enough oil. And that's exactly what he said. That's what I said he was going to say. Because the guy's a moron. Like, even the YouTube chat, you should have followed it. Manko, they were on it like a car bonnet. I'm not joking. They were like, oh my God, these lies, he's lying. And they compared it to that letter, as Simon was saying. Like, it was just full of lies.
but you might as well. You might as
Beatrix,
well have had George Bush there. You might have as well have had Obama, Netanyahu, Biden, Clinton, Trump. They're all the same. Like if that was a speech from a drain the swamp, I'm different. We're taking on the deep state. Anti-war. Let's make America great again. You literally could have just replaced Trump with Biden, with Netanyahu, with any of them. They're all just reading the speech of Lockheed Martin that's placed in front of them, and they're pretending like they're in charge. It's just, it's just like if I just don't know how anyone can even be thinking about voting or who's the next leader. The next leader, even if it's Tucker Carlson, whoever it is, they will only get in power if they're willing to read the same script about weapons of mass destruction. You know why? Because the stock market is based upon it. It requires it. It's structural. It is a war machine and it needs more war. And that's what it does. This is GDP. This is what you call growth. And this is the end of a cycle. And this is how, this is how you declare victory while you're losing. Like everyone needs to prepare them. Everyone
Simon,
needs to prepare themselves. You're wasting time thinking that there's any way of solving this through politics. Like you just need to look after yourself. Like really, because there's no solution to
Simon,
this shit.
hey Simon, on the topic of negotiations, I think Trump's been very. It's been very interesting to hear Trump's exact words on that specific topic in the last 24 hours, including this speech. So 24 hours ago, he had a speech. Well, there's a clip that's been playing where they asked Trump like, where are we at in terms of negotiations? And he kind of leaned on JD Vance. I don't know if you guys have seen this clip. It was in the last 24 hours. And JD Vance, when he asked him how the negotiations going, JD Vance, I kid you not, he hesitated in his response. And right after that, Donald Trump literally said, I think there's a deal. I think, he said it 3 times, I think. And then today in his speech, he's saying, if Iran wants to make a deal. And I guess from what I'm seeing, it doesn't sound like there is any clear agreements that are concrete right now in terms of negotiations, based on just the wordings that I'm hearing in Donald Trump's statements in the last 24
You might
hours.
as well read a Batman comic and analyze it and try and think if that tells you something about what's really going on. Like if you're reading American politicians' words, and it's like you might as well listen to Keir Starmer to find out why he's going to war, like, and why he's sending weapons to Ukraine. There's nothing to read in it. Like there's
Now,
nothing.
there are
No,
elements,
but they
but there are elements inside of a script where you kind of go off script. And, you know, I just found it very interesting. There were moments around negotiations or around deals or agreements being made. And if I just feel a lot of uncertainty when that was kind of being elaborated
everything
on.
they say is about trying to reframe while they're raping the American people and they're asset stripping the country and they're getting wealthy off the back of death, destruction, terrorism, rape, and pillage. And what is the combination of words that I need to say to confuse the American people into believing me for a second that something good might work out here? It's complete bullshit.
So one thing is, I do think that some aspects of the speech are important because it does give you indicators of what's going on. And I think, like, for example, the one we highlighted, I think that does kind of give you why or how he's trying to manipulate the American public or the world actually into a couple of things. One is obviously he's already conditioned them into thinking that this could last 3 weeks to a year and this won't be a war, even if that does. The second thing he's conditioned them is to his supporters anyway. The MAGA only that bit only works in the MAGA is like the straight. He didn't really ever care about the straight. So there is certain manipulative points that he said in there in order to kind of manipulate the masses. But I do think that the speech, in terms of what happened in the speech, we mentioned this in our interview, right, Simon? We said there was 3 possibilities. One was that he pulls out. One was he announces ground invasion, but I don't think he'd announce a ground invasion unless it already started. Or the third one was he'd literally just give a speech where he doesn't really say anything. And he's obviously said that where he's neither done A or B. And I guess then again, so it'd be interesting to see like how the market reacts to it. But I've been perplexed by this whole market anyway. It just seems like people are. It seems like I just don't get it. If it's based on sentiment, then sentiment is just very low IQ, and it just shows that these traders are not very smart. Because for
But
me, in 5 weeks, it's been day 33. Nothing's changed. The war has continued. There's not been no form of retraction in the war. It's going to continue for at least 3 weeks, as per what he said. So it's going to be at least 55 days. The war is going to be. So the fact that the market is reacting like, oh, the war's about to end any second now, just shows how stupid and how fake the market is.
Either that or they're just offloading positions and they're looking for Trump to create some strength and liquidity so they can offload. I think there's mass dumping of I don't think they're stupid. I think they're just looking for manipulations to dump stocks.
yeah, and by the
Let's not
way,
forget
Yeah,
he
he
that
gave
makes
just
a
sense.
pretty clear
moved.
roadmap. So he has said 2 to 3 weeks to get a deal. He'll be done bombing. He'll get a deal. And if there's no deal, he says we're going to bomb the power plants. So if you believe that there's going to be a deal, which I don't, then if you believe that there's going to be a deal, then the war's over. If you don't believe there's going to be a deal, and I don't think anyone in here thinks there's going to be a deal,
I
then what
do.
he's
I
I
actually
think
think
there'll be
saying
a
is
deal.
that he
half of the
plans to
people in here
escalate the war.
half of the people think here that there's going to be a deal. Half of us don't think there's going to be a deal. What he said isn't unique, Manko. I think you're not reading his tweets. He said everything he said on the speech, he said on the tweets. I'm going to destroy their power plants. I'm going to destroy this. You've got 2 days' notice. That was his original roadmap, which was 2 days' notice. I don't know what happened to that roadmap, but it completely became redundant. Then they had to do an update of the roadmap, and it was 5 days. Then that roadmap became redundant. Then you had to do an update of that roadmap, and it was 10 days. And now your claim is that the update is 21 days. So So the updates are continuing, but in terms of his statement about destroying the power plants and this 3 week thing is just exactly the same as what he said previously and the previous deadlines he made. Guys, those who are on YouTube, first of all, really appreciate you. And on the X Space, there is a tweet in the nest. It is the new YouTube channel. We're still going to be posting on the YouTube channel, the normal one. We'll be streaming the spaces on the normal YouTube channel and the daily update videos, which I'm probably going to... Actually, let me check. So I was going to do another interview now. But straight after that interview, I'll probably do one. But in addition to that, that one, the YouTube channel that's in the one that's pinned in the YouTube, we're doing the interviews on that. And the interviews on that, just to let you know, some of the interviews that are happening, we're going to have Ryan Dawson coming on in a few minutes. We're going to have, who else we're going to have on? We've got Professor Morandi coming on at 4:30 a.m. Eastern. We have, we've got the Reason and Theology coming at 12. We've got Larry Johnson coming at 3. We've got Carrie Prager coming at 3. And then Trita Parsi coming at 5. So we've got about 6-7 interviews lined up today. So it's going to be pretty awesome. So make sure you're following that new channel with just the interviews, because everything was just getting cluttered. And obviously we think that they may ban us. But just want to welcome SNEAKO onto the stage. SNEAKO, how are you doing?
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me? Is everything good?
Alaikum assalam. Yeah, doing good. How are you?
Wa alaikum
How are
assalam.
you, everybody? So I'm assuming we all just listened to that disastrous speech from Trump. He didn't announce anything new. It is funny that it's the 33rd day. I think the major takeaways from that speech are Trump saying that he doesn't even need to be in Iran, but he's still there. Okay, if we don't need to be there, let's go home. Oil prices are surging right now. It's surging past $100. The crude oil, different averages show 112, 103. It's time to buy a horse. I'm going to invest in a saddle because, man, I don't know if we're going to be able to afford gas the same way. But what a bad speech. Didn't say any new information. And now, you know, it's super funny. Instead of 30,000 protesters, it's like the new 6 million. Apparently, there's 45,000 protesters. There's no footage. There's no release of the names. They keep talking about the nuclear weapon, even though they deny having a nuclear weapon, and Israel has nukes. So there's no end in sight. And he tried to save face by comparing this conflict. He keeps calling it a conflict, but he compares it to Iraq War, compares it to World War I, World War II, Korean War. So if it's not if it's a conflict, then why are you comparing it to a war? What a bad speech. It almost felt like a humiliation ritual, like a really weird, sick April Fool's joke.
Yeah. I think there was, obviously, he's given us some pointers in terms of timeline, right? What we know now, as a matter of fact, is the war's not going to last. So the war's at a minimum going to last 3 weeks, because he said 2 to 3 more weeks. And we know it could last up to a year, because I think that him informing everybody of the timeline of those wars, the World War One being over a year, World War Two being 5 years, Iraq War being 8 years, the Vietnam War being 19 years. Him saying that is to manipulate the public into thinking wars last years, so that if this war does last months, you're conditioned to think that it's not as bad as this long-term war, which he's promised that he'll never ever do. So I think from that, what we can take is it's going to be minimum 3 years and could be up to a year.
Yeah, I mean, look, he was also the administration where he said 2 weeks to stop the spread. So look, there's I think that speech with the major takeaways of why oil is surging is we could tell this is going to last a lot longer than originally predicted. He kept bragging about Venezuela and Operation Midnight Hammer. I think he thought originally that this is going to be another Venezuela, and I'm completely vindicated. I think you are too, Suleiman, in saying that the Venezuela regime change, that was going to be a disaster. That whole point, the whole purpose of Venezuela regime change and kidnapping Maduro was to find a different source of oil in case the Strait of Hormuz being closed, which again, he keeps talking about that being closed and how they're gonna reopen it. It's just gonna naturally reopen. How stupid. Do you think that it's just gonna naturally? And this was the case before the war started. This is how it was before. So the objectives are unclear. He didn't even outline it. And now it seems like one of the major priorities is reopening it, which is exactly what it was before February 28th.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. And if you look at it, because a lot of the MAGA guys are kind of like deluded, because what he does is he changes his requirements or what his conditions are or what his objectives are for the war. So initially, his objectives were very clear: no nuclear enrichment, no ballistics over 300 kilometers, no support of the resistance groups, whether it's Hamas, Hezbollah, or the Houthis. Those were the three main, and regime change as the four. So those were the four main objectives, and he's failed at every single one. I know he wants to convince the public that he's conducted 2 regime change, he said yesterday, which is hilarious because it's literally the son who's taken over. But those were the 4 main objectives, and I think what he's realized is he's not going to succeed in those objectives, and that's why they're trying to change them. But what was interesting was Hegseth today or yesterday said that if we do boots on the ground, you should trust the President of the United States of America. What's your thoughts? Do you think the boots on the ground are going to be happening? And if so, in what parameters and where?
I think it's inevitable. I think it makes sense that the invasion will be on Kog Island. I do believe that it could be 5,000 Marines. Similar to Iwo Jima, I think Iwo Jima took 7,000 to be able to take that island. I think the major predictions are it's Kog Island. I can expect that within the next week or so. They're probably going to try to time it up with the market. And the fact that he didn't rule it out is very telling. If he wasn't going, that was the major question. I think everybody was expecting him to announce or deny ground troops. But the fact that he avoided the question and reiterated that he's going to stay in this war, although saying that we decimated their Navy, decimated their Air Force. Well, the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. So how does that follow any of that logic? But yeah, I think that it's going to be very soon. And a lot of people are going to die, unfortunately.
Okay, so when that happens, what do you think happens next? Because you're saying they're going to go for the island. You're saying they're going to fail when they attempt to take an island. What happens after that? They failed, then what happens next?
I think we probably stay in this conflict for a long time. I think this could drag out years, and eventually the strategy will be retreating and declaring victory because the Ayatollah was assassinated. So there's not going to be anything achieved. The objectives are not real. And you're right, that the MAGA cult, if you're still a Trump supporter at this point, the speeches where he's comparing himself to Jesus, and we're seeing his spiritual advisor, Paula, direct prayers towards him, and they're trying to turn him into the Messiah. If you guys are still a Trump supporter, you're going to fall head over heels for the Antichrist. So that's probably what's going to happen. They're going to launch a ground troop invasion, going to be a major disaster, and then eventually retreat after years and still declare victory. Although they don't even understand what regime change is. Regime change used to be you need to deploy thousands of troops like in Iraq to make sure that they follow democracy and Western values. Now they're saying regime change is killing the leader, although they have new leadership that's following the exact same objectives. This is not real regime change.
But just based on what you're saying, because you're saying the ground invasion is going to take a few years, so you believe that there's actually not only going to be a ground invasion to the islands, but you believe there's going to be a ground invasion into mainland Iran. Is that right?
We'll see. I'm not certain, but I think that's inevitable without any real exit strategy. And I'm seeing a lot of reports where Israelis are not going to deploy any IDF soldiers, so it's going to be reliant upon us. I think Kog Island will be a disaster, and so the next goal is to go into the mainland Iran. And it's surrounded by these giant mountains. They're clearly prepared. They set up traps. They're ready for this war for 20 years. This is not Iraq. The IRGC is completely different. So yeah, I could be incorrect, but based on that speech, it doesn't seem like this is going to end anytime soon. So it's inevitable they go into mainland Iran.
Yeah, that's my position, by the way. I agree with that. I actually think that that's actually what's the real plan. I think what's going to happen is they're going to do the ground invasion, irrespective of which island they do, whether they do the Kag Island, whether they do the 3 Hormuz Islands, whether they do the 3 islands which the UAE control, Abu Musa and the Lesser and Greater Tanub. Whichever of those they go for, there is going to be a huge loss of life, a significant loss of life. And when the significant loss of life happens, then what you've got 2 choices. You either retreat or you escalate. Retreat would be the biggest failure and the biggest embarrassment in the history of the United States of America. I think retreating now would be, never mind retreating after you have a huge loss of American lives. And then the situation is going to be escalation. They're going to use those dead bodies to galvanize the American public. I think the American public will be easily emotionally manipulated when they see the dead bodies of their own soldiers going back home in caskets. And then I do believe that they will do the ground invasion, likely through Chandahar, and try and take it from there.
It's the sunk cost fallacy. They've already invested so much money. Hegseth wants $200 billion more, so they can't leave now. They're just going to keep on sending troops, sending bombs, and pouring more money into this failure of a war. They have no option because they just want to avoid humiliation from the rest of the world, even though it's already setting in. Every single day we stay in this war, the more humiliated we become.
And that's what it is, right? Because Trump has no choice. He's now stuck. Like, I was thinking now, there's no way he's going to pull out because this would be total failure on all parameters. And so it's right. It is the sunken cost fallacy. It is basically now having no choice but to continue. But the other factor is Israel as well. They can't pull out when they have Israel who is controlling them. Because let's say they were to pull out now, where would that leave Israel? They're right now fighting a ground invasion against Hezbollah. They're losing significantly in all of the various areas, whether it's the south or the east. And similarly, they fight, and even through Syria, which Jelani is helping them with, or even if it's through the losing in the war against Iran. So they've got no choice but to continue. He's actually stuck. He has no choice because the only way this war ends is if he makes a deal with Iran, and Iran doesn't want to make a deal at the moment.
Seems like it's going to just be a complete disaster. I am paying attention close to the economy. We're hearing from the chairman of the Federal Reserve saying that the amount of debt we have, it's now reached $39 trillion, that this is going to be, looking at these numbers, it could be complete failure. Oil prices are surging. Gold is tanking right now. I do want to invest more into gold, but now that there's an alternative to the petrodollar, you can see they're charging $2 million per toll on the Strait of Hormuz, using the yuan as the main currency instead of the petrodollar. I don't see the American empire having the same strength that they had. Look at NATO. They're begging NATO to join. They don't want to join. So who do they have? Their allies right now, Americans' allies, are Israel and the GCC, who we credited in the speech. I don't see how America can maintain the same reputation as being the world empire anymore.
Well, yeah, we do have a lot of financial experts on the space, like Simon and Gary, and we have many who come out throughout the day, and they've been quite specific that this is getting to a point of no return. It's already there, and people are going to be suffering for at least a year if it was to stop right now, and it's not going to stop right now. So the situation is irreversible when it comes to the financial situation. There's just nothing anyone can do. We're basically at a point where the situation is completely broken. But in terms of specifically this war, in terms of what's happening, what you've basically got is a scenario where the war has to continue. The war has to continue in the exact same manner. And when you look at the situation, you talk about the power of America. The American empire is dead. It was demonstrated not just in terms of NATO, you're quite right about that, but the fact that the Gulf states, he was unable to defend the Gulf states and they're being absolutely annihilated and destroyed. That tells you a lot, although you all know my position on the Gulf. I believe they're cooked and they are weak and they're under the feet of the United States of America. And I believe they'll never leave there because of the psychological, sociological, colonized nature. So these people will not change their minds. They will remain underneath the feet of Trump. And hence why, even after being destroyed and decimated, they paid another $22 billion to the United States of America for more military equipment. But yeah, in terms of from a perspective of people understanding that the American regime cannot defend those Gulf nations, that just tells you all of it. And actually, if the Gulf nations were sovereign nations, they would move away from the United States of America and go elsewhere. But obviously, my view is they will never move away because they are weak Zionist nations.
It's unfortunate because the Arab states and the GCC, if they united against Israel, they could topple Israel. But a lot of the leaders, I'm not trying to pinpoint any, but they seem to have an inferiority complex. The way that they stand up when Trump tells them to stand up, the way Trump says publicly that they have to kiss his ass, it's embarrassing to see. And if they worked with each other, they wouldn't have to be subservient to Israel, but they don't. And I do feel bad for a lot of the people in the UAE. I've seen on your space, you've had those debates because they have business there, they have real estate there. But, look at the way he's giving them credit. Trump's giving them credit for supporting them and allying. It's embarrassing, really, for the Muslim world. And this is, again, why I think it's important to unite, because Iran right now, they're doing what I think the Arab world should be doing, and they're not.
Yeah, I mean, look, I do think that the Gulf states are united. I do believe that they're one block, but it just shows that even when they're one block, when it comes to, as you said, inferiority complex, or as I would describe it, the colonized mind, the mind that is subservient to the power that is the United States of America, these people will not change. And I think I just differ with you slightly in terms of the UAE. I believe the UAE is evil. I believe that it's the sister of Israel. I believe that there is not much difference between them, except that the UAE has been probably murdering black people, and people care less when it's done to black people. So when these people are murdering, massacring, and genociding the Sudanese people, when they take the limbs of children and amputate them, and when they basically assault and abuse the women in Sudan, people care less because it's black people. But the horrors that they've conducted in the Sudan, in Yemen, in certain parts of Somalia, and in other parts of Africa is akin to the Zionists. In addition to that, never mind the financial funding that they provide to cause hatred against Muslims in the West. This is why, if you remember, whenever these far right haters of Muslim put out a clip about demonizing Muslims in the West, they always put the UAE foreign minister who's like, oh, we know that Muslims were a problem in the UAE. We never allowed them in, even though it's their brand of Islam that was promoted to even cause this extremism. So the UAE, and then never mind the fact the way they treat the underclass in the country. So I actually don't feel sorry for the UAE, nor do I feel sorry for anyone there. I've got friends and family members there, but it is what it is. You lived in a country that was as evil, well, just slightly lesser evil than Israel, and these are the crimes of your nation. And I'm very happy that
Well,
Iran does
yeah,
what they
you
do.
have your opinion. You have your opinion. I love the UAE. I want to continue to travel to Dubai. Saudi Arabia, same thing. I have yet to perform Hajj. I've been for Umrah many times. I love Mecca, Medina. You have your opinion and you have your arguments for that. I think people can understand. Yeah. Have you performed Hajj, Suleiman?
I haven't. And I've performed Umrah, but I'm willing to sacrifice, even though I would love to do so, to go to Hajj, because I know that based on what I've been saying on social media, these people will likely Khashoggi me or assassinate me. But I'm willing to sacrifice that in order to highlight the evils that these people do, because this is my goal in life. The goal is to speak for humanity, irrespective of race, religion, or creed. I don't speak for the Palestinians because they're Muslim. I speak for them because I'm a human. I don't speak for the Palestinians because they're Arabs. I speak for them because they are Muslims. So at the end, I mean, because they are humans. So for me, it's humanity first. I don't really care if the UAE or the Saudi Arabia ban me. UAE already has banned me. But even if the Saudi Arabia did it, I mean, I wouldn't go there anyway because they'll murder me. But yeah, this is my opinion. And I'm very direct about it. And I've talked about and I've done spaces about Sudan even before they banned me because of the plight that they are going through.
You're right about the inferiority complex. So yes, we have to free Sudan. There needs to be more eyes on what's happening in Sudan. But the inferiority complex, I think the best comparison, look at the people of Iran. In the speech was a very interesting quote. Trump said he's going to send Iran back to the Stone Age. So what the narrative went a month ago, they were saying that they wanted to make Iran great again. They wanted to free the people of Iran. Now he's saying send it to the Stone Age. All those people like PBD, Kaysan, the Iranian diaspora that were twerking and celebrating for the attacks, Epic Fury, where are they now? Now they're saying the same leader that they were twerking for is saying that they're going to send their country back to the Stone Age. Are they still celebrating? Are they still shilling for the Epstein regime that wants to destroy their country? This inferiority complex we see around the world. A lot of the Cuban diaspora, they say the same things when their lights are being shut off in their country. The Venezuelans cheer on when they think they're being saved. It's just a perfect example of how strong that propaganda runs, where the American empire partnered up with Israel, destroys them, bombs them, and then they cheer it on because they believe that their government's evil. And for some reason that the American empire is less evil, even though they haven't released the Epstein files. These people are mentally trapped and don't seem, and it's really a deep-rooted inferiority complex when they look at people like Trump as the hero and look at their own leaders as if they're the most evil people ever.
Well, yeah, that bit also is their treacherous nature, because they're willing to sell out their own country and they're willing to change the leadership and the social structure in their own country by signing a deal with the devil, by getting into bed with the devil. That's the reality of it. And actually, if you look at many of these, whether it's the Kurds, whoever of these, whether there is the Balochs, any of these people who believe that they are being oppressed, which I do believe some of them are in certain instances, end up unfortunately selling their souls to the devil in order to get what they want. Now, the monarchists, I don't believe, are obviously oppressed, but the monarchists themselves, ironically, you're saying that, but the last 2 days, I've been saying the exact same thing, and because our space, we have a regular turnover of people, we've had monarchists up. and they're singing a totally different tune. Now, many of them are saying, look, we didn't want this. We didn't want Trump to destroy our country and send it back to the Stone Age. And you're right, this goes completely against their claim. So yeah, you're right. I mean, I don't want to repeat exactly what you said because you just hit the nail on the head. This is the complete opposite. So this has just exposed all of the monarchists, exposed anyone who wanted the regime change in Iran, and it proves that in reality, everything we said, you said, I said, do not do this war. Anytime there's a war, the situation is exponentially worse than when before there's a war. And we know that because there was no way that this could have been conducted without causing destruction. Now, actually, because Iran has done such a good job, we actually have less destruction. If Iran was weak, as an example, if they were weak in their border, if the Mossad agents were able to cause a color revolution, they would have had hundreds of thousands of people who died, just like Syria, but they didn't make the same mistakes that Bashar made. They managed to take out the Starlink, they managed to stop a lot of this infiltration, and they stopped the civil war occurring in their country. So Iran made a lot of excellent moves that stopped that destruction. But if the monarchists had had their way, hundreds of thousands had died. And did you see that that social media influencer, some chick? Apparently, she's like some left. She's some, I don't know, OnlyFans. I don't know if she's OnlyFans, but some social media influencer. And she was like, her cousin died by the
Her
American
cousin
bombing.
got killed,
Sorry?
right? And she's still at CPAC working around. She is still blaming the Islamic regime. It's so funny. They always say Islamic regime of Iran, but they don't say Jewish state of Israel. And she's at CPAC working, and she's still doubling down on the people that just killed her cousin. It wasn't the Islamic regime responsible for murdering your family. It was the country that bombed them. But still, here she is at the speech of the monarchists in America, you know, being subservient to the people that murdered her family. I've never seen a diaspora like this.
No doubt. I completely agree with you. And now we're expecting the ground invasion. I'm expecting it in these next 4 days because it's the long weekend, or at the latest next weekend. But things are going to get bad. Things are going to get problematic. But question to you, because you're in the United States of America, you talk to a lot of people there. If there is a large number of Americans who go back home in body bags, do you think that there's going to be a situation where the American people turn on Trump, or do you think there's going to be a situation where they get galvanized for a more longer war?
Well, I hope so. The No Kings protest, there was an incredible turnout all over America protesting Trump. But we figured out that the No Kings protest was actually run by Israeli Zionists in DC, this billionaire family. So there should be protests for the Epstein files to be released. There should be an uprising against what Trump's doing. There should be calls for his impeachment. But it seems like people are so blindsided. One, they have to worry about their own finances, worry about their own jobs. And more people are protesting ICE. You see these Antifa people kicking down the ICE detention center doors and not even freeing anybody. They're going to be focused on culture war, goy slop, rather than the bigger issues. Hopefully that does happen, but it's very unlikely because I think people are really overwhelmingly buying this propaganda. Hopefully that does happen. And if a draft is put in place, I would love to see worldwide, especially nationwide protests resisting this draft, similar to what happened in the Vietnam War.
Okay, yeah, that's in terms of protest, but do you think that more people will be galvanized to support the war, or do you think more people will protest Trump?
Right. I think so. The IRGC is reporting that they have found 500 dead or injured. So Trump in his speech, he said first it was 6 soldiers dead and now it's 13. But the IRGC is saying it's at least 500. I think they're exaggerating. I think they're massively underreporting how many soldiers have died. And it should be a wake-up call when a lot of body bags come home, especially how humiliating it is to see them wrapped in the American flag instead of the Israel flag, when they're essentially admitting that there's a war for Israel and not for America. It seems like they're humiliating in life and in death. I think that should be a wake-up call, seeing how many troops died, because I think it's going to be a massacre. You know, not to wish death on anybody. I really hope that they're safe, but they are signing up for a disaster because the IRGC is far more equipped and prepared to fight this battle. A lot of troops are going to die, and I would love to see some sort of wake up. And I would show up to a protest myself if people want to galvanize and protest this war, seeing troops die.
Well, that's what we need, because you're right that a No Kings protest, as you said, it was run by Jewish Zionists, and this is, if you look at the Democrat social media scene, is fully controlled by Jewish Zionists. There isn't really many there who aren't. I'd say maybe Hassan Abi is probably the big one that isn't, there, but he's not really an organizer. He's a streamer on his own. But if you look at many of the organizers, they're all Jewish Zionists, and they've completely infiltrated and tried to redirect attention away from this war to other things. And that's always the game of the Democrat Party shills. Yeah, they need to be called out for that. I wanted to ask you a question because I know you're a big supporter and fan of Professor Jang. What was your thoughts on the Mehdi Hassan Jang interview?
So the reason that people are attacking Professor Jang is because he talks about eschatology and the fact that this is really the pretext for a holy war. It's not just geopolitical. This is a religious war. And part of their objective is to destroy Al-Aqsa Mosque to rebuild the third temple. Jang talks about this. He talks about the coming of the false Messiah. And they don't like that because they want to stick to leftist, fascist, Zionist talking points. Mehdi Hassan fell for the propaganda and he played it to their hands. And now people like Patrick Bet-David, who have platformed Netanyahu, are championing Mehdi Hassan for being a truth teller. That was embarrassing to see from him, especially because he says he's a very anti-Israel guy. Jang is on our side about almost all of these issues. And I think he bought into the clout and the hype and that Jang hate train, which is embarrassing for him because he seems like a smart person. I think a lot of these leftist Muslims, they like to talk about just fascism, but they don't want to get into the fact that Zionism and this Israeli fascism would not exist without Judaism. Ben Gvir is celebrating this new death penalty that's only for Palestinian prisoners, but doesn't exist for Israeli prisoners. This is the first time that we've seen a law passed like this since Nazi Germany, where a law is specific, a death penalty specific to one race of people. Mehdi Hassan should not have fallen for that, and that was embarrassing, and I'm disappointed in seeing him say that.
Well, this is the Mehdi Hassan way because he is someone who will shill for the establishment, just that the establishment he works for differs from time to time. In his early days, he was talking about being a right-wing guy in the United Kingdom and how he wanted a job with a right-wing paper. So this is very normal for Mehdi Hassan. This is the guy who just shills the Democrat Party position. If you remember, about October the 7th, he was one of the biggest proponents of the lie about the fact that there was mass grape, or if there was any grape on October the 7th, something we debunked. So this guy, and then if you look at it, yeah, I agree with you. He also, in that specific interview, the clip I saw, he lied about, actually I saw a few clips, but he lied about the mass protest, something you mentioned, and he claimed that thousands, tens of thousands of protesters died. So the reason he says that is because this is the Democrat standard position. So even if you've got people who are pro-Palestine, when it comes to Iran, they end up falling to that position because the way they see Iran is Islamic theocracy. This is against democratic values. They see it as oppression of women, which they believe is against democratic values. Even though these things are incorrect, this is the way they view it. So that's why they're willing to push that propaganda. So I debate someone called Roy Casagrande. It wasn't meant to be a debate, but ended up becoming like that. But he's someone who is really brilliant. He is someone who spoke for Palestine, but then falls for the trap when it comes to Iran because of his liberal woke positions. Now with him, it's more because he's a liberal woke person. With Mehdi Hassan, it's simply because it's the Democrat establishment position, and they're the ones who allow him to be platformed on all these platforms and give him the career that he wants. So I think he's just completely a fraud. I don't think he's on anyone's side except the Democrat Party. He's basically a Hillary Clinton vassal.
That's exactly why I say that it's not about left and right, it's about right and wrong. People like Mehdi Hassan need to realize, what are you going to put first, the Democrat Party or Islam? You can't keep shilling for this party and these people when they're trying to destroy our people and it's clear what they're trying to accelerate. Falling for this slop and being divisive of left and right is playing into their hand. The attack that he had on Jang was what? You're not a professor. So, bro, he says all the time he's a high school teacher. It's clear that he doesn't actually watch his lectures and just sees clips and, falling for that clout. Because every single lecture, he always talks about how he's a high school teacher, and the moniker of Professor Jang is something that even I'm responsible for. I know that he's not a university professor, but it's just a title. And Jang's like, yeah, I'm not actually a professor. I don't really claim to be. It's just something that the internet said, and I ran with it. This is the attack that they have on him. Go to his points. Actually watch his lectures on Pax Judaica, on Greater Israel, and come back and then try to discredit something that he said.
So one of the things I saw, and I do think with Jang, because his theories are very broad and the way he makes his connections are very broad, I think he struggles to, in a debate situation, explain those. But that's like a separate point. It doesn't mean that I disagree with the overarching points. But one of the things I saw in that interview was in terms of Mehdi Hassan doing the classical woke liberal thing, which was basically calling him an anti-Semite. And he knows, he was calling an anti-Semitic trope. He was talking about how he's an anti-Semite. This is the way they've used to cause the Gaza genocide. What does it say about Mehdi Hassan, where he's trying to normalize the terminology that everybody's kind of destroyed and stopped the usage of because of these last few years of exposing the Israeli crimes and the Zionist control over the world? The fact that he's trying to bring that back in, what does that say about his agenda?
My mistake. I was muted. So this should never be spoken about again. Seeing the death penalty, that new law that was passed by the Israeli Knesset, essentially their Congress, with the death penalty specific for Palestinian prisoners. I think almost half of them are children. Anybody who's still saying anti-Semite about this is also playing into their hand. Time to stop calling people Holocaust deniers, stop calling people anti-Semites, even though the real Semitic people are the Palestinians, not even these Polish, Hungarian, Russian colonizers that make up Israel. Time to let go of that. And it's mostly from the left. These leftist people claim to be anti-Israel, but they're afraid to say Jew. They're afraid to call it the Jewish ethno-state. The other side is not afraid to call it the Islamic State of Iran. Don't keep playing into their hand, their propaganda, and be afraid of being called an anti-Semite. As soon as we let go of that, then we can make a real change. But when they keep using their same propaganda, like labeling everybody an anti-Semite, you're letting them win.
Yeah, and I think you've highlighted something really important, which is yesterday, the apartheid law that was placed where you can kill Palestinians and the same law doesn't apply to Jewish people. It just and when you've got people like Ben Gvir celebrating it, it says everything. And so, what does it say about Israel where they have that apartheid law? They have more than 60 apartheid laws on their books, which differentiate the Jewish man from the non Jewish man. What does it say about the right to return, which only applies to Jews, and a Palestinian whose father could be from Palestine isn't allowed to return? And then this claim that Israel is part of Western civilization. What do you think about that contradiction?
People are afraid. They don't want to be canceled. So people like Mehdi Hassan, they do know that, but they strategically avoid it because they want to keep their platforms or they're being paid by people. I want to see that being changed. You're right. You got it spot on. But I'll let some other people in here talk. I appreciate you having me on, Suleiman. Thanks so much, and keep up the great work you're doing. And these spaces are very valuable.
I appreciate that, SNEAKO. And guys, do give SNEAKO a follow. I know you stream live on Kick on the channel SNEAKO, and I know you stream live on YouTube on SNEAKO. So do check out both his channels. Great content, and I really do appreciate all the work you do because you're really using your platform to educate rather than, as you call it, goislop, which would be easy for you to become more viral because that content does go a lot more viral. But you're choosing to educate your audience, and I think you're going to benefit in the hereafter by doing that. So I really appreciate you.
I appreciate it. Quick announcements. We have George Galloway on tomorrow. I don't know if you've had him on the space. George Galloway, I'll be live at 2 p.m. And I have another collaboration with Professor Jang on April 5th. Looking forward to that greatly. I also had Professor Morandi on recently. That's up on my YouTube. If you guys haven't seen it, I recommend checking that out. Thanks so much, Suleiman.
Yeah, I appreciate coming. And we've actually got Professor Morandi coming on in a few hours as well. We love him. He's on regularly with us. And yeah, we've got Larry Johnson on as well. So do check those interviews out. We've got quite a few interviews today, and they're very important because these guys are the experts of the stalwarts when it comes to the Iran war.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you. Bye.
Alaikum assalam. Okay, let's bring some people up. That was SNEAKO. Appreciate him coming on as always. Do give him a follow on SNEAKO and on Kick and SNEAKO on YouTube. Great guy. He's always fighting for the rights of the oppressed, especially in the West. Obviously, I disagree with this position of the UAE and Saudi Arabia, but I think that's more because this is the power of those people. They could they could do what they want to people. But
well, Sully, he did.
Yeah.
He did qualify reason. SNEAKO qualified why he doesn't.
He said he wants to go Hajj. He wants to go Hajj, and that's fair enough. That's fair enough. I just want to welcome. Let's bring Darkside up as well. I just want to welcome Wally onto the stage as well. Wally, hope you're doing well. How are you?
Hey man, doing good. Thanks for having me on. Just listening, and I'll kind of hop in whenever I want to. Whenever I can share.
Sounds great. I just want to thank you because when I was in the United States of America, while I was there initially, you did help me. I don't know if you know, but I used like some of your software while I was there, so I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So guys, yeah, Wally, jump in whenever you want. So guys, going back to it, Trump's announcement. He's telling you, in my view, I want to hear your thoughts. The war's going to happen. The war's going to continue for at least 3 weeks, but could be up to a year. And by the way, we have got Ryan Dawson coming on in a bit as well, so watch out for that. But yeah, so what's our thoughts on that? Let's go to Uncommon. Uncommon, thanks for joining us. I know you thought when you came, I believe today or yesterday, you thought this could be an off ramp. Do you still think there's an off ramp now, Uncommon?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be the first to admit when I'm wrong. I wouldn't say that I'm 100% wrong. I would say that I was 50% wrong because I did think it would be way more of an off ramp, and it wasn't. But it was. I don't view it like it was an escalation either. I view it like it was a nothing burger. He literally said nothing about the situation changed. What is different now than what yesterday? I mean, to me, nothing is
I
different now.
think
He made it
for
clear he
me,
was
it was.
willing to destroy the power plants, man. Just
Yeah, but
I mean,
he's
He's already
tweeted
said
that
that.
out before.
yeah,
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
but
he's
true.
tweeted that out. But I'd say what was different, Uncommon, was I think there was a few indicators that he stated in there. He stated that the war's going to last 3 weeks, and so we know that that's going to be the minimum. He also said in there, and he gave you an understanding of what he believes a war is. So he said World War One, 1 year and 3 months. World War Two, 5 years. Iraq War, 8 years. Vietnam War, 19 years. So he said all of those to say those are wars. Wars last years. So I think what he was doing was to kind of condition the audience into thinking 3 weeks and above, even if it could be months, would not fall into the parameters of war. So I think that for me was quite important because he was conditioning his audience and his MAGA group and Americans to say if this lasts even a month, that's still not a war.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that's a good point because, like, why would you bring that up other than to maybe hint that this is going to possibly go longer? Also, to quell some of the complaints. But the other thing he said was, "We're not looking for regime change. We never were," which is an outright lie, obviously. But I would say that is, you're changing the you're changing the goalpost, and why are you doing that? Because, like, obviously I think it's because they can't accomplish it. So, and then also when they said we're not worried about the Strait anymore, I think it does buy them more time. Now, I would say that I do think I agree that if I had to bet now, I would say it's looking more escalatory. But I also think, we're sitting here, we're debating what they're going to do, and sometimes people are like, well, they're going to do this or they're going to do that. I honestly think to a certain degree they don't know what they're going to do. What this does is buy them more time. I do think they want to try to escalate the war, but I still do think they need more support from the public. And what they're doing with Europe by saying you guys deal with the Strait, how could I could see that royally backfiring in terms of their power globally, right? So that's a huge risk. It almost seems like to me they're just floating that out there. They're trying to almost calm the markets and say, well, Europe can worry about that. We'll use our own oil. And because they're trying, I mean, I guess in a way that's escalatory because they're trying to tell the American public, well, our oil is going to be fine. So hopefully WTI will be fine, right? And if Asia has a crisis and if Europe has a crisis, that's their problem. We're still fine, which is trying to, because if oil does actually go to 150 on WTI, then they 100% are not going to be able to sell the war. So I don't know. It was mostly a nothing burger. We'll have to see exactly how it goes. They don't have the ground units there to send in a massive force. They can do the Carg Island thing with the people there. They can do some of the weird, crazy try to take uranium out from the middle of a mountain. It literally sounds like a Lord of the Rings story. It's literally insane to think about them doing that. I just can't imagine them doing that. I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. But it was mostly a nothing burger, and it does buy them time, though. I think that's what it does. So if they want to try to false flag or get more escalation, they can.
Yeah, yeah. And that is going to be interesting. Simon, are you there by any chance? Okay, Simon's not there. Gary, are you there? Nobody's here on the space,
Can I
bros.
go?
Yeah. No.
I'm
Oh,
here. I'm
I was
here.
going to ask you, Simon. The S&P 500 has raised $500 billion in market cap in 25 minutes after Trump's announcement. I'm reading gold's capitulated. I'm seeing silver's dropped. I'm seeing Bitcoin's dropped. Is this because of Trump's speech that it's basically destroyed the kind of inflated confidence that we spoke about in our interview? And do you think things are going to start getting worse now?
This is exactly what we talked about. We said that if Trump doesn't announce that there's an actual deal, and that's backed by Iran confirming something, or something that's moving towards that significantly, then this was just a relief rally, and it will just correct itself, and we'll go back to where we were. So look, it was a massive relief rally. Don't get me wrong, but this was after. So effectively, we've knocked 4.5 trillion off the stock market. Again, the most important thing is the bond market. And so yeah, gold has gone back to weakness. We've got oil going up again. Tomorrow we'll probably see the interest rates on the yields go up. So we're going to have more selling of bonds, which will increase yields. We'll see a correction in the stock market. Maybe a strengthening of the dollar again. We're just basically back to where we were. He's given a time frame of 2 to 3 weeks, and some probably made a bunch of money in that. But it's just really just taping up the markets, and buying time.
Joa, and then we got Dark Side here as well. But go ahead, Joa.
Yeah. No, like I was saying yesterday, this was like an expedition to see what the public opinion is. We've already talked about how this was a sales pitch and the tactics you used to make it a sales pitch. This is a reaction to the market. I'm not surprised oil's not at 150 when you have big shorts coming in. Plus, don't forget, we went from, where was it, like 68 or something like that. That's a huge increase. A lot of people made money. They start to take some money off the table. So things consolidate, right? How long it's going to consolidate for, I don't know, because obviously we have someone selling shorts at this price. But if it continues, the longer it continues, it goes up. It takes a lot to go to 150, especially from where we were. And I think tomorrow, Simon's right. I'm very curious if dollar goes up though. Because if dollar goes up, we're still seeing. Well, I guess it would go up tomorrow if things are selling off because people go to the dollar first. But I wonder if by next week, if it's still going up. If it is, that means there's still a lot of confidence in the dollar, and I have a feeling we're going to start to show signs of there not being as much confidence in the dollar. But tomorrow it will go up because of the sell-off.
And again, I really don't want people to be trading off this stuff. The reason I'm saying this is just purely for analysis in terms of how to frame the markets in the context of geopolitics. So if people are actually trading off this, I don't trade for this very specific reason, that I think is absolute gambling, to be playing these markets, and you will get wrecked, because the people that control the markets know a lot more than you. So I'm not sharing this in order for you to make some like kind of short term trades. I just want to put that out there. I'm sharing this in terms of the pressure it puts, upon the market dynamics of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. And a trend is a trend. What happens intraday and day to day. These things are very volatile. They can whipsaw in either direction. But I'm just sharing it from the context of geopolitical analysis.
Darkside, jump in. What's your thoughts? The financial market is crumbling.
Yeah,
Is this the
well, it's
end of the
oil, right?
bubble that they created over the last 33 days?
Look, I think if you read between the lines of the speech, he said, we don't care about the Strait of Hormuz. We're going to be there 2 to 3 weeks, which probably means longer. and that means the Strait of Hormuz isn't getting open. And that's the story here, right? So if the Strait of Hormuz isn't getting open, Europe's getting in more trouble, Asia's in more trouble. Those bond markets are going to start to sell off aggressively. Yeah, that'll lead people to run to the dollar because they need dollars, but that's a short-term fix because ultimately we're tied to Europe and Japan. So this is just the worst news, that you can get. Bombing people back into the Stone Age doesn't give you confidence that you're going to open the Strait of Hormuz, and everything else is noise, right? Bombing people into the Stone Age doesn't open the Strait of Hormuz, and as we've defined day after day, and we're now well past the point of running into trouble. Without the Strait of Hormuz open, Iran's winning. Like all they got to do is keep the Strait of Hormuz closed, and eventually they will bring the Western financial markets to their knees, and not just Japan, not just Europe. That spreads to the United States. So more of the same.
I also think he gives a list of things that QTards can parrot to each other. So like he gives the talking points, right, that make sense to the ignorant. And so you can just list them. All right, we're oil okay, we're energy okay, we've decimated, we've done that. The strait isn't our problem. This affects China, Asia, Europe. We hate NATO. We're coming after the banks. We're taking on the deep state. So all he's doing is just giving the talking points for the ignorant to give
Does
to each other
does
while gas prices are going up
does
and inflation wrecks
does
them.
anyone know the actual number of ships that have been hit? Iranian ships? Do you happen to know, Solomon?
What was that? Sorry.
Wait, you're talking Navy, Iranian IGRC Navy ships, Joe?
Yeah, I think that's what
Yeah,
Trump was alluding
man.
to.
Yeah, you know what? It's really not an issue because it doesn't matter if it was 5 or 20. That's not their strength of their Navy. Their strength is the asymmetrical submarine threat, and I've spoken on this like 20 times. And also, I've gotten Inevitables added to help me with the details. Actually, Resistance has a lot of information on it. David Z has a tremendous amount of information on it. But those submersibles, we're talking undersea now. The undersea threat is a very credible threat. And that's why I'm laughing when I was listening to Trump. We wiped out no, their Navy hasn't even started yet. We haven't even seen the Navy kick in, and the Navy will kick
Yeah,
in.
that's what I thought, and that's why I
Yeah.
was like, "What is the actual number?"
Yeah,
Because he
it
said
doesn't matter. Even if
53.
it was 25, let's say it was 100 surface ships. They're small little boats. They're not actual what we call warships. Okay, I don't know the platform, but I would say less than 6,000 tons, maybe 3,000 tons. So yeah, that's nothing really. I'm
How
not
many?
underestimating.
Andrew, isn't it the fact that next to the strait is Iran, and Iran on the top of a mountain has a bunch of ballistic missiles and drones that no one can do anything about? Isn't that what it
That's the
is?
bottom. Yeah, forget that. Yeah, the undersea threat is going to be very credible. That's what the Navy's really all about, to be blunt. But they forget that they've got a massive barrage of missiles coming in, and I laugh at Mango coming in here and saying, "Oh, we got them." No, 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 no. They haven't touched them, and laughing. They're
Well,
going
look,
to.
I don't think they've not touched them. So I think there's a few things. So I agree with you in the sense of the Navy or the Iranian Navy isn't their most important asset. In addition to that, we know that they're able to hit and combat people in the Strait of Hormuz, irrespective of the Navy, hence why they have control over the Strait. In terms of how many vessels have been hit, obviously you've got the Iranian side and you've got the American side. The Americans claim about 100 plus, I believe. The Iranians claim about 10. So you take that with what you want, Joe.
Yeah, he said 53. I was just wondering how
Who
many.
said who said 53?
Trump during the speech, he said 53.
Really? I missed that.
Yeah.
But yeah, when I was reading it, because I've been keeping a track of it, I was under the impression. No, but he's probably talking about specifically Navy
I
ships,
just
right?
think, yeah, I just
Surface.
feel like you would see pictures of this all over the place because it would help the propaganda.
Yeah, I agree.
to be like, look, we're winning. Do you know
I
what I mean?
agree.
Like
But
No,
it's
I'll
Joe,
go with
just
the
Trump has
Iranians.
also
I'll go with the
said
Iranians
on a
one, which
number
is
of occasions
I'll
on
go
the
with the
record that
I'll go with
all
the
of their
Trump one,
ships.
which is 10.
Sorry, Suleiman, I didn't. What were you saying?
I was saying I would go with the Iranian position of 10. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying Trump's also said on the record many times that all of their ships are at the bottom of the sea and there's no navy left. Every single one's at the bottom of the sea, he said. Every single one's at the bottom of the sea. They've got no navy left. All their
But
ships are at the bottom of the sea.
but he needs 2-3 weeks. He still needs those 2-3 weeks.
Exactly.
I've got a question for Simon, or anybody actually, Darkside, Joe, Gary. It's a basic question, just from layman's for somebody from my perspective. If America has all this oil, is it true that the Strait of Hormuz impacts Europe and the GCC only? And if that is the case, then why is Trump so hell bent on the Strait of Hormuz? Like, what's the deal there?
Yeah,
because
no, it's not true. Basically, in the context of is America going to run out of energy and have the same issue that Asia and parts of Asia and Europe is having right now? No, that's not America's issue. What America's issue is the price of oil. The price of oil then impacts inflation. Inflation then impacts bond prices. And if you bankrupt the world, then they sell American bonds in American market, crash the stock market, and then you end up in a recession. And if you keep this up for long, this will end up in a depression. And so that will destroy America's economy because at the moment it needs growth above 3.3% to keep its debt rolled over. Its debt is going up, its interest is going up, and its growth rate is going down. And it's also got unemployment issues. The numbers weren't good. So it's economic suicide. And if it gets extreme, it can create a severe doom loop. And so it's not insulated, but it is protected from the scenario where Americans are not about to run out of oil. They are starting to have jet fuel issues because not oil is the same. Not all oil is the same, but it's the cost. And so it's a really easy argument to give to the ignorant, and it just sounds logical and sounds okay. But no, this is an absolute disaster. That's why he cares. And the second the bond markets, those interest rates hit certain figures, and oil gets that 115, the 10-year gets to 4.5%, and the 30-year gets to 5%. He needs to get on TV, do a state of the address, list some sanctions, release some strategic petroleum reserve, or go nuts on Truth Social and pretend that they're about to end the war. And if it was genuinely the situation that he's saying, then yeah, just let the markets rip and take down the world, and America will be great again. But that's not reality.
Can I can I jump
is
in?
jet fuel only coming from Middle East? Do you know, Simon?
Jet fuel. Oh God, I'm just kind of reading sound bites because I'm not an expert on this subject. But my understanding from those are experts is that
Maybe Gary
jet.
knows. Oh, Gary's not here.
Yeah, maybe Gary knows. Gary, do you understand where jet fuel comes from?
I think he wasn't here. I forgot, so I'm gonna
I
call
think it
him
comes
out.
from Canada. Is my maybe it's the hard
No,
like.
Canada's heavy crude, and I don't. It wouldn't make sense that it comes from heavy crude. It would make more sense that it comes from light crude. So I don't know.
Can I jump in?
Please see.
So I mean, oil's already up $7. I mean, this whole we don't need the strait. America produces about 13 point something million barrels a day, but we consume like 20 million barrels. So Trump is completely out of touch with the realities, and the fact that gas has already gone up $1 with the strait closed a month, he's completely delusional. We don't have all this oil to just supply the world and account for 20 million barrels off the market, or maybe it's only 13 million barrels off the market with Saudi getting 7 million through that pipeline. But the 13 million barrels that's missing from the market is our entire production. So Trump's completely delusional. And Pete Hegseth posted back to the Stone Age, which is exactly what Trump talked about, oh, bombing Iran to the Stone Age. And you had Lindsey Graham on Fox News right after the speech, orgasmic as usual. So I think a real escalation is coming. This did nothing to suggest that there's an off ramp. He said, if Iran doesn't make a deal, we're going to completely destroy them. And you know Iran's not going to cave. So then Trump's going to say, well, Iran didn't surrender to me. And it's like, yeah, why would Iran surrender? Iran's winning. So then Trump's going to use that as an excuse. He's going to do something stupid. He's going to take out their energy infrastructure. He's going to destroy their oil. They're going to destroy all the Gulf oil, and we're going to have a recession worse than 2008. I think Trump is that stupid. And then you have all of the Gunther Eaglemen and all the MAGA tards saying, finish it, and quoting Pete Hegseth back to the Stone Age. I made a post saying it's looking like America's economy might go back to the Stone Age if you want to check that out, but it's completely ridiculous. They're talking about committing war crimes at this point openly in presidential addresses. It's completely abhorrent, and they act like they can just bomb Iran's stuff and destroy them without that taking down the entire global economy, because Iran has already said exactly what they would do, that they would destroy all of the GCC's power grids and oil infrastructure, and that would be oil at above 200, and the entire global economy would go down worse than 2008. So these people are completely delusional and unhinged. I don't see an off ramp because Iran is not going to agree to Trump's complete and total surrender that he wants. It either Trump agrees to their terms or it's your move, Trump. The ball is
The
in.
other important point is America doesn't have much oil. Chevron has a lot of oil. Exxon has a lot of oil, and there are contracts to extract oil that makes those companies a shit ton of money up here. But America has its strategic petroleum reserve, and that is draining to the point where America won't have any oil. That's important.
Exactly. We produce less
Russia
oil
has
than we
oil.
consume.
Russia has oil. Iran has oil. America has no oil. It's all owned by a few companies.
Exactly. And when Trump is saying we produce more oil than Russia and Saudi Arabia combined, that is not true at all. I think Trump is either lying or he's acting like these American
No, it
companies
is
is our
true. It
oil,
is
which is not
true.
true.
It is true that American companies are the largest exporters, and it is true that America has a bunch of oil fields that are larger, and they are exporting. But that's not America. Americans are paying shit high gas prices and are going to have to pay more higher prices for everything and not receive any of that money. And so, whereas in the case of Iran and in the case of Russia and in the case of Saudi Arabia, if you're, and obviously Saudi's supply chains are messed up right now, but if your supply chains weren't, then the country does sell the oil at the higher price. It builds their sovereign wealth and it gives them more money in order to insulate their people and look after their people. But that's not the case. Chevron and Exxon is not going to give oil to America. Chevron and Exxon is going to sell oil to America if they want to build their strategic petroleum reserves. And they're going to sell it to Europe. And if Europe is willing to pay more for it, it won't give two shits about the American people if it can get double the price by selling it to Europe. Unless the Trump says, all right, you're not allowed to export it. But so far, that's not the case. It's a big difference. And Trump's just making it out like America owns oil. It doesn't own, it's
And
only got a strategic petroleum reserve.
Simon,
Yeah.
would you agree that America doesn't have the capacity as well to supply the world the way, let's just say Russia and Gulf gets taken out? America doesn't have the capacity to fully supply EU, right?
Yeah, both. I mean, Russia will hit constraints. America will hit constraints. We are in a supply shock, and that supply shock can't be met. There is strategic petroleum reserves, and there are constraints by which how much oil you can extract, and there are supply chain and logistical constraints. Um, we have taken off 18 million barrels of oil and we are destroying infrastructure all around the world. And so we are in the shock. The shock is happening. You have to suppress demand in order to and enter into a recession in order to get that balance right. And no, America can't meet it. It can it can certainly tie Europe into a contract, which it will. But no, the shock is here, and it impacts America.
But at these prices, America can ramp up production fairly quickly.
What, you think it could meet 18 million barrels per day? I think it can only do. I don't know what the constraints are, but I
It's
don't think it could meet that.
no, not 18, but in reality, where are we getting this 18 number from? Because the only countries that aren't like Saudi Arabia is still able to get some out.
Isn't Saudi
Iraq can
Arabia
get
getting
theirs.
7 million through that pipeline? So it's like 20 million offline, but then they get 7 million through that pipeline. So isn't the deficit only
Yeah,
like 13?
they're missing
Okay,
they're missing
so let's say
some.
America ramps up another 3, then we're at a 10 million deficit.
Yeah, but then if you look, but look, Kuwait can't get any out. The United Arab Emirates, Iraq still can. Saudi Arabia still can. So I don't know where we're getting this 18 number because barrels a day doesn't equal 18 from what's being blocked.
But there's also been infrastructure issues in Russia as well, right? Ukraine's been hitting some.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true because Russia's the second highest after United States. And I don't.
Hey, Simon, just on jet fuel, I thought it would just give you the clarity. America does refine jet fuel. So jet fuel is refined by crude oil, and United States, China, Singapore, South Korea, Netherlands, and Saudi Arabia are the countries that refine jet fuel.
Yeah, but apparently there's not enough at the moment.
Yeah,
And there are constraints even within America.
90% of the U.S.'s jet fuel is refined inside the country. We do import jet fuel on the coast, New York and California primarily, and that comes from the Netherlands and Kuwait.
Take this for what it's worth, but I just out of curiosity Googled. This is Google's AI. So I said, how much more oil production could the United States get per day within 1 year? So I gave it a long time. At first, I gave it 6 months, and it said it couldn't do it that fast. It says, but I said with 1 year and max capacity, and it said it could add another 1 million to 1.5 million per day. I don't know. Somebody with more knowledge maybe could answer that, but I'm just using AI. The other thing I will say is dark
I
side.
think that's
I
I think
thought
that's
I,
correct.
I
Dark
thought with
side is
Frank.
correct as far as the, and I didn't know this, but it is interesting. But yes, the U.S. is the top global producer of 13 million barrels per day, but they consume 20 to 21 million barrels per day. So that all of that checks out. I do want
Yeah,
to.
I
Oh,
So
thought
God.
I thought with
exactly, which
frack.
is
I
why
thought with
Trump saying we can
fracking.
sell to the rest of the world is delusional because need to import some just to meet our own needs.
No, but we sell ours outside because ours is more expensive, and we buy. Look, if you compare American gas prices to European gas prices, I think most Americans would be shocked at
Oh,
what they
I
pay for
know
gas
Europe.
here.
Yeah, exactly. Europe's like over double ours, but because we still have a lot of our own production, Europe has to export and import almost their entire gas prices.
It's not because of the American production because we sell most of our oil and buy cheaper, um, get cheaper oil. Right? We buy ones that are easier to refine, so then you don't have all the taxes. There's not so much as of a refinery cost. Blah 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 blah. There's a lot to it. That's why we typically use that's why we like using the Canadian for some of the refineries, the Venezuelan now that we have. That's why he wants it. We have enough crude, but it's not the kind that's great for us.
No, the Venezuelans, the
Um,
thick stuff that's harder to refine.
yeah, it's good for diesel, and there's a ton of we have a ton of diesel refineries. About one half of gasoline is about double, almost double, although that number's shrunk, but it's almost double of gasoline versus diesel. But we still need crude for diesel, which we don't have in the United States. We have to get from Canada, and now we have also Venezuela.
But also, it's not. We're not in the American case. We're not saying you don't have it. we're saying every company in America is going to have to pay a lot more for it. So that's inflation by definition. That's the issue.
I want to say one more thing about the War Powers Act I brought up maybe earlier today, but it depend. Obviously, we know Trump doesn't necessarily care about the rule of law, but it should be noted that both Vietnam and the Iraq wars, they did go to Congress in order to put boots on the ground. They did have to get. It wasn't a formal declaration of war, I think, but it was. They still had to go through Congress to get approval. And so, according to the '73 War Powers Act, he's got basically like it's 60 days, and then you get an additional 30 days for withdrawal. Now, some people in the executive branch argue that that isn't constitutional, and the executive. I don't know if it's ever really been contested. So if he does continue to extend, like Sully's speculating, I think he's going to have to go through Congress, which also maybe could be why this meeting was happening, because he did literally updated nothing. But what I mean, honestly, I guess outlining the timelines of the
But
other.
would he need that uncommon? Would he need a congressional approval if he does a military directed expedition into the Cog Islands? So it wasn't a war; it was to
I think
basically
he could
take the
do
oil.
it, but he would have to get it done before the 90-day mark of when he started it. Otherwise, so he'd have to wrap everything up before 90 days. So before the end of May, which would be 90 days, he'd have to wrap it up before then.
I
He
think
could
he could
probably, he
designate.
could probably,
If I had to
he could.
guess, he'd have to designate it as like a specific military operation, and it's not a war, and it's not boots on the ground because they're trying to go there for a specific part to take it out.
Everyone's Zio controlled. So if their handlers say, "Hey, you have to vote for this," the Republicans are all gonna vote for it because their handlers tell them to. It's not like he wouldn't be able to get the authorization if he needed it.
True.
I don't know. You'd be surprised. I mean, we wouldn't have gotten what we got from the Epstein files is still pretty crazy. Obviously, I know we didn't get everything, but the fact that it was even passed, not everything is as controlled, I think, as everybody. Everything is very controlled. There is a lot of power. I'm not going to say that that's not the case. And obviously, Chuck Schumer is for the war. Most of the Democrats are for the war. But
You
a lot
can't
of
filibuster a war powers resolution. It's not spending, so it doesn't need the 60 votes in the Senate or whatever, so it can pass on a party line vote. This isn't something that gets
Most
filibustered.
Democrats are for the war.
I
Since when?
I know they're not they're against it publicly, but you think, come on, you really think these Democrats are anti-war? Where were they during the Gaza genocide? Like, come on. Publicly, they're against the war, but you think actually, morally, ethically, they are against what's going on? Come on.
No, right now, if you think about it, I think if this goes to Congress, you're going to see something really strange. You're going to see Dems voting for it and Republicans voting against it, because Republicans are going to be like, this is going to cost us the election, and Dems are like, this is going to cost them the election. So
Has
they're
Joe
all
cut off?
going
Or
to
is it me?
vote. No, can you
Guys?
hear me?
I can hear him.
I can hear him.
Yeah, I can hear you as well.
So I'm going to have to drop you and then bring you back up. I'll jump.
Jonah, you're gonna be dropped.
I'll,
Listen, guys, on a separate note, right? I think either Trump is, from Iran's perspective,
Hello?
Trump is completely
Hello?
predictable, like
Guys, can you hear me?
100%, or they have
You can't hear
intel.
me. Okay, let me do
we
something.
can.
They have some
Oh, why is
intel
Beatrix? I guess
in.
Beatrix can't hear me because the space about to crash. So I have to check if you guys can hear me. Beatrix, can you not hear me?
I can
Yeah, I
hear
can
you.
hear
Oh,
you.
okay, because I was speaking, you were carrying on talking. Okay,
Oh no, I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you speaking earlier. I just heard you now when you said, "Can I hear
yeah,
you?"
because I think the space was about to crash. Okay, cool. Now that uncommon's confirmed, you can hear me. Do continue, guys.
Yeah, I was just saying either where Iran is concerned, Trump is transparently predictable, or Iran has intel inside the Trump administration in terms of what his speech was going to be. Because if you heard the letter that I read out, Pezeshkian literally said verbatim that he's going to talk about bombing Iran back to the Stone Ages, He talked about the fact that they're going to say they're going to hit infrastructure. They're going to say this is going to carry on. The key aspects of Trump's speech were already listed in that letter that came out hours before Trump's speech. Now, it's one of two things. Either he's predictable to that degree, or they have inside information, and I suspect it's the latter. I suspect that Iran has got the finger on the Trump administration. They've got the pulse on it, and I think somebody's actually working with them.
But
Somebody's against
Beatrix,
the
that
war.
doesn't take like any intel to know what he was going to say. I mean, even even if you go to Polymarket, they actually bet on every word he would say, and he pretty much said them all. Like all the ones they were guessing he would say, he said. And plus, you have a very unpopular war. You need to sell that. You just had 7 million people in the street. You need to sell this to the people. That's why yesterday I was saying this is going to be a polling exercise. And what he says is what he always says. He always praises himself. He always says he's the best. He always makes up facts. Like there was nothing there that he said that's like surprising. Um, it just sounds like another speech. This one just sounds a bit more salesy, though. Do you know what I mean?
You
I don't think
you
it
managed to
was.
get 45k killed protesters this time. That number's come. I can't remember what was the last one. Was that 60k last time or 100k? It's come down to
200,000 was the
45k,
peak.
or was it 40k?
200,000 was the peak, Simon, but they dropped it down all the way down to 45,000.
Oh, that's good. So many lives. 5,000 in the end.
Yeah, I don't think he has someone in. If they have anyone in Beatrix, it's a Mossad. It's not a Russian agent, I think.
What about Chinese intelligence, given this communication between Iran and China?
Well, apparently Xi Jinping is his best friend. Didn't you hear him? Like they're doing this for China. They should be thanking him.
For 2-3
To,
weeks, Simon. It's coming up quick.
No, May 14th it was delayed, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
May 14th. Yeah, sorry, about a month then. Just
Yeah.
over.
So Trump says 2 to 3 weeks, and then you got the meeting on May 14th.
I do want to respond to what Sully said earlier, which was in relation because to what he was saying about the War Powers Act. Yes, I think Darkseid might have said it, but yes, I think legally, if and that's one reason I think they are very careful about calling it a. That's why they haven't said it's a war, even though obviously it is a war. But they say it's a war one time, and then they say it's a military operation. But they're aware of the constitutional issues, and I do think if they wanted to do the Carg Island thing or try to do the extract the uranium from the middle of the country or whatever crazy strategy, I think they could do that. But like me and Andrew Andrew and I have said previously, they don't even have the forces there to put in a mass mobilization yet. But to Sully's point, when he's talking about the length of the war and how tonight's speech was almost like a sales pitch for war, maybe that's what he's thinking because they're going to have to. Now, it would be a constitutional. I get maybe crisis is a large word, but it would be an issue. Let's say 2 weeks from now or 3 weeks from now, they are starting to gear up to send in larger things of troops. It would become an issue constitutionally, but it depends on how much the Congress made it an issue and who knows what would happen. But I think it's in the back of his mind, and it hasn't been done before, as far as I can tell. So take it for what it's worth. So maybe that was part of the reason for the speech was to sales pitch people and prep them for the sales pitch coming. He's going to have to get through Congress.
He can't get a single fact right. He even said, "Oh, I just found out that I'm one of the first presidents to ever go before the Supreme Court." No, he's not. There's several presidents that have been before the Supreme
So
Court.
I
There's
got a
not a single thing he
magatard.
says that's true.
Joe, I got a magatard that's really he's really saying. You see how the price of oil is going up in America. You see, Trump keeps proving you wrong. Like we're winning so much winning. Like someone's trying to tell me, some magatard actually believes that the price of oil going up means that America's winning. That's how like the level of stupidity. Like
Well,
They
Simon,
think the oil is the Dow
that's
Jones or
your cup,
something.
Simon. That's your cup, Simon. You've got TDS.
definitely cope.
Yeah, you've got TDS. You're not willing to accept the great wins that Trump is giving to the people of the United States of America. So much winning.
Trump has actually got people thinking, like his followers are thinking, yeah, if we get the price of oil up, that's it. We're winning, like because we got so much oil. It's like, oh my god, you're gonna pay more for everything, and a couple of companies are gonna win.
There's so
It's
much winning.
embarrassing. It's so embarrassing.
So much winning.
Simon, can't you just dox Manco and just say it was him?
No, just some random person. Like they're saying they're they're using the price of oil going up as an opportunity to say how wrong I am and how much they're winning.
It does sound like something Manko would say. Like the uranium is transported in gas, and then someone's like, "No, it's not. It's actually in solid." He goes, "Yeah, I agree with that." And I'm like, "What just happened?"
Yeah, no comment.
So, guys, guess what? You need to be following my YouTube channel. It's the new YouTube channel. It is where the interviews go. We already got 2 on there. We interviewed. Who did we interview today? Oh, Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar. We interviewed Simon Dixon. Those are the 2 interviews up there. But how many people have we got on here? We've got 874 people who joined that YouTube channel today. We've got 4,000 people listening between the various platforms. We want to get the number of people following that channel to 1,000. That's 126 people to go. So if you go to the tweet in the nest and you click follow, especially because the next interview we've got, I'm just going to check if he's replied yet, is Ryan Dawson. That should be any minute now. But Dawson be Dawson, he's never on time. Then separate to that, we've got the one and only Professor Morandi. Don't you want to hear what Professor Morandi has to say about Donald J. Trump's speech? I actually put the title of that interview. I put that title as saying we have no deal with it. Let me see what I put. It was something like we have no deal with Iran, because I assumed that maybe Trump would say we've got a deal with Iran, and was gonna get Professor Marandi to come on and be like, we got no deal with Iran. And I was like, I'm gonna get the first interview with Marandi as immediately after that speech, and it is gonna be glorious. But that speech was such a nothing burger that obviously when he says that, it won't have as much impact, but it still have some impact. So that's going to be a good interview. But that interview is not going to be on the X space. It's solely going to be on the YouTube. So you need to be going to the tweet in the next and hitting the follow button and subscribe button and putting the notifications on so you're ready. And that originally the interview was at 3:30 a.m. Eastern. Now it's at 4:30 a.m. Eastern. So you need to be following it if you want the real news and real information from the one and only Professor Morandi. We also have tomorrow Carrie Perjean Bowler. If you remember, she's the Catholic woman who got fired by the Trump administration for being Catholic and being against Zionism. We also have a collaboration with Reason and Theology. He's got quite a big YouTube channel. We also have the one and only Larry Johnson tomorrow as well, ex-CIA agent. He'll be coming on tomorrow for another interview. And we also have Rathbone for another interview as well. Another collaboration. Tomorrow is Friday, right? Oh no, Rathbone, that's not. Yeah, Friday. That one's Friday, actually. I'm getting mixed up with the days. Rathbone's Friday. Trita is either going to be Thursday or Friday as well, because we need to still reschedule that. So, lots of interviews scheduled. Lots and lots of interviews scheduled. So yeah, just watch out for them. Oh no, just watch out for them. Make sure you're following
Tomorrow's
the new
Thursday.
interview channel. Yeah.
Yeah, tomorrow's Thursday, Sully.
Yeah. So the Rathbone's on Friday, but every other one I said is gonna be tomorrow. It's gonna be Thursday. Your boy's literally not gonna sleep. Or I might sleep 1-2 hours. I don't know. But before the Morandi interview, but you gotta work around Professor Morandi. He's in the middle of a war zone. They're literally sending bombs at him, and he's making the time out for me, for you guys, to give you guys the real news and real information. So make sure you're all joining it and joining the channel. We're 109 people away now from the people who need to join the channel. So we're 109 away. So guys, yeah, check that out. Let's get this to 1,000 by the end of the space. I mean, I said to you guys, if it's 5,000, I'll keep the space going for the Miranda interview, but that's not happening. But you can watch the Miranda interview, the Professor Miranda interview on that YouTube channel. Okay, let's go to
I just want to say, Suleiman, guys, you won't be able to see Ryan Dawson or Professor Morandi or any future interviews with Simon or any future interviews unless you follow that channel. It is free to follow. It takes 30 seconds. I'm constantly posting the link. So please do follow that link that I'm posting in the YouTube chat. It's also here above in the nest, above where you can see Simon and Suleiman and myself. If you scroll up, we've got over 3,000 people here. Please, if you're supporting the cause in terms of if you stand against Israel and terrorism for the sake of Iran, for the sake of Israel, that they're doing America's terrorism for the sake of Israel. If you do not want America to participate in this, it's really important to keep this movement going. We are being shadow banned. The space is being suppressed. YouTube has suppressed the main channel for interviews, which is why we have gone to the trouble of setting up a second one. It takes 10 seconds to go to that link, press the bell icon, and follow it so you can see all the interviews with Professor Morandi, with Simon, with Ryan Dawson, and other analysts. Please do give it a follow. I know we've got hands up and we can go to them, but just generally, I want to put a question out there. What was the purpose of Trump's speech? Was it to manipulate the American audience so that he's got the open avenue and open door for a ground invasion? Was it just to big up his achievements so people are still on board with him? Was it to control the markets? What was the purpose of this speech? Or was it just to keep in touch with his base and carry on giving them goislop? What was the purpose of this speech? That's something I'm thinking about. But yeah, sorry, Suleiman, back to you.
Now, I think Beatrix was asking me to boycott Suleiman's channel if he can't get the number of subscribers up. What do you reckon?
Oh my God, you give me the Mario treatment.
Yeah, I think Beatrix was saying you can't have me on the channel if you don't get your number of subscribers up.
Well,
I'm not sure whether Beatrix is like helping me or helping you here.
I don't
Which
know,
one?
bro.
I'm
You
not
can't
sure.
trust these chicks, blood. But one thing is, God, by the way, oh, but it did work though. They're all simps, bro. As soon as when I said it, like 5 people followed. When she said it, like 40 people followed. Bro, they're all simps. How come my following such simpy, bruv? God, 66 more people to go. Make sure you follow. Demonstrate you ain't simps. God. I'm just watching that other Zionist space. It's so funny. Basically, whenever they put the bots on, it's like I think they programmed them where every single time it's just at least a couple of hundred more than us. So like if we gain a few real people, they'll gain a few bots, and if we lose a few people, they'll lose it. It's like so funny. It's like almost like 200 or 300 away, which is hilarious. Obviously, our numbers are just changing naturally based on the time, but obviously, I guess you can program these things as well.
So hold
Sully,
on, Beatrix. In answer to your
Sully,
question, it is a bit like because Trump had the relief rally, and then he gave the speech, and now he screwed it up again. Like he should have just kept quiet on this one.
hey, Sully, check
Unless that was the plan,
because
Simon. Like you said,
check.
he was trying to make a move in the
Exactly.
market. Sorry, got yeah, go.
Hey, Sully, check that you. It says Veto.tv says you're back on top. Looks like you got the purple up at the top bar back. It says you're now trending on top of Twitter X upgrade. It's
Where down, blood? Oh, it's because I put
yeah,
the. Do you think it's because I put the tweet out?
I don't know. 2
Oh,
minutes
I can
ago,
see you. You're back, Solomon.
you're back, bro. The
The Isle of
boss,
Where?
Man.
Sully. The
You got
Blood.
boy
the
be
whole of
back.
Isle of Man that can see you again now.
Oh my
The
God,
boy
people
be
can finally
back.
see the space. See, guys, And this is why in life, honestly, this is an important moment. Never, ever, ever give up. Honestly, never give up. As long as you know what you're fighting for, what you believe in, never, ever give up. I don't want to make this about, oh, pity me, but look, in 2024, when they took away my blue check mark, when they took away my monetization, I did not stop. When I saw that my account wasn't growing at all because they took those away, we did not stop. We continued tweeting, we continued pushing the truth, we continued doing these spaces. We never ever stopped. At what point, Beatrix will tell you, we went down to, what is it, like 300 people on these spaces, 400 people on these spaces, after having 4,000 or 5,000. Such was the level of shadow ban and the fact that they targeted our spaces, but we never ever gave up. You continue and you continue and you continue. I'm not joking, I didn't let it on, but when I found out we weren't on the top, I was like, damn, this is tough. It's not going to be easy because it's hard for people to become aware of your space, but we never ever gave up. We continued going. We had all these good people on here like Simon and everybody else here who continued to come into the spaces, and we just never ever ever gave up. Don't ever, any kind of objective you have, you might get some obstacles in life, you might get some shortfalls in life, but as long as you believe in what you're doing, as long as you know it's going to be good, never ever give up. It's all about persistence. If you persist and you continue working hard, you will always succeed. This is what you got to do. So much shout out to each and every single person here, all of the speakers, all the listeners, all the people on YouTube's, even the simps, every single one of you. Much love to all of you. Never give up. We're back. We're going to give the truth about the war as we've been doing. And we're going to make sure that Americans realize ground invasion isn't a good thing. You need to pressure Trump. Because if you don't, he's going to sacrifice your sons and daughters and the sons and daughters of the Iranians and the Lebanese in order to fulfill their greater project. And so we need to continue speaking. We need to continue fighting. Much love to each and every one of you. We're only 38 away. Do I need to say, or do we need Beatrix to tell 38 simps to follow the YouTube channel? But follow it. Let's get to 1,000.
Yes. Guys, this is for you. This is not for us. This is for you. So you can actually see those. It's twofold. So you can see those interviews on the channel. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see them. It's hard maintaining two channels, right? And it's also so that we collectively, and you're a massive part of that, can help grow the movement so that other people find out about it. And it's really important for people to be on top of it, right? There was just a tweet I saw a second ago. Let me just tell you what it is. Iran has hit Haifa port, and this is minutes after Trump's speech. The Haifa port is the biggest port I think it's one of the biggest ports in Israel. This is important because remember what Trump told us before this speech. He said their navy is gone, it's destroyed, it's all their ships are under the sea, their army's gone. I didn't even want regime change, but I'd done it twice. They've got no missiles left. This is what he told us before tonight's speech. He's got all these posts out there giving you all that propaganda, and yet here we are, Haifa port still being hit. So it's important people realize the truth. This is about all of us. Iran is giving up a lot. It's fighting for humanity, for all of us. People are dying in Iran as a result of this. The least we can do is make sure that we put the truth out there. We're literally the only channel across social media that's trying to put the truth out there. So please go and follow that channel. I'm posting the link on YouTube constantly. Let me do it right now. Let's get it up to 1,000. That's the first goal. And then we'll move forward after that. And this is for you. Ryan Dawson's going to be on there. Simon's going to be on there. Professor Morandi is going to be on there. And we're going to get other people on there. So I'm posting the link. Please do go and give it a follow. It costs nothing. Press the bell icon. It's free.
And when you're on that channel, put the notifications on in that channel so you're aware when we go live. For example, you may not aware, like I might sort an interview out last minute. Like the Ryan Dawson one, I don't even know what time the kid's gonna turn up. So you need your notifications on to know when the interview is gonna be. Let's see how many Sims listened to him followed. Oh, not many. I
Hey,
think it wore off.
Sully, did you see Ryan Dawson did a little space of his own yesterday? Did you see that?
No, I didn't see that.
You missed it. Yeah, he did a little space for like about 20 minutes. Just, I don't know, he's maybe venturing the spaces realm.
Yeah, I think Joe just annoyed him, but it's fine. I think he messaged me and we're doing a collab today. But anyway, bringing it back to the conversation. Let's go to Uncommon. Sorry, we were going to go to you. Go ahead, give us your thoughts.
Yeah, so the first thing I want to say is I did I did get an invite randomly from Mario's team to go on his space today, but like, what kind of guy would I be to go over there? I've got to be loyal to the team here, but also like let's be honest, I mean, I don't want to. I respect and I don't. I'm going to be professional with everyone, but obviously, I think what we're saying over here is the truth. And I looked into space for a second as an anonymous just to see what was going on, and I was like, half the panel blocked me. I was like, yeah, they probably don't even really want me on this space. So
You
anyway,
don't
but
you don't want to go speak with the Palantir representative?
yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, I don't know enough about the backstory.
Also,
I know you guys used to
if
do them
you'd gone on
together.
that Uncommon, you'd only be like one of like maybe 100 real people.
Yeah, and I appreciate you bringing me up, and I think we were trying to do what we can to stop this insanity from progressing. So,
Oh
but
no, you
anyway,
missed the
I
joke. I
just
meant you'd be one of only 100 real people in that space. But sorry, go ahead.
sorry. No, I didn't catch it. But anyway, my thing's about to die. So if I cut out, I cut out, or my phone's about to die. But I did want to say that when Darkside and I think Gary or Simon, when they lay out the Simon laid it out really well. When they lay out the oil situation the way it really is, I do think the Israelis want us to escalate, and I'm sure a lot of the Zionist politicians want us to escalate, but I don't even know how we would be able to do it because even if Trump follows through with blasting Iran, they're going to blast I mean, it's going to put America into a depression. So I just don't know. I mean, I really do think Iran holds the card. I mean, that straight man, man, like how could you go into this not planning on that happening? And obviously they did not plan on this happening, but I just don't see how they're going to be able to continue as oil, it looks like, is going to continue to move up because the market. I mean, honestly, Trump has done a good job of suppressing the market with his words, but it's at the end of the day, reality is going to set in, and I just don't see how they're gonna keep it going while the economy starts to deteriorate.
And the other half of that is the Iranian economy. Effectively, Iran, um, most of their economy at this stage, is effectively just selling oil to China at higher prices. And so, as long as China continues buying, then Iran is just selling the IRGC effectively, and the Iranian Republic, their economy is completely insulated already. And so, obviously, any internal infrastructure that affects economic activity internally will take a bit of a hit, but they'll make up for more than enough of that in sanction relief and just continuing to sell oil to China. So they're already like used to this type of economy.
Yeah, and Simon, that's actually like the easiest way if you need to explain to anyone why Trump is lying when he says that we don't care about the strait is the fact that he's letting Iran export its oil because that's otherwise why wouldn't he just cut them off completely? They could also the US could also blockade the strait and not let Iranian ships through either. But the whole reason is because he cares about the price of oil. And that's also why the Karg Island thing doesn't make any sense because it's like, oh, you're going to go there to cut off Iran's oil shipments, but you just lifted sanctions. So, if anyone has any doubts, that is your best evidence, clearest evidence right there.
Yeah, great point.
Jump in, Andy.
Yeah, sorry, my mic just got stuck. I mean, this is just getting completely ridiculous. It's annoying on the timeline. I see some people saying, "Oh, Trump said a whole bunch of nothing." I mean, I think Trump made it pretty clear. He already gave in his pre-baked excuse to the MAGA-tards to escalate. Clearly, he said, "Oh, if Iran doesn't make a deal," which basically means he wants Iran to surrender to him, which isn't going to happen because Iran, as we have clearly seen, holds all the leverage in this conflict. Then they're going to bomb Iran back to the Stone Age. I mean, we've been over this, but yeah, we're still kind of in a holding pattern. But yeah, I mean, they've already created the market volatility for more insider trading. I bet all of his buddies bought their oil futures after they got the market to dip yesterday. And I mean, oil going up 6%, that's already huge profits for his friends. And I mean, I feel it's gonna escalate. He's he said, "Oh," and then mentioning 13 already died. It's more than 13. The families want us to finish it. I guarantee you some of those families said, "Why were our kids there? This war didn't need to be fought." There is no way all 13 of those people said, "Finish it for our kids." Some of them definitely said that our kids should not have been there, sir. And it's the gaslighting is off the charts. And I mean, Trump absolutely sounded in horrible health during that speech. His voice sounded horrible. He sounded sick, and it's just in the last year he has gone so far cognitively downhill. Physically, he seems weak. I mean, I don't even know if he's gonna make it through these 4 years. He doesn't sound good. I mean, he's stressed. He's not sleeping. I mean, I would be stressed too if I were being thrown around, being strung along and controlled by a bunch of Zionists as well. But he also needs to man up like JFK did and stop letting himself be controlled. Being controlled by Zionists doesn't excuse him selling this country out. And I mean, I think something's probably going to go down this weekend, honestly. I mean, they always use their religious holidays to do this, and it's just going to be really sad to see them bastardize Easter and corrupt it for this purpose to kill people. It's going to be really sad because Easter is supposed to be a holiday about resurrection, and they're going to use it to bastardize and kill people. It's just absolutely going to be horrific, but I really think something's going to happen this weekend. I pray I'm wrong.
Andy, did you see the post I posted under you about the blasphemy of Paula White and Reverend, fake pastor comparing Trump to Jesus Christ? That's terrifying.
Yeah, I'm looking for that right now.
Yeah, they literally were praising Trump as giving him as an example to represent Jesus Christ, the blasphemy.
Yep, it is the golden calf. You're right. That's the perfect analogy. That's the perfect story.
Yep. That's what we're dealing with. I've been battling this for 15 years. That's my specialty, is taking on the Christian Zio movement and how deeply embedded it is into the MAGA Trump and this whole national Zionist thing. It's quite deep, and it runs in the fabric of American culture of 100 years. That's what we're battling in the ideology end of it. And it's all played out perfectly in the geopolitical, financial, military realm. We see it perfectly. How can anyone look and say they love God to say, "Oh, Jesus wants us to go"? It's okay if they kill innocent men, women, children. It's okay because it's all God wants us to do that. I mean, they're psychotic, and it's very, very evil. It's satanic. It really is. That's why I love it when Professor Maradi, first time I heard it, the Epstein class, that's what we're talking about, versus the moral resistance. That's what the battle is, folks.
Yeah. Let's go to Wade. Wade, jump in with your thoughts.
Hey, Simon. Hey, Darkside. Just wanted to comment on the JP Morgan Commodities Risk Assessment Group that published the map in regards to the 15/16 million barrels per day deficit, specifically going on to the to Asian Pacific markets. This looks relatively disastrous considering the Australian PM came out and he's issuing what looks to be wartime level rationing restrictions. And like the amount of commodities that we're talking coming off the board here, particularly from the mines out of Australia, looks, I mean, we've never seen anything like this before. This looks worse than the demand shock of COVID, much less having anyone ever see a supply shock of 15, 16 million barrels per day come offline. That there looks to be no way that the SPRs can meet this demand. I was just wondering what your guys thought on what that is and reconciling that, and then reconciling the statements of what comes out of Iran, and the Russian foreign ministry in regards to, like, you guys are holding a balloon underwater, and there's only so long you can hold the balloon underwater. And I don't know, just from a supply chain perspective, this looks, I've never seen anything like this in like 10, 20 years. I was just wondering if you guys had any comments on how something like this managed, if it's even manageable.
Yeah, it's a great point, Wade. And if you look at that JP Morgan map, they put dates on it, right? So they were talking the first week of April for Asia, second to third week of April for Europe. And that's why I said, look, the takeaway from the speech today was the Strait of Hormuz isn't getting opened anytime soon, right? If you're talking 2 to 3 weeks and we don't care about the Strait, then you're looking into the middle of May before even the potential of opening the Strait. And if you look at that JP Morgan map, man, we are in big, big trouble. And you're right, right? Like the force majeures are going to begin to stack up. The Western banking system is going to get brought to its knees. It's going to ripple from Asia to Europe to the United States. And you have to believe that this is the World Economic Forum's dream. You'll own nothing, you'll be happy. We'll have energy lockdowns beginning in Asia and spreading to Europe, Australia, and eventually financial crisis in the United States. 100%.
There were comments that there were these green energy related entities that were stating that they wanted Australia to meet these specific benchmarks and whatnot. I forget the specific organizations that they were off the top of my head, but it looks like these green energy policies are going to be met via like shutting down the strait. But I don't think anyone realizes that they're shutting down like a quarter of global commodity requirements for, like, there's like bauxite and iron and like various other things that come out of Australia. And I don't think people realize that a quarter of the globe requirements come out of there. And Australia's importing its diesel from Malaysia, but Malaysia's importing its oil, and they're refining it in Malaysia, but the inputs are coming in from the Gulf. And it doesn't seem like anybody's put one-to-one together at all whatsoever. And I don't know how to describe this, but like a Malthusian like level disaster. You can't do this to a just-in-time delivery system. I mean, we spent this. This isn't like a Soviet command commodity, like, a command economy thing where you can just turn things on and turn things off. This was all based upon like monthly deliveries, and so I just have a low degree of confidence that anyone has any idea what the second and third order effects are going to be in here. And the Treasury can do whatever the Treasury wants to play in paper games, but the bottom line is, like, it's not me. It's the JP Morgan Risk Assessment Group came out and said, yeah, guys, like the tap is off on August 1st, or on April 1st, and the Ides of April. So I don't know, guys. I've never seen anything like this in my entire life, in my entire professional career, and it looks scary. And the president basically addressed none of those concerns tonight, and that's just my concern. Is just just coming at it from a professional like supply chain perspective. This does not look good at all. Does anyone have like any positive like opinion or vibe based upon what came out of the speech tonight? Because it doesn't look good.
I do not. And also, Wade, by the way, we've had conversations on this space before about US needing rare earth minerals and there was a whole talk about the China ban. Well, guess where? What's the next place that we get our rare earth from? It's Australia. So if they don't have any energy for those production facilities, that's also going to hurt the U.S.'s military supply chain.
I mean, and not to just like hog the phone or whatever, but Raytheon was already Lockheed Martin was already delivering significant portions of the F-35s without their radars, and it's like as of the last delivery because of the China embargo. So I'm like, was this a last gambit? Was this a last throw of the dice? Because the supply chains were jammed up, because the defense, because the MIC like couldn't get the critical supplies they needed, and that we felt that we had to like do a Operation Barbarossa and like kick in the door as best we could, because this doesn't. You didn't have enough men positioned. You didn't have a credible threat of an infantry land invasion. We didn't have anything in place that normally that we would have had in place. I mean, my God, we had 800,000 troops in place for Gulf War I to establish a credible threat that we were going to actually invade. I just from a professional logistical like perspective, none of this. It logistically doesn't make sense. And not only does it not logistically make sense, it looks like Korea, Taiwan, Vietnam, Philippines, Australia, New Zealand. Like these guys are, it's like, like World War Z for these guys. It's effectively Mad Max. I mean, they don't have, now granted, they didn't do themselves any favor because they don't have any reserves and they don't have refining capacity and whatnot there. But my God, like we can't just kill them. I understand we may not be sympathetic to them or whatnot, but we have some level of responsibility to make sure that they don't, that millions, if not billions of people on the planet don't starve. It seems to me that there are not any professionals in the room, and that's my concern.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I mean, if we're talking about Australia that way, think about all these like countries in the global south. What's about to happen with them, the fertilizer. Suleiman's actually mentioned this a bunch, but it's really
I'm telling
rough.
you, the people doing this, the same people that did COVID. Like, and Trump delivered Operation Warp Speed 2.0 for them, and he's delivering a global reset for the same people. It's like it's the same thing.
It really does. I mean, it's crazy. It really all does. I mean, look, I'm not saying this is the case, but it really does feel like COVID was a practice run for what we're about to have.
Yeah, how are we not going to have energy? Look, okay, so the Asia Pacific is already announcing. Isn't this the exact same thing that happened during COVID? We get lockdowns. Well, they're going to have energy lockdowns. They're going to go to 4 days a week, and then they're going to go to like maximum telework, and then it's going to hit Europe. And then after it hits Europe, Europe's going to bid up as much energy as they can possibly bid up. And I'm probably sure Simon and Darkside can probably talk about like, bond and treasury and guild markets and whatnot in the Eurozone, and how they're going to be able to like leverage those to buy energy supplies. But ultimately, that's going to bid everything up in the market. And it's going to come back to the fact that like the marginal buyer, this was my concern like 45 days ago, that the marginal buyer of fertilizer, fuel, etc., basic inputs was going to get priced out of everything. And this looks to be exactly where we are. And there is no valid military strategy that anyone in the Pentagon Chiefs section are going to buy off on, because the Navy is not going to agree to lose their ships. The Marines are not going to agree to lose entire MEUs. And you're not going to lose the colors of the 82nd Airborne or the 101st, dropping them behind enemy lines and getting like cut off and killed during like a market garden, level operation. So I don't know. They just look like they're stuck in a. The idea that the whole situation is going to naturally resolve itself is the whole thing's laughable.
Thomas.
Yeah, 100% correct. Everything you said. Agree with it all.
Go ahead, jump in, Thomas.
Yeah, go for it. Jump in.
Sorry, my mic was still off. Yeah, a lot of great points being made there. I, I think the global economy was really in trouble before all this. This is just, but yeah, it's strange that they're escalating it like this. But the one of Professor Zhang's best lectures is called "The America's Game," and he basically talks about how in 2008 the whole global economy should have stayed crashed there, and the only thing that saved it was investing in China, which saved the U.S. dollar because of all the dollars that China took in. And so, but the other thing is the economy has relied so much for the past century on having these surefire scientific technologies like electricity, and then computers and the internet, and there's something called Moore's law where computers get faster, and every 2 years they double in processing speed. But that ended about 10 years ago, and so we've really run out of scientific technologies to monetize, basically. And so the so yeah, I feel like that it's almost like they're crashing the whole system. They'd rather have a fast crash than a slow crash, or maybe the system's not designed for a slow crash. I'm not sure, but yeah, this is accelerating what was already inevitable to some extent.
Cool. Thanks for that. Let's go to Thermo. Thermo, quick question to you. You obviously heard the Trump speech. What's your thoughts now? Do you still think that this goes to escalation, or do you think that now things kind of teeter off and they wrap up in a few weeks?
I think it's escalation, man. I think it's full escalation. I think the U.S. is going to escalate until the economic disaster fully kicks in. And I honestly, even think that the Israelis are probably sort of holding us hostage. Like, oh, if you pull out, we're going to start hitting oil infrastructure, and then they'll retaliate. And yeah, because they were the ones that hit the South Pars gas field. So that's like massive leverage for them. But yeah, I think it's full on escalation. We'll see how they try to. I don't know if they try to do a full on ground invasion. That's going to be hard for them to actually stack up the troops somewhere without getting missiles and drones rained on them. But yeah, I think I think regime change is the end goal. Like getting Strait of Hormuz open is just like the primary goal right now, so that they can continue the war, and regime change and destruction is the end goal.
The only way to get a regime change would literally be to sacrifice 50 to 100,000 American Goyim lives in a ground war. Like, that's literally the only way you could possibly do that. You'd have to go in and literally collapse the government through an invasion. Either that, or you'd literally have to commit a war crime using nuclear weapons and literally just kill everyone and commit a genocide through nuclear weapons. You can't use conventional bombs and get a regime change in a country like Iran that has been preparing for that. This isn't some weak, flimsy country. So some bombing campaigns is not going to get a regime change. The people aren't going to rise up. And I mean, the fake clown prince said, take to the streets. Yeah, the people of Iran have taken the streets, and they say, we stand against the Zionist entity killing girls in a school. They did take to the streets and they say, we stand with our government. We love our government. Stop bombing our country. So, yeah, the people have spoken and they stand with their government. And a few Western Iranian influencers, monarchist clowns on TikTok is not representative of the people of Iran. They freaking throw these crowds together, and every time you see these people waving Iranian flags, they're always next to people waving Israeli flags, which tells you they always want to talk about the paid leftist protesters. Yes, you do have people on the left paid to protest, and now these Iranian monarchists, I guarantee you, they're taking their $7,000 to protest as well. It's really funny. This is the Republicans' version of a paid protest to make it look like there's support for regime change.
Yeah, speaking of monarchists, by the way, Suleiman, sorry I kind of lost my temper on that guy yesterday. I, it got to the point where I just literally couldn't listen to him speak anymore. But yeah, I might have been the one that kind of chased him away.
Dermo,
They're not
man.
good with confrontation. They're not good with confrontation anyway, so it's not a surprise.
Want to
Dermo,
welcome.
why you don't even?
What are these Chinese guys always trying to cause? They're always in the shadows,
These
bro. They're always in the
monarchists
shadows.
should be doing the ground invasion. If they believe in the cause so much, why aren't they doing the ground invasion? Seriously.
Why don't the Chinese do the ground? Why doesn't it be the monarchists against the Chinese? We'll have inevitable on the front line.
They would be outmanned like 11-1 for starting. I think the chicks could take them out. You saw how they handled the India SWAT team, but no, no, I heard your question that you just asked to
What's your
Thermo,
thoughts?
and yeah, Trump's speech was very and got the Reader's Digest of it. It was very predictable, and it was definitely indicating ground, invasion and really stage setting the template, setting people's template, his supporters, but the American people, I suppose, in general, for a continued protracted, you know, invasion, if you will, or at the very least, violence. So the thing that he brought up a bunch of different wars and comparing the length of those wars to his quote unquote operation really gives away a lot. It's clear that the last on the list of priority for communicating, intentions is the American people. It's like they're the last, but literally, he cares more about what the internal IRGC thinks, frankly, than what the American people think. It's clear that the will of the public is not a factor in the decision making of the I guess the American regime. And I heard Simon say earlier, and I really think he put it really well, which is that like the handlers that are behind Trump and Netanyahu and the like, they're the ones obviously mostly controlling what happens. Like Trump is basically like a actor whose job is to communicate messages and put a personality behind what's taking place. Now, obviously, there are differences. Obama and Reagan and Bush and Trump had different relations with Israel, and Israel, have had to like have different grievances with each president. And so guys like Netanyahu can go to the Capitol and do a speech against basically Obama in 2015, tearing him down basically in front of a applauding Congress because there's differing interests, right? And I think that that comes into account. So I don't think it's just like a one brain, one mind, complete like I don't think it's like completely just like a monolith per se. However, it's clear there is a directional shared interest, and they need a different face than what they had in the last administration to carry out what's going now. They needed someone like Trump to be bold faced, to flat out say it. We're going to take Iran back to the Stone Age, and that messaging kind of shows you the pretense that they had of, oh well, we love the Iranian people, but the regime, that whole thing is just it was never genuine. It was, and we know that, right? But they've dropped the mask, and we need to keep that in mind. The mask is off for the most part. This idea that we're gonna, save the Iranian people, yada yada yada, that they keep spewing across like Western Europe and all of America and even some countries in Asia that kind of buy into the finger wagging against the IRGC. It's just complete nonsense. I also think, and I think this is important because I think Starmer and the Australian fellow, they front run Trump's speech, and I think they did that because, well, Europe is going to get involved. I wouldn't be shocked if this summer they have like European warships on the Strait of Hormuz. I would not be surprised if they have a much heavier interest. Like, frankly, Europe, the UK, for example, is hosting like 21 bombers. Portugal and Germany have like tons of tankers that they're hosting. Germany is basically the hospital for, basically a glorified hospital at this point for the American forces. And I think like even some of the other countries that are kind of pushing back, like Italy and Poland, they kind of need the U.S. They need for example, Italy only pushed back because of like a red tape procedure with that one plane one time. They've still been hosting refueling aircraft. Poland is still they're still what is that? They need like six Patriot batteries by 2027, I think, or 2029 at least. Though they need that, and especially with what's going on in Russia, they certainly in their minds need that. So um, I mean that all to say they're not going. This entire idea of like complete outward defiance of Americans allies against America, a lot of it is just kayfabe. A lot of it is just like a pretense. France too. I think Spain might be the only one that's kind of serious, but France and Greece, they've been in alignment. And even some Asian countries, frankly, have like opened themselves up to America as well, and they are all going to suffer direct pain, as someone mentioned earlier, of the Strait of Hormuz closure and probably the subsequent Red Sea closure as well. So I think with Trump's speech, and I'll end here, I think Trump's speech was also a message to Europeans, kind of like putting them in a position, and it's not going to be direct. Like it's going to say, well, we need these other countries to get involved. We need these other countries to do your part and take over your strait. He's putting the ball in their court while justifying his reasoning for a continued protracted land invasion because they plan on hitting Iran on all fronts.
Yeah, to that point, inevitable. One thing that has been disheartening to me over the years, and it's something that I've learned about human psychology just from watching Iran and seeing like a lot of the people over the years, these people who go into those protests and like get mad at the government, and it's like, well, it's not your own government that's sanctioning you, and by the way, they don't tax your income, they subsidize your energy, all this stuff. The reason why your economy sucks is because the rest of the world is sanctioning you. But at a certain point, humans, unless Iranians are just different in this way, once they're hungry enough, they will just blame the easiest power that they can blame. And it's like, okay, well, I can't do anything about America and Europe sanctioning us. So if I get a new government, and I think that I'm worried that the same thing is going to apply, even if the masses are largely against this war and see Iran as like the victim. I wonder after a certain period of time when conditions get bad enough in Europe, if the public in Europe is going to just cry out for their government to join the war.
That's my prediction, and that's what I felt for literally a month. And I think that's also what I've seen indicated from these other governments, including the American government. The American government and the governments of Western Europe are counting on the pain of the coming energy crisis and the blowback of it, the after effects. They are counting that pain to basically bend the American and Europeans to bend their will into their own bidding. They are counting on the cowardice essentially of their population. They're not going to go too far. I don't think they'll ever do like a full scale draft. But like India, for example, even some of the European countries, UK, I really, really, really do not. Like, I would not be shocked whatsoever if they are giving tens of thousands of guys to do a ground invasion as well this summer whatsoever. They're already talking about it in some regards, and I think they're going to slow roll it out. Here's an example: Saudi Arabia and the UAE pretty much have Trump has ripped the mask off. right? They like before weeks ago, they tried the media, Western media tried to portray them as like sort of like neutral parties per se, and oh, they've been adversely affected, and oh, some of them are really like speaking out and they're really in pain and they're blaming the U.S. Some of that was obviously nonsense. Now it doesn't matter what their leaders think, right? It doesn't matter whatsoever because their leaders have be like they're beholden in some regard. And so I don't think the Saudis have a choice per se, but to help the US stage, no matter how they personally feel about it. But here's the overall point here is that like we're we're gonna see we're gonna see like the pain of the energy crisis really bring out like probably the worst in people I guess you can say as COVID did for a lot of cases. Australia is in the same boat. A lot of these economies are not going to be able to resist, or really they're not going to be able to withstand some of the pressure that's coming. And that's why you heard Starmer and the Australian fellow say, well, look, we have to brace ourselves for the pain to come, and we are going to be pragmatic and diplomatic and blah blah blah. And that always turns into, well, now we're going to go ahead and send out troops for the necessity. We have to force the Strait open. We have to have an international coalition, and they've divested interests. But as far as this idea that there's only about 2 to 3 weeks left, that's a bold-faced lie. Trump is lying, and look, that's been part of the game. That's literally been part of the strategy. They've sent A-10s. They've sent A-10 Warhogs. They've sent replacements for the AWACS. They're sending 18 AWACS, which are really important ground support aircraft, and the A-10 Warthogs are as well. So the A-10 Warthogs are really important for like offensive support for ground offense. Anytime there is a ground invasion, you can expect an A-10 A-10 Warthogs or something of the sort to accompany them. That's almost like a dead giveaway. To me, that was the smoking gun that this is completely sealed in, because they keep flying those out to the UK. The AWAC, the E3 AWACs, those are important for jamming, and those obviously are going to be critical if they want the A-10 Warthogs and other stuff that they bring out there, whether it's their the Tripoli or the Boxer. That's going to be important if they want any semblance of an early warning system, because Iran took those out day one. Iran taking out those 13 military bases and all of those radars really, 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 really hurt them way worse than they expected. And this is the thing, Thermo. They did not. They truly overestimated the amount of subversion that they were able to get off during the color revolution attempt in January. They really overestimated how much they were able to get through the psyche of the Iranian people. It didn't work, and part of it was because the IRGC took every measure to shut down the Mossad infiltration, to shut down this the Starlink communications. We've seen literally the CIA post videos on X, on this app, to Chinese citizens saying, "Hey, why don't you like message us through this like Tor link or whatever? And yeah, like let's work together to infiltrate your government." They're not hiding it. So if they would do that to China, you don't think they would do that to to the U.S. or
Oh,
rather
bro,
to Iran?
I saw something like I think it was like some Israeli government account where if you're in Iran, you can like take pictures of a spot and send it to them. Like if you see some IRGC or like Basij walking around, you can take a picture and send it to them, and then like with your location, and they will like airstrike that spot. That could have been fake, but I saw something on Twitter and it was like, if you're in Iran, like send us your picture or whatever. It is the craziest thing.
Yeah, and they did not count on the Starlink detectors and the seek and destroy mechanism that Russia helped provide to Iran. They didn't count that. They really thought Russia was never going to do that, even though Russia was doing that in Ukraine and in Russia. They just so look. This is why everything we're seeing has just been so reactive, and it's probably hard to believe for many Westerners, because it's always felt like, man, the trillions of dollars that my tax dollars spend always guarantee my the success of my military, and it's been nonsense. It hasn't worked. It's like people are watching essentially all of the money that they've given through their tax dollars be set on fire right before their eyes every time one of those radars end up in smoke, to the point that they have to, like, almost out of ontological shock, say, no, that's AI, no, that's actually fake news. Well, the Iranians are still bad because they cut off the internet, like it's a fucking human right. Like it's something that humanity never existed without, when in reality the truth is your government tried to foment a color revolution and failed miserably. And now they failed for the last month, and now they're going to double and triple down because they have no other out. There's no way that they're going to turn around after failing and say, oh well, look, we did enough. We sent them to the Stone Age. See, and they don't have the military, or they don't have the uranium taken, the weapons of mass destruction, quote unquote. That's all the uranium is, and that's the hook. That's the hook that keeps basically a tie that binds. So yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
we're
but
in this.
we
Inevitable.
got to
Go
be
ahead,
honest.
Andy.
We got to be honest about what the status of Europe is. Okay, guys, the largest NATO trained NATO army in Europe is the Ukrainian army, and it's somewhere between what 500,000 and 750,000 men right now, and they're non-deployable, right? And Germany doesn't basically even have effectively a deployable combat brigade right now. So inside the EU, you effectively have no deployable combat brigades. You have a navy, which is totally ineffective. You have an air force, which is effectively non-deployable without United States Air Force capacity whatsoever. So the idea of like even commenting on the European Union of even being a factor is effectively laughable. They have no logistical support. They have no log tail whatsoever. They milk off of the teat of the United States of America log train wherever they go. So I
They've
don't
got
even
hundreds of
know.
thousands that they can provide. Like each European country, like the UK and France, can send like 100,000 people if they really wanted to.
We
They
This
got
is
have.
ridiculous.
UK's
This
got
is
20.
ridiculous. They
UK's
have
got
no independent. They
20,000.
have no independent. This is ridiculous. They have no independent deployable combat ready combat brigades whatsoever. The EU has effectively none. Effectively none. You may be able to scrape together a division of independently deployable. Actually, no. You have no. There are no independently deployable European brigade combat teams whatsoever without an American logistics train. They are neutered. They are useless. Nothing. The only independent combat functional brigades that are NATO trained and NATO equipped in all of Europe are Ukrainian, and that's a fact.
That's not
Like,
true. Germany and the UK
okay,
have tens of that, and we can look it up
with
just to make sure.
with what airlift?
Germany,
With what airlift?
UK's got
With what
20,000,
airlift? That's a joke.
and the 20,000,
That's
and the 20,000 is like what 10,000 operations, maybe another 5,000 rainbow fairies, and then 5,000 that might be, and they're demotivated. They don't want to fight for Israel as a community. Most people are like thinking this is completely illegitimate. Like there's nothing there. Like the UK has got nothing.
The UK can definitely send at least around like, well, you said
R
20,000, so that's
RAF,
the point
they
of an
can't do a
international.
ground invasion.
Sure.
They can send planes. They can do MI6 and RAF, but troops, nah, man. The UK hasn't got shit.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm
look, the
sorry,
point, the
guys.
point, yeah,
The EU
okay.
is
Rumor
over.
has it
The
Simon's
EU,
going
the
to be on the
EU
front
is
lines.
over.
What was that, silly?
I said, rumor has it they're going to send Simon on the front lines.
No, man. You look. Once Isle of Man's involved, then we can talk a serious conversation. Like once you get the Isle of Man troops, you know what I mean. Like forget Ukraine. Like we'll show them how it's done.
And
Simon, isn't it true the entire army, the entire UK army, can be in Wembley Stadium? That's the report.
Yeah, look, UK troops. It's just not. It's not a conversation. You need, as I
So
said,
the
you
U,
need Isle of
oh, sorry.
Man. Like forget UK.
Well, the UK can send air assault brigades. Like they have paratroopers, and I'm pretty sure they have like enough people within these air assault brigades to send at least like 5 to 10,000. They definitely do. Now it would be everything, but here's the point: that what other option is there? For one,
You're
right?
gonna
And the other
you're
point
gonna
is that there
parachute
are.
them into
Go
a million a million like Iranian IRGC. Like oh my god.
No, I
Sorry.
agree. It's ridiculous,
Have they
right? But
ever
here's the
watched?
point. But
Hey,
look, here's the point. Like, are we going to deny, right, that the U.S. is sending literally everything that they can right now for the purpose of setting the stage to make it possible for maybe in about 3 months for Europe to follow suit. So it's not about like the UK like single-handedly coming in and saving the day. The idea is setting up an international coalition to join and assist the US and continue kind of like when it's safe. And that's why, for example, they're sending such electronic warfare aircraft and naval craft, by the way, as well, to set up this like large scale block and try. They're going to try. I'm not saying they're succeeding, but they're going to try to obviously to secure enough of a impasse or rather a pathway forward, especially through certain points like captured beachheads and captured islands. And for example, like look, we have to understand the Shangji Y9 LG is kind of like the frame of reference that I have, but they have a specific brand new electronic warfare plane that is literally meant that it finished in 2024, and that is literally meant to shut down drone swarms and potential ballistic missiles as well, as well as the any sort of air defense batteries that Iran has as well. That's literally something that Iran has been using to dominate over the last month. And again, I'm not saying that this is like foolproof, but that's the number one thing China is watching.
Guys,
There was a
the
paper
U.S.
released by the People's Liberation Army literally earlier today, or no, yesterday, that literally says the number one thing that China is watching is how it can respond to the electronic warfare and strengthen its own electronic warfare based off of what the U.S. uses. That is the number one thing that the U.S. is hinging their success on when it comes to this beachhead capturing operation. So I get it that it doesn't sound realistic for the U.S. to be able to do anything like this, but and it's not a good idea. But look, they're not sending they're not sending those planes over. Okay, the EC 130H. That's actually what Iran hit this weekend. They hit like three of those. So the replacements to those, the new Compass Call aircraft that they're sending, are literally worth I think like around like 2 to 300 million per plane. They're completely serious about this, and the idea that Europe is not going to do anything. I think that Europe has already been active. Like I said, they've been literally sending tons of shadow tankers and doing pretty much everything they can to help the U.S.'s efforts. As far as without getting involved directly. So we don't need to believe the kayfabe when they said, "Oh, we're not going to get involved." I think this today has kind of been the ripping off of the mask, so to speak.
Yeah, it's all just skirmishing, guys. The United States of America will be hard pressed to put together two corps on the beaches right now whatsoever. They'd be really, really hard pressed to be able to put 250,000 men on the beaches. Those op orders have not been issued. As it stands, it takes 6 to 9 months to even stand up, train up. None of that has happened whatsoever at all. The idea that there's even a force in place to do anything, the Euros would backstop maybe 10% of our force, and they would feed off of our logistic train, which is not in place like at all whatsoever. So whatever these people are thinking, whatever they're planning, it's not realistic, and there's no logistic train, there's no supply to be able to like sustain what anyone is hoping or thinking that any of the Euros are going to be able to backstop, because the Euros are basically just going to be a sideshow to whatever the United States decides that they're going to do. And there's no evidence that the United States is actually going to do anything, because there's not 300,000 men in place as would take to do any basic minimum level of moving into the area.
Well, I do want to be clear too, and I don't want to like monopolize the conversation, but I do want to be clear. I completely agree that this is a bad idea and that it is kind of like doomed to go horribly, whether it be loss of life or otherwise. However, the investment, I can say for almost certainty that the investment is certainly there. They're setting up the logistic train now that you're speaking of, and they should have done this 3 to 4 months ago. I repeat, if they knew how bad it was going to go with this color revolution attempt in January, they absolutely would have had like A10s in the right places. They would have like done less. They wouldn't have sent out the F-22 Raptors. They wouldn't have been so stupid as to think that like their fighters are going to take on drones and stop drones with fighters. like the stupidest stuff ever. You know, you're literally seeing like them sending F-20 or F-16s to take on a Shahed and fail at stopping it from hitting its target, right? So but the whole point is, in spite of the failure, the Tripoli is almost there. The tankers are almost there. The logistical chain that they're setting up, there's so much movement going on in Camp Lemonnier in Djibouti for that specific purpose of getting assets in and out. And obviously they're being spied on. Obviously, you know, Iran is intercepting quite a bit of the planning, but they're all of the strato tankers, for example, a lot of the support for air brigades are most certainly leaving the US. I'm seeing reports too that like I think like most of the man, I don't know if it's the Navy or Marine bases in the US are experiencing like significant movement, if you will, and is, I guess there's like an idea of like mass continual deployment that's taking place, and Europe's not going to be able to sit this out, nor, and I don't think they want to either. I think we're being lied to. The world is being lied to its face. This idea that Europe wants peace is it's just it's laughable. Like they're sending P8 Poseidons through Europe, and look, Iran actually took out like a few of them, but like look, a lot of the material, and oh, this is what I was going to say. The reason why I think the AWACS are so important, and why they're sending literally 18 of the E3 Sentry AWACS, is because that is going to allow for what you mentioned, which is that sort of like multinational eyes and brain coverage for wide area command and control. You know, and they're gonna try to set up like not a discombobulator bubble, but like an electronic warfare and safety and risk mitigation bubble, not just for themselves but for their allies. It's going to be something that they can kind of like deconflict out to 250 miles and try to coordinate like ship-based and air-based and ground like electronic warfare layers. That's their only hope. And if they didn't believe that, then they wouldn't be sending out the assets to confirm that, you know. Um, but no, look, I hear what you're saying. I just wanted to make that clear. I don't think it's a good idea at all. They're royally screwed. The world economy is in trouble. But this is, look, this is reality here. You know, this is going to be a protracted war.
Yeah,
So
yeah. The bottom line is they don't have they don't have a new moon until the middle of the month. Okay, and so that's the 15th, and by that time you're gonna have failure to delivery on almost all the oil contracts that are relevant, and it looks to be that you're potentially going to have a major economic, financial, and or oil energy crisis way before you have any potential of getting any military solution in
But
place
how do you think this
whatsoever.
plays out, though? How do you think the next 3 months plays out, both like in the economy and in the operation that they're doing?
I think it looks to be that you're going to have major economic and failure to delivery for the next 2-3 weeks. You're going to have a dark moon. You're going to have a new moon on the Ides of April. Obviously, they'll try and do something, because that'll be the opportune moment to do it. You're obviously not going to operate this week because if you walk outside, it's a full moon and it's like very bright outside. If you walk outside your house right now, yeah, well, it's the same place as in the Centcom Theater. So, expect nothing over the next 2 weeks other than strikes or whatnot. Look, the bottom line is there's not force in place to do anything. So I don't know what people are expecting. And like, it doesn't make any sense. There's no force in place. There's no logistics trail in place. If people want to know, like, oh, why is jet fuel gone up so high? Why is oil tanking prices gone up? Okay, jet fuel has gone up because the Department of Defense is a buyer regardless of price. Okay, why do you guys think that why do you guys think that like European jet fuel is going up on 2-3x? It's because the Department of Defense is buying it all from you guys. And they're flying it all into CENTCOM so they can like drop bombs. This is like really simple like logistics, like supply like level 101 stuff. You know,
Hmm.
it, yeah, and there's just not enough there. There's just not enough there, and there's no men to support the operation that they're trying to do. And the idea that the Europeans are going to be able to like somehow supplement or do anything or provide anything of value is just ridiculous. Because the only effective European NATO force right now is the Ukrainians, and they're bogged down in their own issue.
Can I jump
Thanks for
in?
that, Wade. Just 1 second before you jump in, Andy. I just want to read a few of the super chats because I kind of missed them, and I really appreciate all of the people's support. The Cool says, Sully, try to split down the middle or a layered haircut. Sully is looking fresh, but hair needs some volume. Thanks for that information and your advice on hairstyle. The amount of female symptom for Sully, damn. Add your second channel to your X bio traffic boost. Yeah, I've actually done that. That's a great advice. I did actually see that earlier. And shout out to every single person who did follow the second channel. We did end up breaking 1,000 today, so I really appreciate that. There will be the Professor Miranda interview on there. What are we on now? 1,030. So I really appreciate it. We have got the Professor Miranda interview in about 3 hours. Let's see what's up. Add your second channel to your X bio traffic boost. Okay, cool. Dan Asher says, welcome to. Oh no, Dan Asher, thank you for joining level 1 membership. Appreciate you. Important member of the community, and I really mean it. War criminal Satanist in chief in full BS mode. No, Ethan says, no Iranian, Palestinian, Russian, Chinese, North Korean has called me an incel. Cool. Frank Jabba says, Beatrix was right. Oh my god, stop stimping, bruv. Call a girl sim for Beretics, JS Bauer. Donald Beatrix Jr., good one, Moses. Banco, as an American man, you're a disgusting human being. User says 200 IQ Simon Take. I've discovered some similarity between US presidents over the years. This means democracy is worthless. Don't vote, buy Bitcoin. Okay, attacking Simon there. Filed 6 bankruptcies and still the president. From Amjad, Adam says Trump has no idea how to tell the public that this war will drastically escalate, so he's panic announcing squeeze out the market as much as possible. Joseph, thank you for your support. And then we've got Avius is Ansarallah a blocking threat that must be dealt with first? And could Yemen become phase 1 before any ground escalation against Iran? Well, I'm aware that actually the Houthis, what their plan is they're gonna stop they're gonna block the Red Sea if, and I mean if, there is a ground invasion. So that's the form of escalation. You'll have heard me explain that on what's the thing on when we went on, what was it again? What was the show? Oh, Infowars, when we were on Infowars earlier on today. Okay, Andy, you wanted to jump in, correct? Jump in.
Yes. I mean, yeah, I don't see. There's nothing that can be done really about the Houthis. I mean, we saw Saudi Arabia doing that, and I do kind of agree with what there was. I wasn't factoring in the whole thing with the moonlight, so I was thinking maybe there would be something done, but it does make sense to wait till darkness. And I mean, people are thinking that we're just fighting Iran in this war. No, we're not. I mean, if we end up actually trying to escalate this, let's say, into a larger conflict, like people are thinking. I mean, we gave Ukraine reinforcements. It's not like Iran can't get reinforcements from Russia because Russia has used barely a fraction of what they have. They can get reinforcements with China because China and Russia cannot afford to let Iran fall under any circumstances because then Russia is completely exposed and surrounded by enemies on all sides if Iran falls. So they won't. There's no chance that if we escalate beyond anything, beyond a few islands, and actually do the unthinkable and turn this into a full-on invasion, that they will not be resupplied with some weapons. And we do not have the manpower for that at this moment, which is why I think they raised the recruitment age up to 42. Because let's say, oh, the economy collapses, then okay, if the economy collapses, people are going to have a job, need job. Okay, there's no jobs, people will then sign up to join the army and invade Iran. And yeah, there isn't that much Europe can muster, but I mean, sure, they could scrounge up a few planes, some tanks, a few men. They could scrounge up something. It's not like they have literally nothing. They can scrounge up something, but it's not like Europe has 1 million men that they can just deploy, but could they scrounge up 200,000-300,000 total men across the entire NATO alliance? Certainly they could do that. But at that point, then I mean, you also India probably is chomping at the bit as well. But if India gets involved, then Pakistan probably gets involved, and at that point, you have a world war. I mean, this could easily escalate into a world war at this point. I
Did
mean,
you
it,
Well,
guys
that's interesting because Pakistan is being given F-30 or not F-35s, J-35s. Excuse me. They're
Oh
being given
my
some
God!
fifth generation
You wish you
fighters.
gave them an F-35, blood.
Oh, those pieces of crap? No way. Did you see how many of those fall out the sky basically
Good
for no
one.
reason? All you have
Good
to
one.
do is
Good
throw.
one.
aren't you guys working on a 6th generation fighter?
Yes, we have two. There's the Shenyang 50, I think it's 50, and then the I think it's the Chengdu 35. I think it's the C-35, I believe. But yeah, like those are sixth generation. And those by the way have taken flight. They've been taking flight since like early 2024, and there's a lot of miles on them already, as opposed to the F-44. I think no, F-47, which is just a concept right now. I don't know. I'm wondering when the U.S. is going to get their sixth generation in the air. We'll see. Maybe in a few years. Maybe in
I
2029.
think if the U.S. does a full invasion, I could see your 6th generation fighters being deployed over Iran. I could see that.
Well, they're not even anywhere near started. Like they haven't even done a test flight on their sixth generations
No,
yet.
I,
So
I
we're
said
that
also gonna have to
I said
send
I
some
could see
fuel to
yours
Australia.
entering. I said I could see yours entering inevitable.
Oh well, to be honest, I think the fifth generations will suffice. If anything, the fourth might be a bit overkill. To be honest, the J20s are probably good enough, especially since we have this new engine that pretty much like takes care of all the heat problems and whatnot. But no, look, I don't want to digress. What were we talking about again? What were you just saying?
Well, so Andy brought up something interesting. Did you guys see? I don't know if it was fake news, but apparently Kadyrov said he's ready to send the Chechens in if the U.S. invades.
How many are there? What's the size of their army?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Brigade.
David Z was talking about that thermal. David Z was lending into that pretty heavily.
Yeah, that's not happening. That's just fake, bro.
Inevitable, though.
Obviously, you have to remember with David Z, I love him a lot, but he's
I do agree
one
with what you
second.
said that people do blame.
Okay, 1 second. One thing you got to remember with David Z, I like him a lot, but his perspective is completely the pro-Russian perspective. So he's not going to be coming and supporting Iran. He said the same thing for Palestine, and then they didn't do anything. It's just a way of hitting headlines. Don't get me wrong, when I post it out, it'll get large views, but he's not going to do anything.
Yeah, inevitable.
Interesting.
I do
Very
agree with what you
interesting.
were
Yeah.
saying. Inevitable that people right now obviously blame the U.S. and Israel for starting this, but I do share your fear that people will turn on Iran and say this recession is their fault. They're blocking the strait. So I do see that, but I mean, if bodies are piling up for the U.S., they don't see them supporting that because people, I think, are still rational enough where they'll be like, "Hey, just agree to Iran's terms, lift the darn sanctions, just pull our bases out of the Middle East." End the war, end this war and end this stupid recession, and let oil flow. Because at the end of the day, people aren't gonna be like sacrifice 50,000 lives to get the economy going. People will
Yeah,
be
I
like,
think I think that's what Trump's hoping for. He's every time he rolls the dice, he's hoping for some kind of outcome which helps him kind of move towards greater support, as some kind of military success that can galvanize people and actually make people believe in him again. So this is what he's hoping for continuously. If you put yourself in his position, he's got nothing to show for anything at the moment other than just continuous loss, and he has to cover it up with lies. He wants to, for example, lose some troops in a way that creates anger in America. I don't think that'll work. The issue is he's bleeding support so fast. To get it back up, it needs something really major, a huge achievement, and he's really screwed, to be honest with you. And as we said before, look, I don't know, like this at some stage, people have to stop paying attention to his talks every day. He gives announcements and speeches. What relevance, what difference does that speech make to anybody? Like everything he says now doesn't make any difference to shouldn't make any difference to the market, shouldn't make any difference to the calculation, to the strategy, people's strategy. It's clear what they wanted to do from the start. It was clear they're going to get drawn into a ground offensive, and they have done. And now I think they're going to just keep escalating, because de-escalating means they have to withdraw and accept that the Iran, the Islamic Republic, has control of energy supplies. And you can't do that. And I said this from the start, you can't do that as an empire. You can't be in a situation where some other country dictates to you what you can and can't do. You have to be the one dominating. You can't be, if you think about it, at any point, if the republic again feels it necessary, it'll just stop oil flowing to a country. It will stop this. It has huge leverage now. Look at Australia's situation. These countries will capitulate. There's so many countries around the world who will start capitulating to Iran and saying, "Okay, look, we'll deal with you directly. Forget the sanctions, please, please. We're sorry about the sanctions. Blah blah blah." and and then you'll find that more and more allies come to Iran. It becomes more powerful in the region. It becomes a proper global player. Like, this is not acceptable to America, and no way or form. And they have to keep doubling down. There's just no way out.
Yeah, but the U.S. can embargo Iran if it wants to, specifically with the submarine fleet. But the U.S. refuses to do it because they realize we are too short on the million barrels per day. So literally, the Treasury is
So just
screwed.
some breaking news.
So
I just need to get some breaking news. There is missiles heading towards Israel right now. Missiles are heading towards Israel right now. Also hitting Dubai. Hitting Dubai. It's the economic zone or something in Dubai. But yeah, hits on Dubai as well. It says the people are hiding in the shelters. Okay, sorry, back to you, Wade.
no, thanks so much. I was just saying that the concern is that the United States, if they wanted to, they could totally blockade the Persian Gulf. They could shut all that oil down. But the problem is, if you shut that oil down, that counteracts the Treasury's strategy. And the Treasury's strategy was to get as many free barrels open on the sea out to the market right now. So they're trapped in a catch-22, and I don't know. Maybe I'm hoping maybe Simon.
Well, they can't. They can't.
Maybe
They can't
Simon
do that
will comment
because
on
they can't do that.
the cognitive dissonance of it all.
Yeah, they can't do that.
Brent
Obviously,
hit
if they
107. It's up $8 since Trump started his stupid speech. And yeah, there was an alert from Visegrad. Ukraine hit oil infrastructure in Russia, so that's hurting things. And I think in Trump's addled mind,
Again?
yeah. So Trump clearly doesn't care about oil prices, because he'd be telling Ukraine, "Hey, you can use these long-range drones, but avoid the oil." And I think in Trump's demented mind, he wouldn't mind a disaster, because all Trump cares about is being remembered. And as people say, all press is good press. So if Trump does a disastrous ground invasion, he'll be like, "Well, even if it's a disaster, at least I secure my place in the history books." So Trump.
Well, I don't want to be I don't want to be pedantic, Andy. I don't want to be pedantic at all. But we have to understand this is not Trump. It's not just Trump. The fact that Ukraine can hit any oil infrastructure in Russia, because usually those are going to be medium ranged drone assaults that are pretty much deep within the Russian territory, especially for that port in Bryansk, I believe, that was hit. That was a massive blow. And that was last week, but. Whatever gets hit tonight, it's the same story. They can't do it without obviously the support of the West, without the satellite support, without just anything to triangulate these strikes. So what is the point of this? The point of that is they don't care, like you just said. But who's they? They is more than Trump. This has more to do than the US's oil price. This has everything to do with Europe and certain countries in Asia as well. These countries are directly adversely being affected, and the idea that this is happening, and this is going to affect the oil supply, and it's going to affect the natural gas supply, because Russia shut down most of their exports for natural gas as well, at least 40% of it, I believe. So the fact that they're going to do this and target this infrastructure, it's not happening against Europe's will. It's happening like in accordance to it, and we have to realize why. Right? We can't just ignore that and pretend, oh yeah, well, Ukraine's just a crazy and Trump is crazy and Zelensky, oh, he's deluded. No, it's all of them. They all don't care. Why? because they're going to do this in spite of it. They consider it a worthy sacrifice. They
But
consider the
inevitable,
pain inflicted on their people. Yep.
but that wouldn't make sense though, because if they didn't care, then Trump wouldn't let Iran ship oil. So I feel like there's got to be another reason. Like it might be because well, isn't Ukraine getting kind of neglected right now, and maybe this is sort of like their way of lashing out. I don't know. I'm just speculating, but
No, because they can't even do it without Western approval. They literally can't. They cannot send those medium range, or rather, excuse me, medium altitude drones into these long range attacks into Russia. They cannot do it. But to your point, you're right. Right? They are, and I think the reason why they're allowing these tankers out for now is to control perception. It would be a lot worse because look. Ukraine already has this sort of Ukraine's been able to do whatever they want. They've been able to bomb like schools, hospitals, and everything in Russia, and the media control has been where they don't get admonished whatsoever. However, in this case, there would be absolute attention if the U.S. were to do an embargo. It could be on the way, but it would have to be something that occurs down the line. It would literally have to come to that, and I think it's a matter of scale of escalation. I think that's what we're looking at here.
Simon, how short do you think the U.S. Treasury and Japan is on oil right now? Well, how short on the futures market do you think they are? Like, how hard do you think they're manipulating this and hoping that there's an outcome if you're there, Simon?
I don't think I see him. I don't know. The stage kind of lags.
No, he's not on here. Let me quickly give some more info. Okay. I want to thank each and every single one of you who joined the new YouTube channel. That tweet is in the nest. Well, how many people end up joining in the end? We didn't hit the 5,000. So obviously I did say to you guys we will continue the space on until the Professor Morandi interview. If we end up hitting 5,000, we didn't hit 5,000, but we definitely did hit 1,056. So I appreciate all of you guys on that. Yeah, and it's been, I think it's been a very good space. It's been a very long space. Just to let you know, we've got the Professor Morandi interview in 3 hours. So make sure you're ready for that. That's going to happen in 3 hours. The Professor Morandi interview. It'll be on this new channel. So make sure you're following this new channel. If you're on the YouTube chat, make sure you come to the new channel for the Professor Morandi interview. Don't miss it. Or shall I continue the space on? I don't know. It's like 3 hours. But I need a nap as well. I don't know. Let me see. Okay. I don't know what to do actually. It's only 3 hours till the thing. It's not like I can sleep for 3 hours or 2 hours. Okay, let's go to Sparty Cell. Sparty Cell, jump in. What's your thoughts?
G'day guys, how's it going? Just want to say it was an honor to be number 969 on the new YouTube channel. I was number 969 subscriber, so that was quite the honor. I've got a quick question for the group over here, and great discussions, by the way. With regards to the current American allies capitulating, and this is coming from an Australian perspective, how can, let's just say, Australia capitulate to Iran to get oil? And what's the wrath it will suffer from the US, if that makes sense? Is there any framework for, let's just say, a group of countries, 1, 2, or 3, or 4, to capitulate? Or would Australia say, do a side deal with, let's say, Japan, and say, listen, Japan, since you've got good relationship with Iran, can we buy our oil off you? Do you guys get what I mean?
I think the U.S. is probably too preoccupied to punish like other countries in any sort of significant way when they're, scrambling out of desperation. I don't think there would be. Maybe other people would disagree. I don't think there'd be significant consequences.
Maybe not in the short term. Yeah, I kind of agree there. Like, Australia is, it's interesting because they have to import 90% of their petrol from Asian refineries anyway, that rely on the crude, from the Gulf. So, their jet fuel is also pretty vulnerable. Well, particularly jet fuel, and they've got like what, you guys have got like a month left of diesel and petrol, and maybe like a little bit more for jet fuel, but like even then, after about a month, what are you going to do? So I think you could still go for it. And I only say that because like certain countries that have been dealing with the U.S., like India and I guess to some extent Pakistan, but India and Malaysia have been kind of like just following the rules, if you will. So I think the U.S. is going to like, and someone brought this up earlier, the idea of an embargo. The U.S. could certainly still try to facilitate that uh, down the line with a ladder of escalation, and I think that would be the cutoff. So if the U.S. really has a problem with countries capitulating, if you will, they'll just shut it down forcefully, and no one's gonna do well. None of their allies are gonna do anything to them about it. Like, you know.
Yeah, thank you for that. Why I bring that up is because 2 days ago we had one of the most official polling companies called Ozpoll, which is one of the most official ones, and the exact framework was: do you agree with the American-Israeli war on Iran? So that's how the question was framed, and 70% of Australians disagree with the war, and only of the 30%, sorry, and then it was another 10% for that have no comment, and the balance was that they agree with the war. So the vast majority of Australians are completely against the sentiment over here. Like I said, I'm a builder. I deal with constant contractors around. Every single one of them, they know that I'm Lebanese, so they'll always come to me and tell me, "Hey, what's the go? What's Iran doing? When's Iran going to win?" And this, I'm telling you, these are from all walks of life. We're talking about Irish, Spanish. We got some from Indians and whatnot. All come to me. What's the go? Is Iran winning? Is Iran winning? That's the sentiment. Is there is zero love to the US at the moment.
Well, you know what though? Well, and not to be self-indulgent here, but Taiwan did activate this agreement with Australia. I guess that they already have in place, but it's to expedite the cargo that you guys have already committed to them in light of the oil crisis. So, like, they bought like a bunch of spot cargo from you guys, like just as emergencies, and I think like your LNG. You will not, because I don't know if I said it earlier, but your LNG is not affected that much by the Hormuz being closed because of its domestic production per se. But like it benefits America because it keeps like Taiwan stable. If not for Australia and in America too, but if not for Australia, there would have been much more incentive to actually for Taiwan to capitulate to China and do a peaceful reunification. For example, the Philippines was standoffish to China for a while, and they started like letting more military bases in their country since 2022 with that new president. And there was this like gas field that the Philippines have been quarreling over with China for years. And now that there's this energy crisis, now they want to like re-engage and do a cooperative alignment with China over getting that massive gas field to be used in the future. Now they want to make deals. Same with like not I think Malaysia and Thailand have also kind of come to China for help as well. So like if not for Australia keeping that, then America would have had another huge issue to deal with which would have been the loss of I guess whatever influence they had in Taiwan. So yeah, that's unfortunately I think Australia has kind of already made his choice.
I
Yeah,
got some
correct. With the
news.
Yep. Sorry, go ahead.
Uh, Um, apparently a gasoline pipeline was damaged in Georgia.
Interesting. Right, guys. Listen, on the YouTube channel, I have pinned the interview with Professor Morandi because I've set it up on the YouTube. On this YouTube, I've pinned the interview with Professor Morandi. So if you guys can do me a favor, if you can make sure if you're on the YouTube, if you can set your reminder to watch the interview with the Professor Morandi, that will be awesome. So that tweet is in the nest of this. Have I put it in the nest of the space? No, I haven't. But it's in the YouTube comment. Let me just quickly put it in the nest of the space. We're not going to be doing the space. It's just going to be the interview. So make sure, because it's just like such a gap between the rest of the interviews, but I want to just accommodate his timing because I know how busy he is. So that tweet is going to be in the nest in a few seconds. Here it is. You can click on the live and set your reminder. Every 2,100 people on this space, the ones who haven't fell asleep yet, if you can set your reminder, and every 600 people on the YouTube, if you can also set your reminder, that will be awesome. So people are aware about the space, about the interview with the professor when it happens. So we've got 600 people there, we've got about 2,000 people here. I'm guessing some of the people fell asleep listening to it, but that being said, I'm hoping the majority didn't. Don't want to miss out on Professor Morandi, the first interview after Trump's speech. What's he gonna say? How is he gonna react to Trump's speech? It's gonna be awesome. Oh, Ryan's come. I mean, oh, as in good, but I didn't expect it. I was just about to wrap up, but we're not wrapping up because Ryan's here. He said, "You there? I'm ready to few." Okay, let me quickly give me 5 minutes, Ryan, to set up, and then we're gonna do the interview. We're gonna do it on video though, Ryan, so we can have it set. I've actually set the thing on the video, so give me 5 minutes, Ryan, and while we're setting up, Spadis, I'll go ahead.
Yeah, thank
Sounds
you.
good.
Oh yeah, I'd love to hear Professor Miranda talk as well. What a great interviewer he is, and what a legend he is as a man as well. I'm so much more keener to see
1 second,
the.
Spidey, 1 second. Let me just ask Ryan. Ryan, do you want to do the interview on the video, or do you want to? Because I think it's better if it's on the video.
Yeah,
All
let's do
right,
video.
cool. Yeah, just give me 5 minutes. I needed 15 minutes notice. Give me 5 minutes notice. I'll quickly just get everything set up because I'm gonna do it on the other, like move everyone and get the other
Hey,
people.
hey, it's the middle of the day here. It's easy for me.
No, bro, I'm like half asleep, but all good. I was waiting up for you. Appreciate you coming on. Go ahead, Spidey, while I'm quickly setting up.
Yeah, no worries. The biggest, I'd say, one of his biggest tweets, Professor Miranda, he uploaded it yesterday, where he said the global economy will soon collapse. The world is about to change, so hold on tight. I'd love to hear him go dive deeper into that as well, because I cannot wait. And once again,
What
g'day
was that? What
to
did he say? Just tell me what the
yes,
quote
yeah,
was again.
yeah. The quote yesterday was he was commenting on Trump's post. He said Trump wants an off ramp, but Netanyahu won't allow it. So they are not trying to. So they're trying to destroy Iran. They will fail, and the global economy will soon collapse. The world is about to change, so hold on tight. That's his tweet.
Well, he's right. You got to hold on to it. It's 5:37. So let me try to
Yep.
set the.
G'day to Ryan Dawson. I've been a loyal follower from 2011 all the way back in Pepe Escobar days. And he's been following this, and he's been pretty much, to give Ryan his flowers, he's been saying all of this about 10, 15, 20 years ago as well. I'm an OG follower of Ryan, and just a pleasure and an honor to be in the same space with him.
Definitely, we love Ryan. We love Ryan a lot.
I just gave you a follow.
Yeah, thank you. This is like my 6th burner account because I went too hard on the Zios during the Palestinian war, so they got me 6 times.
I know how that is.
Exactly. Andy, jump in.
Yeah, I mean, if Trump's actually stupid enough to do this ground invasion, there's going to be retaliation against oil's infrastructure in the Gulf, and yeah, the economy will tank. Iran said wherever the invasion's launched from, all of that oil infrastructure gets completely destroyed. So that either means all of the oil infrastructure in the UAE or Kuwait's going to go down, and that's going to certainly spike prices. And if there's a ground invasion, the Houthis completely block the strait, and that's going to spike oil prices. So yeah, that's a guarantee the prices are going to go up. They're already artificially low, and artificially low is still 107. So if there's a ground invasion, it's going to get up to 150 pretty quick. And if Trump is actually dumb enough to go through on his, we're going to bomb Iran back to the Stone Age, then that's all of the Gulf oil infrastructure destroyed. So
Wait
yeah.
till the markets open in the morning. Just wait.
Yeah. And then you have Pete Hegseth's drunk ass saying back to the Stone Age, and it's like, yeah, it's a complete embarrassment. It's like yeah, we had a bunch of children running around with the Biden administration, and it's like we never left. It's still a bunch of freaking children in charge. It's completely humiliating.
Ryan, I spent my teenage years paranoid because of you.
Job well done. Well, it was justified. I mean, I don't know how old you are, but we went through a brutal war with inside Syria with Al Qaeda and toppled Libya and genocide on Gaza, and now this giant war with Iran. Could all see it coming if you knew who to look at and you knew who was in charge. Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 30 right now, but when I was like 15, 16, I was a stoner and I would just sit in my room watching your videos. Those like longer documentaries you make and the voice, it's kind of like a dark, like creep ominous voice that you do, like you're going through all the files and everything. And it was a pretty wild ride.
Yeah, I've gotten a lot more happy since Iran started bombing Tel Aviv. But you're right. I used to do videos out of spite. I was like, hardly anyone's going to see this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Someone will see it.
Yeah, it's pathetic, and the U.S. is bringing in this George H.W. Bush carrier, and it's like they think that's going to change the tide of the battle. First of all, it's going to take way longer to get here. It's going to take over a month to get here because the Houthis ain't letting that thing through the Red Sea. It's going to have to go all the way around Africa, and Iran's just going to send that carrier running away like they did with the last two. That thing ain't getting anywhere near Iran.
If they were smart, they would have actually targeted the Houthis first, even before Iran, frankly, or maybe at the same time. Well, if they were smart, they would have done a lot different. But yeah, like that carrier is gonna have some trouble in the Red Sea, which is probably where it's going.
Ryan, I've sent you the link.
All right, I'll get on there.
Which is why I think the Houthis probably saved some of their best missiles for this to combat a carrier. They probably haven't even used their best stuff either. Iran saved stuff. The Houthis definitely did too.
So, guys, if you're on the YouTube, wait, have I put the right link in? If you're on the, is this the Ryan Dawson one? Yeah, it is Ryan Dawson one. Okay. If you're on the YouTube, then just to let you know, the YouTube stream is gonna end. We're gonna go to the Ryan Dawson interview stream, which is on the other channel. So make sure you come across there to the Ryan Dawson interview. I'm about to start that stream now. So I'll start that stream. Hopefully it's working. If you're on that one, let me know if it's working. I can't see anything, so I hope it's working. Why is it not showing the other video section? Right, don't get why it's not. It's live though, right guys? It's just dark. I don't know what's going on here. Right, this is a proper flop. I don't get why this is doing this. Okay, looked up. Guys, can you see it? On the YouTube, I think we're sorted. I'm on the right. Or did you sent Ryan, I joined the right one. Make sure I joined the right thing. Yeah, I have. Yeah, okay, cool. If y'all can let me know if the YouTube is working. Okay, guys, rather than tell me what to do, your boy's been going for many hours. Just let me know if the YouTube is working. Stop being dogs. I'm gonna end. Let me just quickly check this is working, and then I'm gonna end bridge the gap app. Okay, we've got Ryan here. Video live. Right, it's not working at the moment. Okay, just give me 2 seconds, Ryan.
The upcoming's showing on YouTube.
Yeah, this is weird. I'm gonna try again.